Hello? Anybody home?
Today, I want you to open your mind.
I've almost come to the conclusion that the story is so damning that the mass of people can't deal with it.
We are in process of developing a whole series of techniques to get people actually to love their servitude.
We face a hostile ideology, global in scope, atheistic in character, ruthless in purpose, and insidious in method.
For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence.
To change the minds and the attitudes and the beliefs of the people to bring about one world socialist totalitarian government.
The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists.
It has patterned itself after every dictator who has ever planted the ripping imprint of a boot on the pages of history since the beginning of time.
If you can get people to consent to the state of affairs in which they are living, then you have a much more easily controllable society than you would if you were relying wholly on clubs and firing squads and concentration camps.
Tools of conquest do not necessarily come with bombs and explosions and fallout. There are weapons that are simply thoughts, attitudes, prejudices.
As you connect the dots between different people, organizations, religions, history, suddenly the picture starts to form.
The kingdom of God is within man, not one man, nor a group of men.
Someone born in the United States is not more special than someone born in Mexico. Someone who is white is not more special than someone who is black. They're just vehicles for the consciousness to experience.
They do not want your children to be educated. They do not want you to think too much.
It was learned that the aliens had been and were then manipulating masses of people through secret societies, witchcraft, magic, the occult, and religion.
They reach into our children in music, television, books.
Pray no children's innocence. How can I disprove lies that are stamped with an official seal?
So if you have the opportunity to stand next to one of these machines, it feels like an altar to an alien god.
Genetic power is the most awesome force the planet's ever seen, but you wield it like a kid that's found his dad's gun.
The Army Air Forces has announced that a flying disc is now in the possession of the Army.
Too many others know what's happening out there. And no government agency has jurisdiction over the truth. Any state, any entity, any ideology that fails to recognize the worth, the dignity, the rights of man, that state is obsolete. A case to be filed under M for mankind in the Twilight Zone.
It's about time some of you got acquainted with the real hard truth.
It's the heart that says, I will not acquiesce.
Freedom is the privilege to be right. Freedom from the disasters and our mistakes.
You don't connect the dots. It's just a mass of what's all this about.
You are listening to the Secret Teachings Radio. I'm your host, Ryan Gable, and I'd like to welcome you all to this Friday the 13th edition of TST Radio. If you'd like to contact the show tonight, you can email rdgable@yahoo.com. Check out our website, www.tstradio.info. We are streaming live on YouTube, Facebook, and X tonight. Those streams are where some audience tunes in, but for the rest of you, you're hearing this only in audio. So if you're only listening via audio through Spreaker, Apple, Spotify, etc., know that there is a video version of tonight's show. And if you're listening on YouTube, X, and Facebook, know that there is an audio version of this show. And I rely on you as part of an honor system to subscribe to the show to get the ad-free version. Listening to the free video show on Fridays, I rely on you to go and still continue to download the advertisement show because we get paid when you listen to those ads. It's all part of an honor system, and I know we have an amazing audience, all of you listening, all of you tuning in, wherever and whenever you might be. I'd like to say hello to everybody in the chat. A lot of people tuning in very quickly tonight. Darren is here. Bad Whiskey is here. Kuna is here. Joseph is here. Patrick, Noka. Let me go down this list as fast as I can. Strange Days. Evan, Kelly is here. Flux, Emma, Jupiter in Wyoming. And is that niacin? I'm just one nut. Kay Owens is here. Patrick is here, listening on Facebook, I believe. Mistos is here. Mark is here. Joe Ryder is here. Bev is here. And a long list of other people. Jello Putin is here as well. Rita is here. J&L is here. So many people coming in. Cyber Sicilian is here. And a lot more, I'm sure, will join us very, very soon, including Cindy, who just popped into the chat. So thank you for joining me on this show. I am not sure if the show will be a standard 2 hours or if it will end up like a 5-hour marathon from one of our recent episodes, also on YouTube and in the archive. Last night, I went into our Spreaker page and I uploaded 3 very important shows in a singular file. And those shows, as you can see on the screen, and if you can't see on the screen, you can just go to Spreaker and see the recent post, TST Flashback, predicting the Israeli attack and other goodies. It's a 7-hour block of 3 different shows that I did last fall in the month of November. Those shows include America's Got Talmud, Master Race to Armageddon, It Takes 2 to Tengu, which is a name that I'm still very proud of. I love that show name. That was a 4-hour special. And Hexagram Handlers. And those were the 3 shows that were pretty instrumental in getting this radio show removed from a particular radio network. They did not like that I was promoting peace and reading from the Bible and the Talmud and the Quran, and saying that I think we should recognize who the evil, bad actors are, so that when things finally do go down, people don't go outside and start rounding up Jews or Muslims or Christians or something like that, and we can maybe avoid not just war, but kind of societal collapse and war. That was what I was advocating for. That's what I was promoting. Like, let's learn about each other. Let's not kill each other. And now you've, of course, seen what happened in Iran. And regardless of what your opinion is, I don't know if I'm even going to give you my opinion tonight. Everybody wants my opinion. My phone has exploded. My email has exploded, and so on and so forth. I can't keep up with it all. I will say that, yes, I was able to predict this, but that doesn't mean that I'm a prophet. I want to make that very clear. I'm not a prophet. You shouldn't follow me. I don't have all the answers. I simply was listening to all the Trump cabinet member picks and how all of them, despite the fact that they were supposed to be Make America Great, were saying things about how Israel should be made great or Israel should be made the priority. And I said that based on the extremist zealotry of these people, including Pete Hegseth at the Pentagon, they want a crusade, not just a war. They want a crusade against Arabs and Muslims, which are true Semites. And I would like to avoid that. And saying that has got me labeled as an anti-Semite. It's also got me labeled as an anti-American, which is back to Bush era politics. You're either with us or you're against us. But I was able to make that prediction, not because I'm smart, but because I could read the writing on the wall. In fact, I'm not the only one. Other people could see the writing on the wall as well. Many of you could see the writing on the wall. And that's probably why you listen to this show. So I want to make that very clear from the beginning. I don't have insiders. I don't have some kind of intelligence information. I'm just putting the pieces together from what I've read and also from history. With that being said, I'm unable to predict, because I don't think it's possible, the specifics of everything that has happened or that will happen. It's just very evident and very clear that the Trump administration was absolutely part of the attack on Iran, and the Trump administration has all but fully admitted to outright lying to the Iranians about the peace deal. I'll talk about all of this and prove it to you tonight, which means that not only has trust been undermined with the United States in regard to Iran and a peace deal, but it's also been undermined with the Russians, because if you can't trust the United States to not bomb you before you make a peace deal, And the Trump administration was saying that we're going to have peace, don't bomb them. Trump and Netanyahu supposedly split like an old married couple. And I said that that was a lie. They didn't split. It's all part of the optics of it. It's all part of how the Mossad frames the narrative and how the CIA frames the narrative and how the military industrial complex frames the narrative. And it turns out that's true. That's exactly what happened. It was all a staged thing. It's a fake breakup. It's like some kind of TV drama. It's scripted. And then it turns out the U.S. was instrumental, even though the initial reports were they denied having any involvement whatsoever in the attack. So if you can't trust the U.S. to make a peace deal with the Iranians, what do you think the Russians who back Iran are going to think about peace deals with Ukraine? That's going to be off the table too, probably. Now we can say we hope that's not true, and I genuinely hope that it's not. And I don't want to see the world engulfed in flames. I don't want to see anybody murdered. I don't want to see anybody killed. I don't care if they're civilians in Iran. I don't care if they're civilians in Tel Aviv. I don't even know why that has to be said, or I don't know why there's even a void for someone like me to have to say that. Why I need to say that civilians in Iran are humans just like civilians in Tel Aviv. And I don't want to see either one of them killed. And for some reason, that's a controversial thing. For some reason, that's some kind of horrible thing to say. It's anti-Semitic. We can kill all those Arabs, but if you touch an Israeli, that's the worst thing that ever happened in the history of mankind. Every dead Israeli is another Holocaust. And that's the type of rhetoric that we're seeing on social media, which is filled with, I believe, both Israeli and Iranian and also probably US bot accounts like I've never seen before, as someone in the chat pointed out at the beginning of the show. And I'm pretty sure even the Iranian accounts are probably run by the Mossad, because many of the Iranian accounts are threatening to nuke Tel Aviv, which is also psychotic. And then I don't know the context of it, to be fair, because I'm open to listening to what this individual has to say. But I listened to Nick Fuentes, who was, and I don't know the context. I heard a 3-minute clip. It could be out of context, but he was saying in that 3-minute clip, he's basically celebrating that Iran would respond and attack Israel. And I think that that's really, really irresponsible. And that kind of undermines the whole idea of what that kid represents. I'm not celebrating Tel Aviv being attacked. I'm not celebrating Iran being attacked. And I certainly wouldn't celebrate the U.S. being attacked, or I'm not even celebrating the idea that we have a right as Americans to defend ourselves, or the Iranians or the Israelis do. I don't really want to be part of any of it. And I can tell you this, I don't know if there's a Jewish God, but there has to be a God somewhere, because I have had my attention and my focus on this stuff for a long time, as you know, for 15 years, and I've seen this coming. And I finally said, you know what, I'm getting out of the United States. I'm going to explore the world. I came to Japan. I met my wife, and it happened in such a quick and short amount of time. And when people were asking me, are you really going to, you're married, you're really going to leave the US? Why would you do that? And I said, because it's coming down, and because I don't feel like I fit in here, and because I met someone I love, and I fit in better to her culture, and I want to live with her over there. And I feel like I was pulled out of the fire in a sense. And I think I need to say that out loud. I don't know why I feel like I need to say that, but I feel like I do need to say that. Okay, so you heard what happened. We're going to look at all of this in detail tonight. I guarantee you, with the exception of Ground Zero with Clyde Lewis, you are not going to hear anything like what I'm about to share with you on any other show. And if you do, like I always say, if you do, please put me in contact with that person, because that's someone I want to be friends with. There are an incredible amount of esoteric, occult, synchronistic components to what happened in Iran, starting with the fact that the bombings took place in Tehran at 3:30 a.m., which is the midpoint of the witching hour, and they took place on a Friday, the 13th. And if you paid attention to the wars in Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, Libya, and so on, including October 7th, then you'll know that each of them is associated directly with a Jewish holy day or a Jewish holiday. And traditionally, the Jews, like many other groups, would perform animal, and some say even human, sacrifices on their holy days, spilling the blood of a lamb for example, or another kind of animal, and doing that to offer the blood to their god. And so it doesn't surprise me, but it might surprise some of you that what we've seen here is, for the last 20-something years at base minimum, a series of Jewish holy days that have been honored and that have been acted upon via acts of war and acts of overthrowing Israel's enemies. It's not like they're doing them on Christian holidays. It's not like it's being done on like Buddhist holy days. They're doing them on Jewish holidays and roping the United States government into fighting those wars. And I will show you absolute proof of that tonight. And I will also be objective about it, because guess what? Friday the 13th, June 13th, is not. It's not a Jewish holiday. However, June 12th is kind of a Jewish holiday, and we have that whole witching hour, Friday the 13th aspect of all of this. And we know what Friday the 13th was. It was the purge of the Templars, among other things, and that led to the downfall of a king in France, if I recall. So we have the No Kings protests. We have the Operation Rising Lion, the Rising Lion, which is referenced in the books of Judges and Numbers. It's also mentioned in Revelation, having something to do with the opening of the 7 seals. And we know what that is. That is Armageddon, which, as Bill Cooper said, Israel was created to act as an instrument to bring Armageddon about. And that is exactly what you are witnessing. I can't imagine what Christians believe or think right now. I have that Christian programming still active in the background from when I was a kid. And right now, if I was still a Christian and living in that world, I would feel this is the end. This is fire. And God is going to protect Israel, and we have to protect Israel. And if we don't, God will smite us. And I think that if there's any truth to that being literal, which it's totally not, it's a metaphor, it's probably going to be the other way around. If there is a God, that God is going to smite the United States and smite Israel for the horrible atrocities that these countries have committed. Do you think the Iranians haven't committed horrible atrocities? Of course they have. So did the Chinese, the Japanese, and pretty much every other group of people on planet Earth throughout all of human history. Not pretty much. For sure, every group of people. But what the U.S. and Israel have done are absolutely in line with biblical prophecy, because these countries are run by religious zealots and a military-industrial complex that, just as much as the Jewish leaders for Jewish holidays desire blood, they desire blood. And they desire that there is no peace. You ever seen Independence Day, where the president goes to Area 51 and talks to the alien through the one of the scientists? The alien wraps its tentacles around the scientist and speaks through it. And the president says, "What do you want?" And the alien just says, "Die." That's Benjamin Netanyahu. "Can we have a peace?" the president says. And the alien says, "No peace." That's Benjamin Netanyahu. No peace. That's why you have shadowy Israeli firms like Black Cube undermining previous Iranian peace deals. This is why you have Ukraine run by a gay Jewish psychopath who has tried to spark a larger war by attacking Poland and then blaming it on Russia. And Zelensky, who is a proud Jew with a coke problem and some tracksuits and some military clothing, who sends his fake wife on $10,000 shopping sprees in Europe while he sends young men and women to the front lines to die in a war that's being perpetuated by the United States, ultimately over the U.S. lying to Russia about NATO expansion, but that's a whole nother issue. And what does Zelensky want in Ukraine? He wants Ukraine to be the big Israel. This is not just about Israel-Gaza. It's not just about Israel-Iran. It's also about Russia. And the Russians know, and I know the Russians know because I know, and I'm a nobody. And if I know that Trump lied about the peace deal, and Trump and Netanyahu lied about their relationship, and the U.S. assisted Israel in attacking Iran, then the Russians know that too. And if there was any chance of a truce or peace, we can hope that this doesn't become the worst case scenario, but if there's any hope of a truce or peace, there's absolutely no way it's going to happen now, not just with Iran, but also with Ukraine and Russia. And the rest of the world sees this. And the military forces of the West are ready to fight the rest of the world. That's why Alex Karp, another Jewish technocrat, and I see in the chat, one of our listeners said Turkey too. Yes, Turkey as well. A friend of mine sent me what the president of Turkey said last night. But what we are probably going to see happen is a war. This is what Alex Karp said. I'll show you the proof of it tonight. Alex Karp said you're going to see the U.S. fight a war with Russia, China, and Iran. Almost as if, just like the Project for the New American Century and the rebuilding of America's defenses, also written by two Jews, zealot Jews, actually not just Jews, zealot Jews that wanted war, Alex Karp said the U.S. is going to be roped into a war with those three countries. It's magical how these people seem to be able to predict things because they undermine countries and they manipulate, bribe, blackmail, threaten, murder, etc. to get their ways, and they're masters of it, and we have to give them a round of applause for it. We really, truly do have to give these people a round of applause because they are masters of deception. They write the script, they produce the script, they act in the script, and they publish it for you to see as some form of entertainment that you interpret because you're told that it's a real event that's transpiring, which then, because that's how the Mossad operates, makes me thus question whether or not what we're seeing is real, because the original stories that came out of Tehran were that, well, they bombed the city. And then that story changed to they bombed nuclear facilities. And then that story changed to, well, they also hit some civilian areas. Then that story changed to when the lights came on and the sun came up, that story changed to, oh, they actually leveled a few buildings maybe. There's at least one building that collapsed, maybe two. And they shot some rockets, I'm sure they were real smart rockets, into apartment buildings and condos and high rises. And rather than making the story about how they killed civilians, when you would think if the Mossad was able to go into Iran and set up a drone network, and you'd assume that they'd be able to just assassinate these people without having to do that. But it's a show of force and strength to kill civilians and then blame the Iranians for killing civilians. Oh, your officials shouldn't have been living in penthouses with other rich Iranians. But then to deny that that's even really a story while I'm looking at the building collapse and to say this is strategic is like it's another level of gaslighting. You killed civilians. No, it was strategic. We shot that missile right through the guy's window and we killed him. But you also blew the side of the building out. That's collateral damage. That's what you get for living next to an Iranian official. I mean, these people are fucking evil, man. This is like the most evil thing I think I've seen in my 34 years of life. Israel is not only an evil, satanic, demonic entity, not the Israelis, not all of them. Okay, not all Jews. That's where I'm going to differ from all these other people like Nick that are celebrating Tel Aviv being attacked. That's psychotic. It's just as psychotic as celebrating Iran being attacked. But it's not only demonic and satanic and evil and wicked. It is a rogue terrorist state. They brought terrorism to that part of the world. The CIA and the Mossad have been behind it. I'm not saying there aren't Muslim terrorists. Of course there are. Where do you think a lot of that comes from? What do you think ISIS is? What do you think Al-Qaeda is? What do you think Hezbollah is? What do you think Hamas is? The United States is Al-Qaeda. The United States is the Taliban. The United States is ISIS. You wonder why ISIS never attacks Tel Aviv or the Vatican? You'd think that a Muslim radical group would attack the Jewish state or the Christian state, and it turns out they never do that. ISIS was always interested in destroying artifacts and museums and libraries instead, the kinds of things that the U.S. military openly, after years of denying it, admitted to, that part of the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan had very little to do with liberty and democracy. They actually had a lot more to do with destroying or collecting precious artifacts and destroying history. Doesn't really make a lot of sense unless you realize ISIS is the Israeli Secret Intelligence Services, and I don't mean that as like a synchronicity. I mean, the Mossad on their website used to have that as their header. It used to say the Israeli Secret Intelligence Service, ISIS. And then when people became suspicious of that, they changed it. And now the Mossad has a different tagline now because they are ISIS, because the U.S. is Al-Qaeda. All these so-called terrorist groups, Hezbollah and Hamas. I mean, Israel created Hamas. It's just type it in, Netanyahu, Hamas, and you'll get mainstream U.S. articles, mainstream Israeli articles. That doesn't mean there aren't terrorists. How many of those terrorists are created in the Muslim world or the Arab world as a result of blowback that people like Ron Paul were talking about 20, 30 years ago? I mean, Israel brought terrorism to that region of the world. In fact, Rahm Emanuel, the guy that ran Chicago and then came over here to Japan to teach the Japanese how to accept anal sex, literally, Rahm Emanuel's father was one of the Irgun terrorists that helped to bomb and murder people to establish the state of Israel. It's a fact. A fact. A fact, folks. His father was an Israeli Jewish terrorist. They brought terrorism. The 5 dancing Israelis that were in the U.S. to document 9/11, to celebrate 9/11, and then blamed it on the Palestinians, according to ABC News, when they were pulled over because some woman had seen them and reported them to the police and got the van license plate. And when they got pulled over, they blamed that they were in the country documenting it because Israel has terrorism and because, well, the Palestinians are the real problem. It's a rogue terrorist state that doesn't abide by the same things they expect the Iranians to abide by. If I was Iran, I would tell them, look, you open up your nuclear facilities, we'll open up ours. In fact, I'm pretty sure that that's been at one point or another one of the stipulations. You show us yours, we'll show you ours. Israel says, we don't have them. And they say Iran's going to have a nuclear bomb, a weapon since like, what, 1984? How many decades they've been telling us this lie? Good God. And it just goes on and on and on. And then you see, I'm just monologuing right now. We're going to go into all of this in detail. And then you see that virtually every paid off, bought off, compromised, blackmailed member of Congress on the state level and the federal level, with the exception of Rand Paul and Thomas Massie and a very small number of others, virtually all of them in unison, in chorus, in sync, started to post the same things on social media. Israel has a right to defend itself. The first one I saw was Laura Loomer, the same woman that said, we need Palantir in Los Angeles. Oh, really? You need Palantir in Los Angeles for riots that were organized by Ezra and Greenberg, 2 Jews that have been running the resistance against Donald Trump, according to the Times of Israel. Isn't that magical? And that's the same Laura Loomer that said right after the attack, Israel has a right to defend itself. And that level of gaslighting, I think, is so simple, but so effective because it's a singular statement. Israel has a right to defend itself. It's a fallacy, essentially. There's no context. There's no meaning behind it. It's just a statement. And it implies that if you don't agree with it, then you must not think Israel has a right to defend itself. Okay, hold on a second. That also means Iran has a right to defend itself. Oh, no. Iran doesn't have a right to defend themselves. They were building a bomb. Okay, well, the Israelis have bombs, and they won't let anybody inspect them except for the U.S. And they don't really have to because all those international groups are run by the U.S., so they don't have to let anybody inspect them. This is literally the most incredible gaslighting operation I think you will ever. It doesn't matter if you're 20 years old or if you're 60 years old. This is the most sophisticated and successful gaslighting operation you will ever see in your life. These are people that are able to, on the international stage, murder people in the middle of the night and kill civilians in what they call as a preemptive strike, which has been preempted for 45, 50 years, and then claim that they're the victims and that the Iranians are going to kill them, and that makes Iran the aggressor. Like, have you ever seen this level of gaslighting before on this level in regard to having social media and seeing what paid, bought off, traitor, treasonous, trash, garbage our so-called leaders or misleaders are? From the fat slob Randy Fine to that half woman, half man creature, Laura Loomer. Both of them do happen to be Jews. To the non-Jewish Christian Zionists, or to the average member of Congress who has probably got a little bit of a weird history. We all do. And at one point or another, maybe they went to a sex shop and they bought a BDSM video when they were, 20 years old. And now they're blackmailed and they're really ashamed of it. And they know that'll ruin their career. So they don't want to step out of line because the Mossad has dirt and the CIA has dirt on all of them. That's how blackmail works. That's how the whole system operates. That's how bills are voted on. That's how you get support for things. That's how you decide to go to war. Here's the angle of the Kennedy assassination from a viewpoint you've never seen before. All right, then the screen goes up, and you're in that room with all that cigar smoke, and then you say, "Well, I get it. Who do we bomb?" That's how it works. If you're someone that likes Trump, I'm going to support Trump for just one moment here to prove a point that I think is a legitimate, objective point. Did you read what this man posted on Truth Social and that JD Vance shared? I'm going to show it to you tonight. What Trump posted makes me think he's not even posting it. It makes me think of what Bobby Lee, the comedian, said when he went over to Israel because they promised him all this free stuff. Then he gets over there and they're basically watching him over his shoulder. You must post good things about Jews. You must post good things about the Mossad. Mossad watch you. You, Bobby Lee, you die if you don't post good stuff about Israel. Well, they didn't threaten to kill him, but it's all probably kind of implied when you fly into the country and you're in the airport and then the Mossad approach you and tell you, you must post good things on Twitter. It's just like these people it is a rogue terrorist state of terrorists. These aren't just bad actors. These are bad people. In fact, I showed you on a recent show that literally Colombian drug cartel death squads, it just sounds really bad, doesn't it? Have to hire, or they do hire, former Israeli soldiers to train them how to murder people better. The Israelis are really good at killing people, and they train the drug cartels on top of arming them, the Mexican ones, but also the ones down in South America, how to dispose of the bodies. These are facts. This is one of the most evil groups of people in the history of the world. And that's probably why, throughout all of human history, these people have been expelled from country after country after country after country. They like to tell us, oh, it all started with Nazi Germany. Hey, long before Hitler was ever in World War I and ever got affected by that poisonous gas and went to the hospital and had that vision, the Russians had anti-quote Semitic laws, which is what led to the Tsar's family being murdered by the Bolsheviks, which were predominantly Jewish, and 4 out of the 7 Communist Party Politburo leaders were also Jewish. But let me show you this on the screen. This is the National Archives of the UK government. Okay, this is as official as you can get, baby. And this is in 1290, when Edward I, I don't care about your religious opinions about this, that's irrelevant. It didn't start in Nazi Germany. In and we can go back further than this to the Romans, but okay, this is in 1290. Edward I expelled the Jews. I don't even need to read it to you. You can read it for yourself. Pause the video and read it, or you can click in the link in the show description below if you're in the audio version of the show only. But here's the actual document. Okay, you can actually view it in a PDF. You can see the whole thing. I can bring it up on the screen here. Okay, this is the actual document. The Jews were expelled from England in 1290. It didn't start in Nazi Germany. You think that that's just an accident? You think that that's just like, oh, he was also an anti-Semite, and the Jews never did anything wrong? There were tensions between the Christians and the Jewish population in the same way that there were tensions between the Christians and the Jews and the pagans in Rome. And yet we blame the Romans, we blame the Russians, we blame the Germans, we blame the English, we blame everybody for expelling the Jews. They're God's chosen people. Who in God's name, no pun intended, but who in God's name can look at this history. You weren't taught that in school, were you? Were you taught the Jews were expelled in 1290? The chat room is very, very wise. Mr. Neff in the chat says, why do you think coins, or why do coins have ridges? Because the Jews were a little bit more than penny pinchers. They shaved off the precious metal. It's a fact. They shaved the coins down. They undermine the value of the currency. They do this everywhere they go. Every country. You can't be kicked out of over 100 countries and still be the victim. But they are masters of attacking somebody. And as one proverb says, why do they keep crying out in pain as they strike me? And that is the epitome of what happened with Iran this week. You attack Iran. I don't care about their nuclear program because I've been told for 40 years. Before I was born, I was being told they're going to have it in a week. They're going to have it in a week. They're going to have the bomb next month. Netanyahu with his little charts and bombs filled up with red ink that he takes to Congress or the UN. They're going to have bomb. We must kill them first. It makes me start to think maybe the Iranians aren't that bad, because just like with weapons of mass destruction and babies in incubators and Putin's going to invade Europe and kill everybody, none of that has happened. It makes me think maybe the Russians aren't as bad. Now, I'm not saying I support Iran. I don't support Iran. Saudi Arabia. I don't support Saudi Arabia. In fact, the Saudi family is a Jewish family ultimately, or a fake convert Jew family. The Saudis are crazy. In fact, a friend of mine from Saudi told me that they're passing laws there that basically they're passing in the United States or Israel. They make any criticism of Saudi or their government, Saudi Arabia, their government, the families, the royal families, they make those people, they classify them as Islamophobic. Muslims that criticize other Muslims are Islamophobic. And who do you think's making those laws? I don't know if it's Muslims. So I don't support Saudi Arabia. I don't support Iran. I don't support Israel. And that's the thing. You can say you don't support it. I don't even support the U.S. You can say that's fine. But if you say you don't support Israel, that's the worst possible thing you could say. Worst possible thing you could do. But it starts to make you think maybe the Iranians aren't the bad guys. Maybe Russia's not the bad guys. And yeah, Putin's probably a psychopath. I'm quite sure of it. He's probably a psychopath. But I'm also pretty sure that he's less of a psychopath than Netanyahu. And he's probably less than a psychopath of Zelensky. And maybe you got to fight fire with fire. But I don't know about you, but that's what I start to think. Now, I can check myself before I wreck myself, because I know that Russia ain't the greatest place on earth, and neither is Iran, and neither is Saudi Arabia. Okay? I know that. But you start to think maybe they've been saying this since the 80s, that Iran was going to do something. And Iran has, while they've been accused of this, sat back and watched country after country after country around them be destroyed, be blown to pieces and overthrown. Don't you think that at the base minimum, regardless of Iran's nuclear ambitions, which I'm sure that they have, and they probably have a bomb, don't you think that maybe, like that would put you on red alert? I don't know, just a little bit. I'm not saying I support Iran, but like from the other point of view, don't you think the same thing in Russia? We have a listener in the chat named Alma. I think she's listened for a while. She's from Estonia. She just said that, nope, he's not less psychopath. You got that wrong about Putin. Well, again, I'm not saying that I support Putin. I'm just saying that I think that everybody's psychotic. Let's put it that way. So I don't trust the Iranians. I don't trust the Israelis. But you can't blow up buildings with citizens and civilians in them in the middle of the night and then claim that you're the victim. You can't do that. But Israel does, and they get away with it because every member of Congress, it seems, gets the script, and then they just post it. They all post the same thing. You want to see what I'm talking about? Here, I'll show you what I'm talking about. It seems like almost every member of Congress gets the green light, and then they just post the same propaganda over and over and over again. Israel has a right to defend itself. Israel has a right to defend itself. Like, so many times that it's like I'm tired of just that alone makes me want to throw up, because none of it's real. It's all fake. It's all scripted, and it's disgusting. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. I'm pulling up I made this, and I saw someone else made another one. The one someone else made, you couldn't even read it because there were so many accounts. This is just one example of how paid, bought off, bribed, compromised, etc. our government is. Take a look at this. I made this. There's Laura Loomer, Bridget Gabriel, John Conran, or is it Conran, Senator Ted Cruz, Carlos Gimenez, Mike Lawler. That's the guy behind they're going to jail you and fine you if you criticize Israel and the United States. And then they said, oh, that bill was too crazy, we pulled it. Well, turns out they actually already passed that bill 2 years ago under a different name with the literal same copy and pasted text. I did a whole show on it. It's on YouTube. It's also in the archive. That's the same Mike Lawler. There's Andy Harris. There's Jake Elzy. There's Mike Johnson, the speaker. There's French Hill. There's Tim Scott. Is that long list of people that just all say the exact same thing? The exact same thing. They have a right to defend themselves. They have a right to defend themselves. It's nauseating. Nauseating. It's mockingbird media. And Jack Posobiec and Charlie Kirk and Matt Walsh do it. I showed you that on a recent show. We need a moratorium on immigration. No more immigration from the third world. And you think, okay, people like Nick Fuentes, he's a little bit better because he says, well, what's the third world? Then he goes further and says, we just need no more white people, non-white people. And then you're like, yeah, but Nick, Asians contribute a lot to America. And they do the least amount of drugs, the least amount of drinking, and the least amount of crime. And they are some of the highest earners. So you don't want Asians in America too? Then that's where you get into basically becoming exactly what the Democrats have accused you of. And that is being a racist who hates people that are not white, which is a whole nother issue, is what the hell does white mean? Right? Because Jews pretend to be white, then they pretend to be Jews, and they pretend to be white, and I just don't think that these things have any relevancy to the overall conversation. My concern is I would just like to not have war. And my opinion is really irrelevant in the greater scheme of things. As you've noticed, all of your opinions are essentially irrelevant because you're either on the team or you're not on the team. That's it. You're on the team or you're not on the team. You a team player or you're not a team player. You're with us or you're against us. All right. So with that being said, those are my initial thoughts. Now we're going to get into some of the specifics. And before we do that, I want to welcome everybody else in the chat who's tuned in. Patriot Girl is here. Karen W. is here. I don't know if I think I mentioned Matt. Maybe I mentioned Matt. Well, hello again, Matt. Mark is here. We have some new listeners. Let's see if I can pull all these up. Jaden is here. Jackie is here. Jackie always has good stuff to say. Let's see what else we have in the chat room here. Nathan Gilmore is here. Thank you for joining us. Earthly Delights is here. One of One King is here. And, well, Alma is here. I already said hello to Alma. And Burning Board is here. There's a whole long list of people that have joined the chat. My aunt is here as well. My Aunt Debbie is here. The chat. And King Sweet is here. All right, so those are the recent ones. I said hello to Mr. Neff as well. So welcome to the show. Thank you for tuning in. Oh, Chris is here as well from the UK. Howdy, Chris. Jim is here. Buffalo. We got listeners all over the world. Roland is here. Howdy, howdy. How do I pronounce your name? Is it Jackie Blue? Jackie Blue is here. Hello. You guys are learning with me. I've been saying the last couple of shows, hey, you gotta say stuff in the chat. You gotta ask questions. Now everybody's finally commenting. Howdy from Southeast Texas, Ryan. Well, hello, Lane in Southeast Texas. Welcome our listeners all over the world. Thank you for tuning in to the Secret Teachings. Now, the news you've probably been wanting to hear, and that is the specifics of what's happening. I think that what I'm about to show you, you might need to look away because it's bad news. It's really bad news. This is probably the worst thing that we have ever seen happen in the world. And I'm going to pull it up on your screen right now. And for audio only listeners, I'm going to read it to you. If you have kids, they'll need to look away at the screen at this point. According to the Times of Israel, June 13th, things are so bad in Tel Aviv because of Iran responding with rockets and drones that Tel Aviv has had to cancel their gay pride parade. That is the worst news we've heard all day. The gay pride parade, the LGBTQ parade, by the way, with the guest of honor, Caitlyn Jenner, it has been canceled because of these horrible, horrible attacks. So we need to pray for the people of Tel Aviv. They're unable to have their LGBTQ parade. That's the news today. One of the articles from the Times of Israel. These people are fucking sick. I don't think there are words in any language to describe these people. And I want to ask you this. I know we have a lot of people that listen to this show. We have people that have different skin colors that live in different parts of the world. I just saw Niacin say he's listening from Austria. We have listeners in Chicago. We have listeners in Japan. We have listeners everywhere. Christian, Jew, and Muslim alike. I have a question for Christians that I've asked many times. I thought you didn't like gay people. I thought you didn't support LGBTQ. And yet, Israel is the capital of this, as we documented extensively in a 5-hour video presentation the other night. They arm the drug cartels. They train the drug cartels to dispose of bodies and how to kill better. They are the home of illegal immigration and pushing illegal immigrants into countries all over the world, partly by infiltrating those governments to open up the borders. They are behind virtually all of the things that the Christian conservative mega people don't support. And yet they still support Israel for some reason, the home of pornography, LGBTQ. Now, don't get me wrong. Japan, I looked this up, Japan is the #1 consumer of pornography. Japan, I think, even produces more pornography than any other country statistically, considering the population. But Israel is the home of porn. It's the home of LGBTQ. It's the home of pedophilia. They have the highest per capita rate of pedophiles in the world. In fact, pedophiles flee the United States to hide in Israel. I showed you all of these statistics. They have rabbis that sell butt plugs with their daughter because that's a fun family business. Like, why? Tell me why Christians support this. This is the news. Israel, during the witching hour on Friday the 13th, attacks Iran after lying for 40-something years and then claims that they're the victim. And then Israeli news this morning, we had to cancel the gay pride parade. It's so horrible. So horrible. It's a live update, too. You see it at the top of the page. It's a live update. Live update from Tel Aviv. We murdered people in the middle of the night and essentially lit the match to start the next great war. But the worst part of it is that we had to shut down the parade where we grind on each other's genitals and stick things up each other's butts because Shmuley said it feels good or something. I mean, these people are fucking just, they've got to be aliens. This is alien. I don't think that this is human. All right. Anyway, we're not going to talk about that the rest of the night. That was my attempt to make a kind of a joke, but Patriot Girl in the chat says that's Gay Berlin 2.0. Absolutely. Strange Days says this is true. They believe Christ is burning in excrement, but they are our Judeo-Christian ally, says Steve Bannon. Yeah, and so does Mark Levin and all these Charlie Kirk. I think Charlie Kirk finally blocked me because I said, he said, Israel finally bombed Iran. What do you think? Who do you think's, what's behind it? And I said, I think you're behind it. I think you're responsible. You and Mark Levin and Marco Rubio and that goblin creature from Lord of the Rings. What's that guy's name? Ted Cruz. I think they're all behind it. I think they're all responsible for it. Charlie Kirk doesn't like that because Charlie Kirk clearly gets a paycheck from somebody and it ain't God. So let's also be fair, because there are a lot of Messianic Jews and there are a lot of Orthodox conservative Jews that do not support this. They do not support Israel. And basically what Israel is, if Israel is a Jewish state, let's be seriously, I'm going to be fair to Israel and to Jewish people. I don't hate Jews. I don't hate Israel as an idea, as a concept, but I think it's a false concept. It's always been a false concept. And I think part of the issue here is it's kind of like the church. I like a Catholic church. I think it's beautiful. I like a lot of what the church teaches. The problem is that whole touching kids thing. That's the part that kind of gets me. But that doesn't represent Christianity, does it? It doesn't say that in the Bible, in the New Testament. Thou shalt touch kids. It doesn't say that. That's what bad people do. Okay? And it's basically this. Sandy in the chat, these chats are coming up so fast I can't even click on them all. Sandy in the chat says the church has been infiltrated. That's what I would say. The concept of Israel as a Jewish state, that idea has been polluted and perverted. Because there are plenty of Jewish people in Israel that probably look at these gay pride parades and they're like, this is wrong. This is sick. This is perverse. This goes against what we believe. Okay, so don't blame Jews and don't blame Israel, because there are plenty of people, just like Christians, that you're right. If you're a Christian, I know you probably, some do, but you probably don't support what those people do to kids. Baptists, Catholics, you name it. I like what Bill Burr had to say. Someone asked him one. What was it? Maybe it was Fox News. They asked him. They said, "You think you went too far with those Catholic church jokes?" And he said, "I think they went too far when they raped a bunch of kids." Something like that. That's pretty much how I feel about it. You think you go too far on the Jew stuff? No, I just think that they went too far when they did all that stuff that it took me 5 hours to list, and we didn't even get into all the details of each one. I think they went too far. I think bombing Iran was too far. And look at what happened as a result. They had to cancel the LGBTQ parade. Horrible. Awful. Pray for Tel Aviv that they can get the gay parade back up and running. Also, before we start, which is kind of a funny thing to say considering we're an hour into the show, but I need to show you a few other things really quickly before we start with the main part of the show. I listened to this, and I thought that this was a great way to sort of start the show. And I'm going to bring it up. It's a video. I think it's a Piers Morgan video. Oh, it looks like it's been pulled down. Damn it. I guess I'm not going to be able to play it. But there was a woman on Piers Morgan that was arguing, and she said, you can call me an anti-Semite and call me whatever you want to call me. I don't give a shit. What I care about is what Israel is doing. That's what matters. Thought that was a good statement, but kind of expressing my sentiment. But I guess they pulled that down. Of course they did. Okay, so if I can't show you that, I know I can show you this because I played it for you on the 5-hour show. This is a really important clip. This, if you really want to know how I feel about Iran and Israel, this is how I feel. When you see stories online that, oh, the Iranians have attacked civilians, as if the Israelis didn't. Oh, the Israelis only attacked nuclear sites, although we know that's not true. Oh, the Iranians are directly targeting, schools and hospitals, and they're just so evil. Oh God, it's so bad. Okay, so it feels like a production. Let me show you what I mean. So there's these accounts, Iran Armed Forces, Hussein and others on X. and other places, and they are posting things about how the Islamic Republic of Iran will conduct nuclear explosions in the next few hours. This was last night. This account says we will level Tel Aviv and Haifa to the ground. And I read this stuff and I thought, it's a couple of things. It's either Iranians trying to save face, or it's the Mossad threatening themselves to justify more actions. It's the CIA involved. It's the sock puppet bot accounts. That's what I thought. But I don't know what to believe. And then I saw this morning from the Israeli Defense Force. The Israel Defense Forces said this: Israeli civilians are currently being targeted by the Iranian regime. The world cannot stay silent. Okay, you bombed Iran first. John McCain used to sing about it. Bomb Iran, we're going to bomb Iran, we're going to bomb Iran. And then he'd smile with those demonic teeth that he had. He was an evil son of a bitch. I'm sure he's having a party in hell right now with all the usual suspects. And look at this map that they post. Look at all these. I thought this was a map of the pedophiles in Israel. Apparently, it's where they're targeting civilians. The whole country. Yeah, that would be like doing the same thing. You have a map of the U.S. and there's a red dot everywhere. Look, they attacked all the civilians. Yeah, because like most of the country is civilians. So if there's any kind of attack, it's going to be against, civilians are probably going to be in the way, whether that's Israel doing it or Iran doing it. Now, if you want to kill the military leaders, you could do that strategically, but Israel isn't interested in that because they intend to kill civilians. Okay, and we're going to go further into that because we know that the Trump administration has threatened Iran and says, you don't capitulate now, or it's going to be a whole lot worse when round 2 comes, or rather at this point it would be round 3 or 4. It's going to be a whole lot worse. There's not going to be anything left of Iran. What are they going to do? They're going to nuke Tehran? Are they going to send U.S. soldiers to Tehran? What are they going to do? It threats and death and murder and slaughter. It's freaking disgusting. And look at this propaganda that the IDF posts. Okay, so I show you those two things, and I explain this to you if you're just listening via audio, because, if you listen to what the Mossad said on 60 Minutes, it explains it. Listen to this. This is exactly what we're dealing with.
We create a pretend world. We are a global production company. We write the screenplay. We're the directors. We're the producers. We're the main actors. The world is our stage.
This is Mossad's old office. Its motto from Proverbs 24:6 says in so many words, wage war through deception and trickery.
Wage war through deception and trickery. Should I play that for you again? Let me play it again for you, just in case you had to grab a drink, or you just came back from the bathroom, or you coughed or something. You want to listen to all 23 seconds of this clip.
We create a pretend world. We are a global production company. We write the screenplay. We're the directors. We're the producers. We're the main actors. The world is our stage.
This is Mossad's old office. Its motto from Proverbs 24:6 says in so many words, wage war through deception and trickery.
Wage war through deception and trickery. That is the motto of the Mossad. They are the writers and directors. It's a global production. The Jews are really good at global productions because they've been running the entertainment industries for hundreds of years, because the Muslims and Christians were typically barred from participating in such activities because they were seen as not being holy or moral or ethical fields to be employed in. It was the gypsies and the Jews that were involved in the theater and in entertainment in general, and so on and so forth. And I'm an expert on this because I went to film school, and we learned in one of our initial film classes that the entirety of all the Hollywood studios, with the exception of Charlie Chaplin, I think his studio was not fully run, but virtually every studio was run by Jews. It's a Jewish system. Every single one of the studios, and I think Chaplin's was a lot of questions about Charlie Chaplin, but I think Charlie Chaplin's studio was not completely run by Jews. But we learned that in film school. We learned that in one of our, I'll never forget that, one of our first film classes, that Charlie Chaplin was one of the only non-Jews in Hollywood. So they brag about it on one hand and then deny it on the other hand. So I don't know what to say about that. I don't know what you think about that, but they're really good at scripting things. So I don't know what to believe. I don't know if I should believe Iran, if that's even Iran, if that's the Mossad or the CIA. Most of this is sock puppets. Most of the internet's not even real. That's the dead internet theory. Okay, anyway, that is the Mossad saying that they write the script. And as we shift into hour number 2 here, you have to hear John McCain say it for real. You have to, because it doesn't sound real, and then you hear him say it and you're like, oh, he did say that. Here's John McCain. Yeah, clap for that psychopath.
Each boy song, Bomberan.
What a fucking bloodthirsty psychopath. Fuck that guy. Fuck John McCain. I hope that guy is burning in the deepest pits of hell. That guy right there is the reason that the United States is in the position that it's in, because of psychopathic, vampiric, cannibalistic, blood-sacrificing mass murderers like John McCain and his psychotic daughter and all the other psychotic neocons and neoliberals that support endless wars, mass murder, ethnic cleansing, genocide, etc. It's disgusting. And oh my God, Nathan in the chat just said, at least he's gone. Lindsey Graham is still here and just as dangerous. God, I was trying to keep that guy's name out of my head. What are you doing to me, Nathan? Lindsey Graham is arguably more disgusting than John McCain is. That guy has been gooning for like 20 years, and he just busted a giant load when Israel bombed Iran. That guy is he's got to be one of the most disgusting people that have ever been in the U.S. government. I mean, he is absolutely just oh my God. I'm just going to stop myself because I'm going to start cursing and yelling. That guy is disgusting. He looks disgusting. He looks like one of the Duplancy demons. Let's just put it that way. They are demons. They are demons in human form. You ever seen, I don't know, Governor Newsom? You ever seen Netanyahu? Netanyahu literally looks like the demon ball. But then again, so does Putin. Putin also looks like the demon ball. And that vampire that gave rise to J.D. Vance, Peter Thiel, who's beyond Palantir, he looks like a vampire. And so does Newsom. Newsom looks like a vampire. He looks like a Batman villain. They look that way, like Kissinger and Soros and Laura Loomer. He looks like there is a demon in the Duplancy dictionary that she looks like. She is gross. She is disgusting. And I don't just mean physically. I mean, she is a disgusting human being. All right. Anyway, I'm gonna stop, and I'm gonna get into the specifics of it. Welcome to the show. Thank you for tuning into the Secret Teachings. I'm Ryan Gable, your host. Thank you for trusting what I have to say, and I humbly accept that responsibility, and I see it as a duty to be to try to be even more objective about what we're discussing night in and night out. If you are a new listener, welcome to the show. If you are a longtime listener, welcome to the show. Audio, video, whatever the case might be, the links below, now or later, when the show is posted, will have the show description or a small show description, because the show description is really long tonight. So a small show description. It will have our free archive, our subscription archive, and it will also have the links to Cash App, PayPal, etc. Whatever page you're looking at on Spreaker, Apple, etc. will look like this if you're in the video. It has the free archive below linked up, the subscription archive. It has our X, our Facebook, our YouTube, our main website. It has our Cash App and my personal PayPal that doesn't have anything to do with the show, quote unquote. And I don't really even use that PayPal because I don't like PayPal, but I'm unable to use other platforms for a variety of reasons. So this is what we have. Thank you so much for subscribing, for supporting the show. We had a listener donate some money last week after the show. Very helpful. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for supporting what I do and supporting not just what I do, but what I try to do is to be as objective as possible. So I think that you're supporting objectivity, because you certainly don't get it from the alternative media, and you don't even get it from kind of standouts like I've been mentioning that are on the other side of things, celebrating the bombing of Tel Aviv. What is wrong with people? It's totally psychotic. Stop celebrating chaos and death and destruction. Stop celebrating people being murdered. Stop celebrating war. What is wrong with these people? By the way, before we go any further, you should note that Netanyahu is such a slimy worm. That report, I'm sure he's probably not in Greece. They probably sent his plane as a diversion. But Netanyahu reportedly fled to Greece. He fled to Greece. His plane has been spotted in Greece. This is international news. I'm sure he just went down there to, maybe they make yarmulkes in Greece or something. He went down to pick up some new yarmulkes or dreidels or some gefilte fish or something like that. This man fled to Greece. What an absolute piece of subhuman garbage. You attack people in the middle of the night, and then you claim that you're the victim. And then when your city gets bombed and you tell Israelis to get into the bunkers and they're going to have to stay for an extended period of time, then you flee, at least that's the optics of it, you flee to Greece. So in other words, this guy killed some people and then fled, and then the place that's going to be the center of retaliation, he lets that get bombed while he runs away. I mean, just on that basis alone, if you treat this cowardly, traitorous, treasonous, psychopathic, mass murdering, homicidal, genocidal, ethnic cleansing, fake Jew from Poland terrorist as anything but all the things I just said, you need to get your head checked. The guy is, at the very base minimum, fleeing justice because prior to October 7th, he was probably going to be removed from office. And there's a lot of bad things going on with Netanyahu, and that's why he wants to keep the war going. Kind of like with George Bush. Got to keep that war going so you don't ask too many questions, right? That's how it works. Don't ask questions because we got war. That you got to come together for the war. For the war. War is good. War is peace. Didn't you know that? War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance is strength. Didn't you read Orwell? Again, we got to pray for Tel Aviv because they had to cancel the gay pride parade. Okay, I'm going to get serious now. Let's talk about the specifics of all this. As I talk about the specifics, I'm going to bring these stories up on the screen like we did on that 5-hour presentation the other day. If you missed that, it's on our YouTube page. It's also linked up in the show archive with our 7-hour, 3 shows combined into one show, 7-hour block of shows where I told you that the Trump administration was going to lead us into a war with Iran. Now, also for the record, I hope that this does not spiral out of control into a war. I hope that things get better. The problem is, no matter how good they get, and if this doesn't spiral into a war, like a larger war, they've painted the narrative and created the optics that Israel is the victim and that it was all Iran's fault in the first place. So that's the same thing that Zelensky did in Ukraine. They bomb Russia, and then Russia says, we're going to respond. And then Ukraine says, oh, no, we want a peace deal. We want ceasefire, after they denied peace talks many times. So it's the same story. It's the same kind of people. Zelensky's also Jewish. I don't know what you want me to do. Ignore that fact. I think that's part of it. If he was Italian, you'd think it's the mafia. So if he was Muhammad, then you'd think it's the Muslims. So he's Jewish. I'm going to think it's the Jews. So it's just how it goes. So this is what I woke up to. I woke up to yesterday an article from CNN. Well, actually, what happened was I was on the phone with a friend of mine I haven't talked to for a while. He might even be in the chat. My good friend Joe from West Virginia. And we were talking, and I told him that the U.S. government had issued a warning to every country that if they were to support a two-state solution with Israel-Palestine, that would be considered a threat to national security interests of the United States, which again shows you that Jews don't run the world and they don't run fully the United States, because we have our own national security interests of the military-industrial complex. And I was telling him about this. And this article that I was reading from was a Reuters story. And as I was telling him this, he says, and that article is from June 11th, by the way, for the record. I will show it to you on the screen right now. That article was from June 11th. So what was that, Wednesday? And as I was telling him that, he said, oh, it looks like Israel has bombed Iran. And I said, are you serious? And he said, yeah, they bombed Iran. And I said, can you send it to me? What article is that? What news site? He said, Sky News, CNN. So he sends it to me. And this is the article that my friend sent me, to CNN. And I said, oh man, they did it. And I hope it's a small thing. I hope it's not a big thing. It turns out it was a big thing, and it's ongoing. And so I ended up getting off the phone with him, and I sat mostly for the rest of the day in front of the computer. And as things happened, because it was daytime here, it wasn't the middle of the night or late night. I sat in front of the computer pretty much all day, and I pulled every story I could, and I tried to find, the real core of what was happening, and to do it in real time. And doing it in real time, I was watching how the story was Israel bombs Tehran, and I had called my friend Clyde, and I talked to him for a few minutes, and before his show last night, and I said they bombed Tehran, and they didn't even target nuclear sites, because that's what I originally read. And then the story changed. I left the house for about 30 minutes to go to the chiropractor down the road. It's about a 10-minute walk, 10 minutes there, 10 minutes back, 10 minutes of the actual cracking. And I came back, and by the time I got back, the story was they hit nuclear sites. And I thought, oh, they changed it. And I went back to try to find the article, and the CNN article, all the articles had changed. They changed all the headlines, BBC, CNN. It was, oh, they hit nuclear sites. Then it was, oh, they hit military targets. Then it was, they might have also hit some civilians, but that's just the price we pay for saving the world and democracy, which is what you've seen all over social media. They're saving democracy. They're saving the world. Israel saved the United States from destruction by bombing Iran. It's all the opposite of what they say. Okay, they probably are leading the U.S. to destruction. They have destroyed anything that is good about democracy, and they are not protecting the Middle East or their own people, because the leader of the country fucking fled the country while bombs and missiles and drones rained down on Tel Aviv. Not good optics. So this is the article I was working with. I started reading other stories. And I think that probably one of the most non-talked about stories is this, which is what made me really suspicious. It says this from Reuters. U.S. warns against attending UN gathering on two-state solution for Israeli-Palestinian conflict. In a cable sent to other nations, the United States said countries taking anti-Israel actions. By the way, if you didn't catch that, the United States defines anti-Israel actions as attending a peace summit, or at least something to that extent. A two-state solution would be an anti-Israel action. That's what the United States thinks. Well, not just the U.S., the Trump administration. In that cable, they say that it's an anti-Israel action to attend a UN gathering for a two-state solution, following the French-Saudi conference next week, which will be viewed as acting in opposition to U.S. foreign policy. In other words, if you were a country that wanted to have peace, and you decided, and listen, I don't trust the UN, for the record, but you go to this conference, the U.S. would consider you as a country to be opposed to U.S. foreign policy, which would then make you an enemy of the state. It would make you an enemy of the United States to have a two-state solution. I don't understand that at all. I don't get it. You would become an enemy to the... I thought Israel was doing this stuff by themselves. I thought Trump wanted peace. And yet the Trump administration is supporting that. Okay, so that's at least what Reuters is reporting. Again, I don't know what to believe. It's frankly, I have no idea because they write the scripts and act them out, so I don't know. But that's what made me think, I don't think the Trump administration wants peace. I don't really know if anybody wants peace. I think everybody wants war. That seems to be the punchline here. But there it is. That's the Trump administration. And for those of you who think, well, that's just a screenshot, show me the real article. Okay, I'll show you the real article. Let's pull it up. Because I guess, it is hard to believe. Here's the Haaretz reporting, the Middle East Eye. This is from the actual Reuters story. There it is, if you want to actually see the article itself. And that was on the 11th. And that has nothing to do with Iran, right? Okay, well, it doesn't have anything to do with Iran, but it's peace. I thought Trump was trying to get peace with Gaza, trying to get peace with Iran, trying to get peace. And if there is any legitimacy to such a claim, that you could have peace with Iran or any country for that matter, I think it's kind of all out the door now. Okay, I think it's all out the door. And I think everybody wants war. War is good for profits. It fattens up your pockets, murders a bunch of people, kills a bunch of people, destroys society in a lot of ways, and some people get really, really wealthy in the process, but it pretty much destroys everything else. So, in other words, the U.S. considers anybody that wants peace between Israel and Gaza would be considered an enemy of the United States, which just the optics of that look really bad. You want peace. That makes you an enemy of the United States, which would mean that the U.S. is not just pro-war, but anti-peace. That doesn't mean that there aren't Hamas terrorists, doesn't mean that Hezbollah isn't real, doesn't mean that Iran isn't a terrorist state. I mean, then again, it's like, who gave them those hundreds of millions of dollars and who financed October 7th? The U.S. did. So, and Israel stood down. So I don't know, what do you want me to do about it? That's just the fact. I just feel that if these people were as bad as we're told that they are, that the world would be in flames in the ways that they claim the world would be in flames. Like Tel Aviv would have already been nuked. New York, Los Angeles, we'd be living in fallout. It just seems the big things that happen are always a result of the U.S. and Israel interfering, at least in this particular part of the world. That doesn't mean I support Iran. That's stupid to think that that's one-dimensional, two-dimensional fallacy-like thinking, and that's just silly. Okay, so here's what I wrote this down as it was happening. I said, news outlets globally erupted Thursday evening as Israel, according to CNN, quote, launches preemptive strikes against Iran. Now, that was the original headline. They changed it. And I know they changed it because I took a screenshot of the original headline, and I'm pretty sure that I still actually have it in my archives here. I do still have it in my archives. I'm going to prove it to you that they changed the headline of the article, because that whole preemptive strike thing was making people think, I don't know if it was preemptive. If you attack them first, you can't really be the victim here. There it is. That's the screenshot. So that's initially what the article said. And then everything kind of changed. And you notice that it's the same author, Helen Reagan, Lauren Izzo, and there they are right there. So it's not like it's a different article. It's the same article. They added to it, but it's the same article. And it changed from Israel launches preemptive strikes against Iran, defense minister says. This was one of the initial reports, to Israel hits Iran's nuclear program and military leadership in unprecedented strikes. In other words, the whole preemptive thing maybe wasn't working out, so they had to change the title. So it didn't sound like Israel attacked unprovoked, and it went from preemptive to, they hit nuclear scientists' homes and they attacked their programs to build weapons and killed military leadership. You see how that works. They changed the headlines. Lucky for me, I have the screenshot. My friend Joe from West Virginia actually had sent me this, and I took a screenshot of it too on my phone separately. If I wouldn't have done that, if he wouldn't have sent that to me, I wouldn't have that article. They changed the headline. They changed the headline. They changed the headline, which happens all the time. We know that, of course. But this is part of the smoke and mirrors. It's part of the production here. It's part of the production. It's part of the game. It's part of the narrative. All right. As Jackie says in the chat, I guess it depends on how you define peace. That's true. I guess it depends on how you define peace. Just like it depends on how you define anti-Semitism. Because apparently wanting peace means that you hate Jews, which implies that Jews hate peace and are the true promulgators of war. Isn't that what it kind of implies? If you want peace, it implies you're an enemy of the United States, which means kind of implies the U.S. doesn't want peace and that maybe Trump's administration was lying. And the whole thing was a big fraud from the beginning, which clearly, based on what I'm going to show you, he posted on Truth Social, there ain't nobody in their right mind who could say that not only did the United States know and facilitate it, but Trump is as bloodthirsty as the rest of these psychopaths. If you didn't see what he posted, I'll show it to you soon. It's some, we're going to get into it. It's sick shit. He is a psychopath. If he even posted it, which is a whole nother part of this. Frankly, as much as I don't really like Trump, certainly didn't like Biden, I don't know if he's even posting this stuff to X. I think someone else is posting it. Two friends of mine said the same thing. They're like, I get what you're saying, and I'm not like a big Trump supporter, but I don't know if he's even posting that. And I said, yeah, you're right. I don't know if he's posting it. I think someone's controlling his X page. I think Trump's so compromised, blackmailed, turned around, twisted upside down. I don't think he knows what planet he's on. Who knows? For all we know, they could be drugging him too. We have no idea. But it is funny that you get involved with some Jewish lawyers and then suddenly you change your tune, just like Alex Jones did. Pretty funny how that all happened. All right, so those are the two stories. You see they changed the headline. So that's what I woke up to. And as a response to attacking Iran, Israel declared a state of emergency. And the defense minister said, quote, following the state of Israel's preemptive strike against Iran, a missile and drone attack against the state of Israel and its civilian population is expected in the immediate future, which, as you now know, did indeed happen. Then you have the Lindsey Grahams. And Lindsey Graham was one of the first ones to get off. He was on X and social media making this lovely statement that even some of the real radical Christian, MAGA, conservative, Trump can never do anything wrong people said, you might want to keep that one to yourself, Lindsey, because that one that's not a good one. And so what did he say? He said, game on, pray for Israel. It's just a big game, isn't it? It's a big production. It's a big show. It's a war. Isn't that what that Dustin Hoffman movie's about? What was that movie called? Was that called like Dogs of War? I think that was the movie. Is it Dogs of War? No, maybe not Dogs of War. What was that movie? Oh, it was called Wag the Dog. That's what it's called. Wag the Dog. Yeah, Wag the Dog. It's a 1990 movie. It's got Robert De Niro, Dustin Hoffman. Anybody seen that movie? Yeah, Nick in the chat says Wag the Dog. Yes, you're right. It's Wag the Dog. That scene is so great in that movie. You produced the Oscars. Yes, indeed, I did. Well, we need you to produce a war. It's a fake war. Just create a war because the president was involved in some scandal and they had to distract from it by manufacturing a war. It's a production. It's a pageant. You know, it's pageant. It's a production. It's a great movie. That's the feeling. That's the impression that I get from these people. It's just a big game. Pray for Israel, which, yes, we should be doing because they had to cancel the Gay Pride Parade. And that is really unfortunate because they were looking forward to grinding on little kids and grinding on each other. And that's just the most horrible thing that happened. It's the worst news I've gotten in the last 24 hours. Tel Aviv confirms the Gay Pride Parade has been canceled. You notice that Tehran wasn't having a Gay Pride Parade, that Tel Aviv was having a Gay Pride Parade. You notice that Christians that don't really agree with that hate Tehran, but they love Tel Aviv. I don't like either, but, you know, I'm pretty sure one's probably, you know, a little bit more in line with your values as a Christian than the other. That's all that I'm saying. Not saying it completely, but a little bit. Okay. Hey, Mike D is here. That's got to be the Mike D. Remember, Trump owned the Miss Universe pageant. Pretty creepy. Anybody ever seen that Sunny in Philadelphia episode where Frank Danny DeVito, he bought into that little beauties pageant and he thought that they were women. They turned out to be kids. He just got more disgusting as that episode went along. We got to write a song about how we don't diddle kids. I don't diddle kids. We don't diddle kids. And Max said, there's no quicker way to make people think that you're diddling kids than to write a song about it. That is one of the best episodes of Sunny. Okay, game on. Game on. It's game on, Lindsey says. He blew a load. He's ready to go. He's ready to. He's game on. Pray for Israel. That's one of the first things I saw, other than Laura Loomer saying that we need to pray for Israel and Israel has a right to defend themselves. And by the way, activate Palantir, because not only do you have protests in Los Angeles, but guess what? Now there are sleeper cells in the U.S. that Iran's going to activate, and they're not Trump's fault. They're Biden's fault, Charlie Kirk said. It's Biden's fault that there are sleeper cells that are going to activate in the United States because of what Israel did, which I thought these people didn't want war, and I thought that they were kind of Trump's wants peace, and he broke from Israel. And now they're kind of saying, well, we got to do it. We got to protect the Jews, got to protect Israel, got to defend Trump, got to defend MAGA, got to do it, like Nike. And posting things on X and other social media platforms such as, well, you know, they're going to activate, you know, terrorists this weekend, which is real convenient because this weekend is also when we have the No Kings protest, which is going to be part of tonight's show here in a little bit when we start reading some verses from the Bible in the book of Numbers and Revelation. The Lion of Judah, the rising lion operation, Mars being in Leo the lion, Mars the god of war being in Leo the lion, the long history of bloody Jewish sacrifices on holidays that all align with Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, Libya, and October 7th, and then Friday the 13th, 3:30 in the morning. I don't really care what these people say. Like, I don't care about people like Charlie Kirk, but they are one of the big voices, and they are completely controlled opposition. And they are disgusting sellouts to the human race. Because, look, I don't know if you believe in, some people don't believe in nuclear weapons. Maybe they believe that the bombs are real, but that they don't have the effects that we're told. Everything's CG, everything's movies. And I get it, because I've been to Hiroshima. Hiroshima is one of my favorite cities in Japan, if not my favorite city overall. And it wasn't supposed to be livable or habitable until like 2020. And yet they were rebuilding with no effects right away, pretty much. And it turns out the radiation wasn't what we were told it was. I'm also of the opinion that those bombs were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki as experiments. That if you really wanted to stop the Japanese government, you could have taken out their leadership, because the people were suffering and the Japanese knew that they had lost. The military, for the most part, knew that they had lost. The government knew that they had lost. They just didn't know how to surrender effectively. I mean, essentially, that's the culture. They don't surrender. That's part of the code. That's Bushido. They do not surrender. And you got to consider the time frame of this too, in Japan opening up to the world about 100 years ago, 130 years ago under Meiji, and having opened up even in the 1600s. Then they were hundreds of years behind the rest of the world, and then they were treated poorly, and that led to, you know, after defeating the Russians and the Chinese, that led to World War II and feeling like they weren't appreciated. It's a whole long history. Okay, the point is, we firebombed Tokyo as an experiment. I'm pretty sure Hiroshima and Nagasaki were experiments, and I'm pretty sure it was also meant to be the visual of the mushroom cloud. So, which I'm not saying I don't believe in nuclear bombs. I'm saying some people don't, but it's the idea of the image of it. And I frankly don't think that, unless it was an accident, I don't think that there was really a genuine chance, from everything I've read, of there being a true end of the world, mutually assured destruction during the Cold War. I think it was all a very complicated, orchestrated ruse. That doesn't mean I don't think that it could have happened. I'm just suspicious of, every time there's a discussion about anything political, Pakistan, India, Israel, Iran, Russia, the United States, China, the United States. It's always about nuclear weapons. I'm pretty sure that we're way more advanced than nuclear weapons at this point, first of all, in terms of warfare. And I have a hard time believing that the greedy so-called capitalists and the makers and movers of industry want to watch the world be completely destroyed, unless we're dealing with the Vault-Tec Corporation. I don't know if the people that are running the world really want to destroy everything, which makes me think that a lot of this is just about fear, and it's all part of the production. There are videos online of nuclear bombs blowing up Al-Aqsa. There's nuclear bombs blowing up Tehran, nuclear bombs blowing up Tel Aviv. And it's all just, it's a little bit suspicious to me. I think it's all about fear and scaring people. And look, when I was a kid, I was a Christian. I used to be terrified of all that. I thought they were going to come around with guillotines, chop my head off because I watched Left Behind. You know, do you believe in Jesus? Yes. Off with their heads. That's what I was. That's that propaganda. I don't want to have my head cut off. I guess, you know, if you have to be threatened with your head being cut off to know that you love Jesus, I mean, maybe you don't love him that much. It's atrocity propaganda. Everybody's been accused of it. Germans were accused of it probably more than any other in the 20th century. They put babies on the end of bayonets. They made soap out of Jewish fat. They made lampshades out of Jewish skin. And the only lamp that actually exists that's supposedly one of those lamps, they won't let them do DNA tests on it because it's pig skin. It's not Jewish skin. It's just so fucking stupid. It's all a lie. Hitler's got a weird penis when it turns out it was actually Epstein and Weinstein that have weird penises. The Jews burned, or rather the Nazis burned, my bad, Freudian slip. The Germans burned literature. No, the Holocaust Museum says they actually burned the pornography and the smut and the transgender stuff from the Holocaust, the Holocaust Encyclopedia says this, from the Magnus Hirschfeld Institute of Sexual Science. And if you look at some of the images of what the Nazis burned, you can actually see pornographic material in the fire, literally. And those pictures have been shown to us, and just nobody, I guess, has picked that up. I feel compelled to show you this, and I'm getting a slight bit off track, but let me show you this on the screen because it does sound hard to believe. This is Magnus Hirschfeld, the Jewish scientist, and it says, I can pull this up. Maybe this wasn't the right one. Oh, yeah, here it is. May 1933, Nazis looted Hirschfeld's Institute of Sexual Science and destroyed much of the archives in the Berlin book burning. Oh, so they didn't burn literature. And that's the Holocaust Memorial Museum. They burned transgender LGBTQ ideology. You know, the same kind of stuff that they're probably really sad today that they're unable to read because Tel Aviv had to cancel the gay pride parade. It's a tragedy. All right, let's get back to the specifics of what is happening. They changed the headline. I showed you that. Lindsey Graham says, game on. Game on. In fact, virtually everybody on social media said, game on, let Israel defend itself, as if attacking another country is self-defense. Well, what about Iran? They had the bomb. You know, we've heard that since the 80s, and I'll show you evidence of that here in a second. I just think it's necessary, with the exception of, you know, understanding that people don't have the time to sit down and listen to a 2-3 hour presentation. People want talking points. They want things spoon-fed to them. It's understandable. Okay, I get it. But it's important to look at all these details because this is a complex thing. And we need to have all the details, and we need to have a long, drawn-out conversation, a long, drawn-out, calm conversation about what's happening. Otherwise, we kind of lose the various points that need to be made and need to be understood. Here again is that image I made of all this is just a few of them really, but Speaker Mike Johnson, senators, Congress people, members of the media, all reporting the same exact thing, all the same talking points. Now, CNN had noted that a United States official said, quote, there was no U.S. involvement or assistance in the strikes carried out by Israel in Iran. There's no U.S. involvement. Now, I'm just curious because this was updated a few hours ago. Yep, they removed that statement from the CNN article. I saved the quote on my computer. There was no U.S. involvement or assistance in the strikes carried out by Israel in Iran. And when I copy and paste that into the CNN article, it's not there. I just learned that right now as you did. I didn't know that before the show started. So they changed not just the headline, they changed the whole article where the U.S. wasn't involved. And now suddenly, oh, maybe the U.S. was involved. It's magical how Winston can change history the way that he does, isn't it? A few hours after the attack, Israel carried out another round of attacks, which I'm sure you've seen that by now in the news. And then Iran retaliated with 100, maybe 200 drones. And then there's videos that are fake, that are not real. And they are either CG, AI, or they're from other parts of the Middle East, other attacks, or I don't know, whatever. There's always something else, going on in the world. There's always things from movies. There's always something that's made up by the IDF to provoke the Muslims to attack by nuking Al-Aqsa. So Iran fired a bunch of missiles and drones. We've heard missiles now. We've heard drones. They fired all that into Tel Aviv. And then, as you know, that cowardly piece of subhuman filth, Benjamin Netanyahu, he fled. He fled. I mean, I don't think it's that obvious. There's something else about that story. But the news is that he left the country. Type in Netanyahu plane Greece. Maybe he went down to pick up some more gefilte fish. I don't know. But he reportedly left the country. There's the Greek City Times. Netanyahu's official jet touches down in Athens following Israeli strikes. Maybe he's down there for a vacation, Killing innocent people is hard work. Murdering them on Jewish holy days is hard work. You got to take a maybe he's down there he's taking a break. It's almost Sunday. Maybe God gave him an extra day off or something. I don't know. So that's the nutshell of what happened. Now, I want to explain this to you. Okay, Israel claims, as you saw in the headline that has been changed, but you probably know this is true because it's still one of the talking points, that these attacks were preemptive. And that word means, if we look it up in a dictionary, preemptive means intended to deter or prevent something. Intended to deter or prevent. So I'm going to show it to you on the screen so you can see the definition. I'm sure you trust me anyway, but undertaken or intended to deter or prevent an anticipated, usually unpleasant situation or occurrence. That's the narrative that they've gone with. They went into Iran to make sure that Iran could not have a nuclear weapon, which is interesting because we've heard this for a really long time. In fact, the world has been sold this since the 1980s. Here is an opinion journal. This is Opinio Juris, and they have all the article links, all the times that Iran was supposed to have a nuclear weapon. These are all the stories. From 1984 up until 2013, they have links in this particular article. Okay, so in 1984, West German intelligence sources claim that Iran's production of a bomb is entering its final stages, quote unquote. U.S. Senator Alan Cranston claims Iran is 7 years away from making a weapon, probably because they have pictures of him with hookers or kids or doing something bad. In 1992, Israeli parliamentarian Benjamin Netanyahu tells the Knesset, or the Knesset, I don't know how to pronounce it, that Iran is 3 to 5 years from being able to produce a nuclear weapon. By the way, I got to mention this real quick. Jesus spoke Aramaic, right? Jesus didn't speak Hebrew like a lot of people assume, and maybe he did, but he definitely spoke Aramaic. Aramaic is actually closer to Phoenician, which is phonetics, which is where we get, the idea of hooked on phonics, phonetics, Phoenician. Jesus spoke Aramaic, which is closer to Phoenician than it is Hebrew, just for whatever that's worth. 1995, the New York Times reports that the U.S. and Israeli officials fear, quote, Iran is much closer to producing nuclear weapons than previously thought. But they said, in 1984 that they were entering the final stages. So how long does it take to enter the final stages? That's like what, a 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 year difference. It's a long time. 5 years or less away. That was in 95. That was after 11 years they promised, and then 3 years after they promised it was going to happen again. Actually, they said in 1992, 5 years. And then in 1995, that's another 5 years. Netanyahu claims the time frame is 3 to 5 years, again, in 1995. In 1996, Israeli Prime Minister Shimon Peres claims Iran will have a nuclear weapon in 4 years. These are kind of like prophecies, right? It's going to happen next month. It doesn't happen. Well, we prayed for it. It stopped it. Okay. 1998, former Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, Mr. Aspartame, who I'm pretty sure sold nuclear secrets or something to the Koreans, didn't he? Claims Iran could build an ICBM capable of reaching the U.S. within 5 years. It's just a lot of 5-year windows here, folks. A lot of 5-year windows. 1999, an Israeli military official claims that Iran will have a nuclear weapon within 5 years. Same story. In 2001, the Israeli Minister of Defense claims that Iran will be ready to launch a nuclear weapon in less than 4 years. In 2002, the CIA warns that the danger of nuclear weapons from Iran is higher than during the Cold War because its missile capability has grown more quickly than expected since 2000. Putting it on par with North Korea. That is going back to 1984. That's 2 decades after they said that they were in the final stages. And it's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. Mass arrests are coming. Trump's going to save us from the deep state. It's coming. You wait. You see. It's going to happen. In 2003, a high-ranking Israeli official and the military told the Knesset that Iran will have the bomb by 2005. That's 17 months away from when they stated it. In 2006, a State Department official claims that Iran may be capable of building a nuclear weapon in 16 days. Holy shit. They had it, then they were going to launch it, then they didn't have it. Now they can build one in 16 days. So what is going on here? In 2008, an Israeli general tells the cabinet that Iran is halfway to enriching enough uranium to build a nuclear weapon and will have a working weapon no later than the end of 2010. So, okay, let me get this straight. In 1984, they were entering the final stages, but by 2008, they were halfway there. How the fuck does that work? In 2009, Israeli Defense Minister Ed Barak, which is the same guy who said that Israel created Hamas, Ed Barak estimates that Iran is 6 to 18 months away from building an operative nuclear weapon. 2010, Israeli decision makers believe that Iran is at most 1 to 3 years from being able to assemble a nuclear weapon. In 2011, the IAEA reports indicate that Iran, they could build a nuclear weapon within a couple of months, maybe 16 days, maybe a week, maybe 28 weeks later. I don't know. Who knows? We don't really know because since 1984, we've been telling you they were almost done. And then in 2008, they said they were halfway there. This is some Twilight Zone stuff. This is very, very strange, isn't it? And then in 2013, Israeli intelligence officials claimed that Iran could have the bomb by 2015 or 2016. And you pretty much know how the rest of the story goes. They've been saying that Iran is going to have the bomb for years. Jello Putin in the chat says it's like David Wilcock's hover car. It is. The mass arrests are coming. The angel prophecies are going to come true. There's going to be ascension in the 90s, 2000, 2011, 13, and now there's going to be mass arrests, and none of it happens. Yeah. Maybe David Wilcock is Jewish. His name is David. Really good at running scams. So is that guy that fought with Mike Tyson, that Netflix fight? He's Jewish. So is that Hawk 2 girl. She's Jewish. A lot of scams being perpetuated on people. She did a pump and dump scam, and that kid that fought Mike Tyson, he made a bunch of money off that. It's all a staged event. He even gave some to good old. Was it Mike Tyson? I can't remember. I always think I get him confused with George Foreman, the grill. It was Mike Tyson. Yeah, he gave Mike Tyson like $5 million because it was all staged event. It's all fake. And that's what apparently that's what the Jews are really good at. Stealing from people, conning people. At least if I go to a movie, I know it's fake. Okay, at least if I watch some Jewish TV show. I know it's fake. It's not real. But I don't know what to believe in the real world either, because they're so good at manufacturing things like the Mossad said. No idea what to believe. But anyway, you can see here on the screen, these are just a few examples of the claims. Some of these articles have been taken down, but these are the claims going back to the 1980s. They've been saying they're going to have that bomb for a real long time. Burning Road in the chat says, you're telling me Al Gore's Jewish? Yeah, he's another one. Isn't that crazy? The whole world's going to be engulfed in water. The Miami's going to be underwater. The ice caps are going to be melted, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then it doesn't happen. And we're what? 13, was it 6, 7, 11 years removed from when he said that the ice caps are going to be fully melted. Well, he said that so many times. It's like the UFO disclosure projects too, just over and over and over again, the same stories over and over and over again. By the way, that guy that I just referenced there at the bottom, Israeli defense minister at the time, Ed Barak, is the one who said, and we have the audio clip of that, he's the one who said that Hamas was started by Israel, that I think he said they paid them protection money or something too. It was part of Netanyahu's, plan, which that guy has been running or partly running that country for 30-something years, which is kind of ironic when you look at Syria, because the Assad family, which also means lion, by the way, the Assad family had run that country for 30-something years. And suddenly they became a threat on a Jewish holiday that the U.S. had to intervene. And Netanyahu can do the same thing for 30-something years, and everybody just believes him. Here's Ed Barak. I'm going to play the clip of it for you.
So are you saying Benjamin Netanyahu deliberately boosted Hamas to try to prevent a Palestinian state?
Yeah, sure. He deliberately and systematically even told, is on record, whoever wants to avoid the threat of a two-state solution has to support my policy of paying protection money to the Hamas.
Paying protection money to Hamas. He sounds like Klaus Schwab, doesn't he? Paying protection money to the Hamas terrorists. Netanyahu propped up Hamas. And funny thing is that he propped up Hamas to prevent a two-state solution. Well, that's exactly what the United States and Israel just threatened the world with on Wednesday, on the 11th. That if you want a two-state solution, you're an enemy of the United States and Israel. So I was thinking, like, what does that mean, Japan? Shinzo Abe's wife just went to Russia and met with Putin and said, look, Japan wants peace. What does that mean? Japan says, we want peace, stop killing each other. Japan's now the enemy. Japan's not going to be an ally of the United States anymore. You know what this is like? You know what Israel is? No offense to women, but Israel's like one of these women that just like does everything wrong in their relationships. They lie, they cheat, they steal. They're always hanging out with the bad guy, the guy that cheats and lies and steals. And when anybody tries to treat them well, they treat them like the bad guy, and they treat the bad guy like the guy that treats them well. That's how the U.S. treats all of her allies in regard to Israel. Israel is just like the bad boy. We got to protect him, got to defend him, and everybody else can just piss off, no matter how good of allies they actually are. It's really disgusting. So you heard Ed Barak say that, and he's also the one in 2009 who said they're going to have the weapon in 6 to 18 months. And Netanyahu organized and financed and helped Hamas to prevent the two-state solution, which is what the U.S. and Israel did. So Trump's not in opposition to Netanyahu. He's been on the same team the whole time. Called a bait and switch. It's called a fallacy. It's called a scam, and you just got conned. All right, then you have the BBC. Now, this story has also changed repeatedly because it was a live update. Now the headline is Iran retaliates with missile attack on Israel as Netanyahu urged Iranians to stand up to the regime. Yes, if the Iranians don't stand up, then it's their fault that Israel kills them. So do Israel's bidding, or it's not our fault that we kill you. So the BBC reported the strike included, this was the initial report, folks, vague military targets that then transformed into actual targets. The story was that there were, quote, blasts that could be heard, quote, across the country. Okay, so that means that it was more than just, at first, military targets or nuclear facilities. They bombed a lot more than that. Either way, the bottom line is this: Israel is the aggressor. That's the bottom line. And they've been lying for decades about Iran's nuclear capabilities. Lying and lying and lying. Just imagine, based on that, just what if Iran didn't have nuclear weapons? What if they never had nuclear weapons? What if they were like weapons of mass destruction? Didn't Israel lie about weapons of mass destruction to get the United States into Iraq? Didn't they do that? Am I spotty on my history here? I'm pretty sure they did that. Pretty sure. And they've been telling us for decades the same thing about Iran. And then they attack them and say they're the aggressor because they were going to kill us. And then they call Iranians genocidal while they commit genocide, which they probably both commit genocide. So it's really incredible, right? So Israel's the aggressor. And after attacking, then they jump back into a hole and claim retaliation will be a threat to civilians, which is the same playbook from October 7th when the country deployed the Hannibal Directive. I saw someone mention this in the chat earlier. Someone in the chat had said, what about the Hannibal Directive? Yes, exactly. I had that linked up to show you that Israel deployed the Hannibal Directive on October 7th, which authorized the killing of their own people to gain more sympathy and to, quote, prevent, people from being held hostage. Which itself, after nearly every apparatus of the Mossad and intelligence agencies and systems failed, in and of itself is just like more proof that Israel kills their own citizens. Not just because, there's a directive to make sure that people don't fall into the wrong hands. No, the Mossad and intelligence system failed in Israel. Military failures, they didn't send troops in. They delayed, they stood down like the police in Los Angeles, which means that when they invoked the Hannibal Directive, Israel intentionally murdered their own people. Israel is a threat to Jews. That's the bottom line. Doesn't matter who else is a threat. We know that Israel is a threat to their own people. They are psychotic. And it's kind of ironic because Mark Levin, who I'm sure he got off too hearing the news, Mark Levin, I'm going to bring up the video for you and play it if it is still posted. Mark Levin was on Fox News masturbating vigorously, saying that the Iranians are about to get their asses kicked, and it's been coming since Jimmy Carter. Let's listen to Mark Levin.
The Iranians are about to get their asses kicked, and it's been coming since Jimmy Carter. They've slaughtered Americans. They've slaughtered Arabs. They've slaughtered their own people. They think this is Joe Biden's administration, that they would get away with getting nuclear weapons, and then the world would sit there, wouldn't know what to do about it. You talk about ballistic missiles. Israel sees thousands of ballistic missiles. It can't defend against 10,000 ballistic missiles. It's not going to sit there and take it. This Iranian regime is a terrorist Islamist regime, is an illegitimate regime. It came to power through the point of a gun, and it expects to stay in power with nuclear weapons. Thank God we have Donald Trump as president of the United States. Thank God Israel has Benjamin Netanyahu as the prime minister. And I will say this: if this Islamic terrorist regime touches one hair on the head of an American citizen, they're going to wish they hadn't.
So I thought it was all about peace. I thought we were going to get peace. And then this happens, and the Levins and the Cruzes and the Rubios and the Loomers and all of them, they get real excited about it. They say, we're going to kill you. And if you respond, then we're going to kill everybody. It's basically what he's saying. But did you notice that what he was saying there was that he accused them of being an illegitimate regime created on the back of a gun, terrorism, and that they're radical Islamicists. They want to get a bomb. They want to kill people. It's like, that's exactly what Israel is. Israel is an illegitimate state, and I can show you proof of that. In fact, I will show you proof because it sounds hard to believe. I'll show you proof Israel is an illegitimate state, and I don't mean that as a joke. I mean literally. The Palestinian Mandate, I will show it to you. This is actually from the mandate. Let me pull it up on the screen here. Let's see if I can. Yeah, there we go. Pull it up on the screen. This is Article 2 from the Palestinian Mandate. You want to read that while I talk. So they're an illegitimate state. They were founded on terrorism. They were founded on murdering people. They were founded on a false premise and lies. And they're radical Jews. And they sponsor Muslim terrorism. ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Taliban, Hezbollah, Hamas. Those are all CIA, Mossad, British intelligence. We can't forget the Brits because of the Balfour Declaration back in the early 1900s. I'm not saying there aren't Muslim extremists. I'm not saying that Iran isn't a tyrannical regime. I'm sure that it is. Before the revolution in Iran, people didn't dress the way that they dressed. Iran was a completely different place. But who do you think was behind that revolution? Once again, it was Western forces, and that's well documented. So you create Hamas, and then you have to fight Hamas because they're the enemy. You create this tyrannical Iranian regime, and then you have to fight them because they're the enemy. I mean, this is such an unbelievable clusterfuck of disinformation, misinformation, and intelligence agencies and professional stage actors that we really have no idea what is going on, do we? We don't know. And for those of you who are able to read this, it said, or are not able to read this, rather, I should say, it says the mandatory shall be responsible for placing the country under such political, administrative, and economic conditions as will secure the establishment of the Jewish national home as laid down in the preamble, and the development of self-governing institutions, and also for the safeguarding the civil and religious rights of all the inhabitants of Palestine, irrespective of race and religion. What Israel has done, regardless of Iran and regardless of October 7th and the aftermath, Israel has become, if they weren't before, an absolutely irrelevant, illegitimate state, just like Mark Levin claims of Iran. And he should know because his people are the ones that created the Iranian regime for the most part. That doesn't mean that there aren't organic things that pop up. Most of it's organic, but the triggers are inorganic in most of these cases. And there is the mandate if you want to actually read it. There's the United Nations General Assembly, 1947. And this is Article 2 in that document. Okay? And if you want to go further, you can read about the Havara Agreement. You can read about the Balfour Declaration. And you can learn all about how Havara was an agreement in 1933 between Nazi Germany and Zionist organizations that allowed 60,000 German Jews to immigrate to Palestine by transferring their assets in the form of German goods. They even minted a coin with a Star of David and a swastika, which is in a museum, which I was told by a Jewish guy was fake. And then I showed him the coin, and then he got me removed from X the first time. That was C.W. Chanter, that disgusting Jewish lawyer, fake, whatever the hell he is. There's the Balfour Declaration, statement issued by the British government on November 2nd, 1917, expressing support for the establishment of a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. The declaration is considered a significant factor in the history of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and has had lasting implications for the region. Havara, Balfour, and the Palestinian Mandate, as it's referred to. These people are, as much as the Iranians are, an illegitimate state founded on terrorism. They accuse, because Mark Levin's reading a script, they accuse their enemies of what they do, which was a tenet of Karl Marx, another Jew who was instrumental in creating one of the most disgusting, mass-murdering political cults that man has ever known. A mixture of Marxism, communism, and light socialism, let's call it. Ultimate communism is you don't own anything and you're happy. And if you're not happy, you're dead. It's murdering all the inferior people and then all the special chosen people at the top get all the wealth, which is what I showed you on that 5-hour show we did recently. Even the commanding general of the White Army in Russia said that the Jews had, I can show you it again. The Jews had gone in and not only murdered people, but they had stolen all the gold, silver, precious metals, jewels, and paper money that they could find, and they trucked it all into the capital. Like literally, they had warehouses full of precious metals. Like they're like dragons guarding the golden hoard stash. That was the commanding general of the communist resistance, said that's what they found. That's how do you say his first name? Piotr or something like that. Wrangel. Okay. I see Flux in the chat says copied by Saul Alinsky, which was Hillary Clinton's mentor. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's how they do the riots and the yellow vest protests, color revolution, rise up against Trump. That's what it's all about, and that's who's running all this stuff in the United States with the riots and then the No Kings movement this weekend. And just so you see, if you type in indivisible and you type in Greenberg and 2 Jews, resistance, Trump, you will see the story about how 2 Jews are behind Indivisible, and they are a couple, and they are leading the Trump resistance movement. And they are the ones behind Indivisible and organizing all these riots. This is Ezra Levin and Leigh Greenberg. They've organized thousands of groups, and you can see here they are the authors of the Indivisible Guide. I'm just reporting what is factual. Okay, so let's get back into the Iranian-Israel stuff because there's a whole lot more to talk about. Israel, from Hannibal to what just happened in the last 48 hours, has intended with their conspiracy to kill their own citizens, as well as Iranians. And I'm not on a side, for those of you just joining us. Okay, the idea that the United States has no role in this is not just suspect, it's ludicrous. The plan clearly was put in place weeks or months ago, as Reuters and the Wall Street Journal before the attack said that Israel could attack as soon as June 15th, which is Sunday. And that's why I was able to tell you on the show Thursday night that they're probably going to attack by Sunday. And a few people messaged me, how did you know they're going to attack? I didn't. I just read the Wall Street Journal Reuters report. And I said, I don't think it's going to happen on Sunday, but they're planning to do it. It's going to probably happen before Sunday. I'm not predicting that because I'm smart. I'm predicting it because I read Reuters. That's the reason. I don't have that information. That's what they reported, which means the U.S. was aware of the attack, and that's why they chose to, as I reported on Thursday's show, close down embassies and reduce non-essential staff. The BBC also reported that U.S. actions in the Middle East showed that this was coming. The BBC reported that. This means at base minimum, the United States was complicit in the attack. Then it gets more interesting because that was my initial thought and the initial research that I did as I was pulling things in live real time as the story was going on, as the story was unfolding. And then we found more. The Trump administration, just one day before the attack, began discouraging, as I showed you, that is to say, threatening any country to disengage from even having the thought of having a two-state solution, which is why Netanyahu organized Hamas to prevent a two-state solution. Discouraging, that is to say, threatening. Quote, governments around the world from attending a UN conference on a possible two-state solution between Israel and Palestine. Basically meaning anyone desiring of peace, according to the U.S., is taking an anti-Israeli stance and will be in opposition to U.S. That's a quote. Will be in opposition, quote, to U.S. foreign policy interests, and thus may face consequences from the United States. Which means if Japan were to say, we don't want there to be war, Japan would become an enemy of the United States. That's nuts. These people are psychotic. And they did the same thing with the International Criminal Court. If you dare to even think that you can bring charges against Israeli officials. Good luck, because the U.S. backs it. That's the bottom line. And that's despite the fact that Netanyahu and Trump supposedly had a little spat, like Trump and Elon Musk, and all the MAGA people like, oh, it's so funny. They're trolling, and oh, it's a funny breakup. And you know what? Frankly, I'm at the point now where I could stand MAGA people, and I even liked a lot of things Trump did in his first administration before his Twitter account was taken over by the devil. But frankly, if you're a MAGA supporter, you're fucking responsible for this. This is what you voted for. And I know that you're responsible for it. And I know this is what you voted for, because back in fall of last year, before Trump was even elected, I was over here in Japan doing shows. And then I did it in November too, doing shows telling you that the Trump administration is virtually entirely Jewish and or radical Christian Zionist, as was the Biden and as was the Obama administration. But these are different kinds of Zionists. These are the Zionists, or rather the zealots that do the work. It's not the Jews that are 79% voted for Kamala Harris. These are the Zionist neocons that want war, like Pete Hegseth, who want a crusade. And I said it back in November. I just posted 3 of the shows that got me banned from one of those radio networks for what I said. That it's not a prediction. I'm not smart. I'm not sitting here telling you I can read the future. It's just when every single person in his cabinet says prioritize Israel first, and Israel says we want to bomb Iran, and Trump says, do whatever you want to do in Gaza and anywhere else, we support you. And then there's a fictional break, and then this happens. And then Trump's like, well, they might kill Americans. We got to stop them. We got to protect the Jews. It's like, you could see this coming from 10 miles away. And that's with being blind in one eye. If you voted for Mecca, this is your fault. People post that online all the time. This is what I voted for. Great. You're happy about some scumbag in Los Angeles getting arrested because they threw a brick at a police officer. They should be arrested. They should probably get some stick time. Then they should go to jail. All right? I agree with you. But Pam Bondi is busy suing coffee shops for anti-Semitism and shutting down laws in Washington that make it basically mandatory for a priest to report pedophilia or child abuse or sex or trafficking or anything. And Pam Bondi is preventing the state of Washington from enforcing that. The DOJ is suing to prevent the Catholic Church from being required to report on pedophiles. And she's suing coffee shops for anti-Semitism. But she's not really that concerned with the Epstein files, not really that concerned with, well, I mean, hell, even the anti-Muslim sentiment that's exploded in the United States in the last 20 years, especially in the last 3, 4, 5 years. And she's crying because 2 people were shot in Washington, and then everybody's celebrating because we killed some Iranians. I mean, these people are fucking sick. And if you're a MAGA supporter, I get the concept, but you need to be able to look beyond the optics of it. And the optics of it are, these are really bad people. And if there is anything good about Trump, this guy has been compromised, blackmailed, threatened. They almost murdered him twice. And God knows what else. This administration is as or more compromised than the Biden administration was. That was old corruption. This is new corruption. This is the new world order being sold to you in the guise of Americanism. It's electric cars being sold to you in the guise of patriotism and fighting the new world order, which is exactly what I'm pretty sure the new world order wanted, was electric cars they could shut off. It's trolling, right, to talk about invading Canada. Sure, it's trolling. You understand why the Canadians went nuts and voted for an actual globalist psychopath that threatens to turn Canada into the Soviet Union. And they're cheering on that because Trump said, we're going to make you 51st state. You don't joke about shit like that. That's really, frankly, that kind of thing is the antithesis of everything our founding fathers believed in and supported. You don't fucking joke about that. It's not funny. You know, I'm so tired of these mega people like the Biden people. Everybody thought Biden was so cool. Biden would stumble down the stairs, not know where he's at, shake hands with invisible fucking things. And then people would be like, oh, he's so suave. Look at the way he fell down those stairs. That's professional. No one could fall downstairs or fall upstairs like Biden does. He's sharp as a fucking tack. And they think it's funny. And then the MAGA people are the same way. Oh, the electric cars, it's so funny. Oh, the North American Union, it's so funny. He banned CBDC. Don't worry, he banned it. Yeah, because they've got stablecoin and they've got the Genius Act, which basically makes the US dollar and cryptocurrency and Bitcoin the CBDC, with the digital wallet that the Democrats tried to roll out during COVID. Everything the New World Order has tried to sell you has been wrapped in an American flag and sold to you as America first. Electric cars, the North American Union, cryptocurrency, and war with Iran. And there aren't many people that have been steady in reporting this, whether they're big names or small names, because most people got swept up in the dragnet of make America great. We're not making America great. At minimum, we're making Israel great, and that's not even really the case. We're basically destroying the world in the name of protecting it. And why is that? I mean, really, why is what's happening right now happening? Because they are convincing 2 billion Christians and 2 billion Muslims that the end times are upon us. And that is why Israel was created, to be the foundation, to be the optics and the literal interpretation of Armageddon, so they can bring the world to its knees and then issue you the terms of surrender. And the terms of surrender are thus: you agree to the endless surveillance, you agree to turning over your DNA, the electric cars, the smart homes, the smart grid, the North American Union merging with all the other unions, African, Asian unions, etc., the cryptocurrency, the universal basic income, and all that, part of Sam Altman's orb, part of the Stargate DNA project. You accept these terms and you surrender your humanity, or you die. It is a plan to literally, the oldest conspiracy in the history of the world, take over the world. And that's exactly what these people are successfully accomplishing, because they've noticed there's a lot of people that don't like us. There's a lot of people that don't like what we're doing, that refuse to participate. And they sat down, I think, and had a discussion and thought, you know, they seem to like America a lot. Everybody seems to like America. So what if we sold them pedophilia and LGBTQ and transgenderism and illegal immigration and abortion and circumcision and endless wars and endless spying and giving up their humanity and gene-altering shots and drugs? And what if we sold all of that to them, but it comes with an American flag? Because they're one or two dimensional creatures. And if you say America first, then they support it. And all the other globalists sat around the table and said, that's a great idea. That's a wonderful, let's do that. And so they started wrapping American flag, just not even wrapping, they just started slapping stickers on everything. You ever see that movie Tommy Boy? Dan Aykroyd runs that big company, and Tommy's company, Tommy has to go around the country and convince all these auto part companies to sign with him to save the company. And Dan Aykroyd's company, he only bought the company from, he wants to buy the company, the Callahan Auto Parts. He wants to buy Callahan for the label. He doesn't care about the product that's in it. He wants the Callahan name. That's what they've done. They don't give a fuck about America. They don't give a fuck about liberty or the Constitution or the Constitutional Republic or our founders or any of that. They don't give a shit about countries like Japan or any country that wants peace. They don't give a fuck about you. What they care about is the American label, so they can put all their new world order, global control system, end of the world, Armageddon, apocalypse, gene altering, DNA splicing bullshit into the American box, and you'll buy it because it says made in America on it. You have been conned, you have been scammed, you have been defrauded, you have been manipulated, you have been lied to, you have been deceived by horribly evil and wicked people. And I get it, because it's really hard to see what these people have done, especially when they confuse you and disorient you with fireworks, American flags, and a whole lot of trolling. That's the thing. There is a lot of trolling. But the thing is, Trump's not the ultimate troll. Trump represents the ultimate troll. You understand there's a difference. He's not the ultimate troll. He does troll people. So do I. But he's the ultimate troll. You understand what I'm saying? Antonio in the chat says bamboozled. Yes, bamboozled. Bamboozled. Gnarly Sheen says the Ogdod. Well, yeah, you mean King Kek, the frog god, Lord Kekius Maximus, Elon Musk? You mean the frog god of the abyss? Antichrist consciousness? You know, all that stuff? You mean like the president of the United States running for office again and being shot and almost killed and having his ear cut, and then reading that in the Bible, that it's the slave of the high priest who has their ear cut? This is in 3 or 4 different books of the Bible. And what is MAGA? M-A-G-A. MAGA is the highest degree in the Church of Satan. Don't believe me? Do I have to show it to you? There's a whole lot of other stuff going on here, okay, tonight on the show, but like, it is. It's like MAGA is the highest degree for certain organized satanic cults. And in the Bible, it says that the priest has a slave and the slave has their right ear cut. Well, Trump had his right ear cut. And MAGA just happens to be the highest level of degree. And I have a hard time believing that's not, you know, anything but real. I don't think that's a coincidence. I'm pretty sure that that's probably part of the ritual, which we're going to get to here in a little bit because, it's very ritualistic. The whole thing's ritualistic. Iraq, Afghanistan, October 7th, Libya, and Syria, and pretty much everything else the U.S. and Israel has done. It's all part of a blood sacrifice. That's what it's all about. Okay, so on the day of the attack, Trump even reportedly told Israel not to attack because the nuclear deal is close. Now, this is what you want to pay real close attention to, folks. Okay, this is a headline from a local NBC news outlet. This is one of the first ones that came up yesterday. It's also, I believe, Associated Press. Okay, this is from the June 12th. Trump says Israel should not strike Iran as nuclear deal is close. Okay, that's good. Don't strike them. We needed a peace deal. I agree. Let's do that. Meaning that he probably knew that Israel planned to strike because he said, and this was June 12th, reported by the Times of Israel, Trump says he doesn't want Israel to attack Iran, but strike could very well happen. He knew they were going to attack, and he did nothing to expose it or to stop it. The idea that Trump had gotten, a ceasefire in Gaza too, that was all a production because when Israel violated those ceasefires back in March, both Israel and the Trump administrations blamed Hamas for the resumption of military hostilities, citing the militant group's refusal to meet Israel's demand to release more hostages in return for the resumption of talks. Israel is the one that broke it. And then Israel and the United States said, it's your fault. It's probably both their faults. I mean, again, Israel organizes and finances and arms Hamas, and so does probably the United States too. So Trump was like, we want peace. We got ceasefire. Oh, they violated the ceasefire. Kill them. Which is a pattern here because the same exact thing happens with Iran. Don't bomb them. Don't attack them. We want peace. We want peace. Don't attack them. Don't attack them. Please don't attack them. We want peace. Same script, same response. And the same script and the same response results in what I'm about to show you here, and that is Trump, who posted this thing that looks like Satan wrote it. Did you see what this man posted on Truth Social? I frankly thought that it was fake. I didn't think it was real. And then I saw J.D. Vance posted it, and I thought, son of a bitch. I used to just think Trump was a joke, or some things he did were good and some things were just bad, and that's just the nature of it. Now I'm starting to think the guy is an actual like Satanist. I think that he's like possessed by something. This is what Trump put on Truth Social. Read this. I gave Iran a chance. I gave them chance after chance to make a deal. I told them in the strongest of words to just do it. But no matter how hard they tried, no matter how close they got, they just couldn't get it done. He posted this on June 13th. That was this morning, 6 a.m., 5:56 a.m. Okay, listen, hold on a second. I highly doubt you're going to hear this on any other radio show. This man posted this on Truth Social. I gave him a chance. But just before the attack, he was saying the deal is close. Don't attack them. This was 24 hours or less before the attack. And then after the attack, well, you should have made a deal. What did Iran call the United States in the middle of the night and say, by the way, fuck you, American, die, and hang up the phone? And Trump said, all right, light them up. No, he's a con man. Trump's a con man. The Democrats are con men, con women, the Republican, neocon, conservative, fake Christian, genocidal, homicidal, Armageddon-cidal, crazy psychopaths that run our government want fucking war with every fucking country on this planet. They're fucking psychotic. All of them. You want proof of that? Do I have to show you Alex Karp saying that the U.S. will fight Russia, China, and Iran? He said that 9 months ago. Do I have to show that to you? This is the same Alex Karp that runs Palantir, the company set up by the guy that put J.D. Vance into the White House. The same Palantir that Laura Loomer said needs to be activated because of the riots in Los Angeles. The same Alex Karp who brags about murdering people in Gaza. The guy that basically does the modern work of IBM and Watson to murder people that are rounded up in mass and kill them. That guy, another Jewish guy who is saying the U.S. is going to fight a three-front war. Is that what the algorithm is telling him, or is that what Satan is telling him? Is that what Baal is telling him? Is that what the devil is telling him? Alex Karp says we're going to fight China, Iran, and Russia. Is that the same Palantir that they're going to use with the riots and the protests in the U.S.? And now we're absolutely going to have to activate it and make the deal. Trump already signed it because now Iran is going to launch terror attacks in the U.S. conveniently around the time frame of a Bolshevik, communist, yellow vest, color revolution, largely Jewish revolution in the United States. What did I miss? I'm pretty sure I hit the nail in the center of the head and drove it in one clean whack. How can Trump say, I gave them a deal? Why doesn't Trump come out and say, I wouldn't think this of him if he came out and said instead, I told Israel not to attack. They did it anyway. We don't want war with Iran. That's how you fucking lead the country. That's how you don't fucking have war. That's how you don't fucking get your own people murdered. This guy's a goddamn psychopath. All of them are psychopaths. You say, we want peace. You should have made the deal. Let's continue to work on it. Iran didn't do anything different to provoke a response. They were working on a deal, right? What changed in the 24-hour time period between this story about Trump saying we're close to a deal, don't attack, and Trump saying we gave you a chance, and that's the end of it? Nothing changed, except Trump is compromised and clearly a bloodthirsty psychopath. Maybe they converted him to worshiping Rimfan, because he definitely doesn't worship the creator of the universe. The creator of the universe would never support this. How do I speak for God? Because I'm pretty sure God wouldn't want you to murder other of his creation simply for stupid political or religious cult reasons. That sounds like a really wicked God, a really evil God. You want to read the rest of what this guy said? Listen to this. If you can't see it, listen to this. I told them it would be much worse than anything they know, anticipated, or were told, that the United States makes the best and most lethal military equipment anywhere in the world, which is all that we can do, right? Japan has high-speed trains, buildings that can withstand, magnitude 8 earthquakes. But the U.S., we have that too. It's just all built underground in a $21 trillion breakaway civilization network. We don't have fucking the capacity to keep a Greyhound bus safe from people whacking off and doing drugs in the back. You can't even take a Greyhound without getting stabbed or shot or having to watch some guy whack off in the seat next to you. But we got a lot of bombs. We can kill you. George Carlin said that best. We can sure bomb the shit out of your country. Can't get education to our young people. Can't get health care to our old people, but we can bomb your country. The United States makes the best and most lethal military equipment. You know, see, somebody who's really the president of peace would try diplomacy and would try to, in the case that there is a war, limit the collateral damage. Not say, we make the most lethal weapons. We're going to kill you better. That's not really, I don't think, Trump speaking. That's Israel speaking. The country that literally trains Colombian death squads how to murder people better and how to dispose of the bodies better, because Colombian death squads don't know how to do that. They don't know how to do what the Mossad or the IDF does. By far, this is what Trump says, by far, and that Israel has a lot of it, yeah, because we sold it to them, with much more to come. Oh, so we're going to give more weapons to Israel. Great. That's your tax dollars. Thank you. We're winning, right? And they know how to use it. Oh, they absolutely do. Because whatever bombs we have that we know just go boom, Israel will find a way to make sure that they hit the hospital where the children's section is directly. Certain Iranian hardliners spoke bravely, but they didn't know what was about to happen. They are all dead now, and it will only get worse. Well, that doesn't sound like peace. That sounds like you knew about it. It sounds like you lied to the American people. You did the bidding of Israel. You put Jews, Christians, Muslims, Arabs, whites, Europeans, and everybody else on planet Earth in danger in the worst case scenario. In the best case scenario, you've essentially created the recipe for Armageddon, which makes sense because Mary Madelson said he's the savior of the Jewish people. Do I have to play that again for you? They see him as the Messiah. They have created, he is the Jewish Antichrist, folks. Not because Trump's a bad human being. I genuinely do not believe that. It's like Batman. The Joker wants to see this is what the trickster wants. The Joker wants to see, the trickster, the devil wants to see the best of you and how they can take the best and turn them corrupt. Harvey Dent, the White Knight, who was turned into Two-Face. He wasn't the greatest guy, but he did his best within the confines of the law to put bad guys away. And the Joker wanted to flip him and turn him into what he was. That's what the devil and that's what the trickster does. And that's what they've done to Trump. It's all archetypical imagery. That's what they've done to Trump. They have turned him into the very thing that I genuinely believe he probably opposed. I don't think that Trump has those intentions. I don't think that. But I think that he's been corrupted, and I think that he has been probably blackmailed and threatened, and it's all part of the ritual. It's all part of the blood sacrifice, ladies and gentlemen. Let's read the rest of it. It will only get worse, meaning that they've got more plans. Got lots of bombs. There's already been great death and destruction, but there is still time to make this slaughter with the next already planned attack. Oh, so they already have another plan. Oh, okay. He said it. Okay, not me. The next already planned attack being even more brutal. But you can stop it. Make it come to an end. Iran must make a deal before there is nothing left and save what was once known as the Iranian Empire. Yeah, that the U.S. overthrew to begin with the Islamic Revolution, installing radical Islamicists. No more death, no more destruction. Just do it before it's too late. Trump must be getting an endorsement from Nike, too. Just do it before it's too late. God bless you. And then he has the audacity to put God's name in his mouth. God bless you. Yes. God blesses Trump. Sure. I'm sure that the creator of the universe is really happy about all this death and killing and destruction, especially when it's in his name or her name. It's great. It's good stuff, right? So you see that Trump admits that he knew about it and they have more plans. So it's not me saying that. Not me. So here's the thing. You find something It's how blackmail, it's how bribery work. You find something that people really want, right? Right? That's how it works. Oh, I'm just getting a little note here from my friend Joe from high school. This is the guy that sent me the original article while we were talking after I had told him about the peace deal. He said, Indian news agency WION is reporting Israel just hit Tehran's Mehrabad airport. Great. All right, we'll check that out in a second. Keep that on the screen. So maybe there was an Iranian terrorist there somewhere in the airport, probably in the kids section. These people are fucking psychotic. All of them. Gnarly Sheen says Moloch is very happy. Oh, he's just licking up all that blood. What's more blood? Yeah, more blood, more murder, more death. They have created Armageddon, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think it's going to destroy the world. I don't think it's going to kill everybody. I think they're creating the optics of it because guess what's going to happen? The Jews hate Christians and they hate Muslims. And these motherfuckers are going to convince 4 billion people that Jesus ain't coming back. And the savior you thought was here, he ain't your savior. He's their savior. And they're going to destroy the faith of half of the world's population and drive this world into an atheistic police state that is going to beg for more governance and beg for more of this bloody, disgusting, satanic cult that runs and operates out of the state of Baal. These are Satanists, and I don't mean that to offend Satanists because I know Satanists are not bad people on average, but I'm talking the real satanic forces, okay, for lack of a better word. And Flux is right. It's all part of the Greater Israel Project, which we will get into here soon. This is unbelievable. But yet it's happening. It's transpiring. How did I know? Because the writing was on the wall. Because you probably knew too when you saw and you paid attention to the evidence that's presented in front of your eyes. Gnarly Sheen says Saturn is pissed about the cancellation of the Pride Parade. That is true. That is very true. He's probably, it's a little contradiction there. I guess you get the, I mean, frankly, I guess the bloody war ritual is more important than the gay sex right now. All right. The gay sex brings us to the bloody ritual. They'll have gay sex later, probably in the ashes of Tehran. They'll probably send the IDF in. They'll have a big fucking gay orgy. And then, once they all finish, then they'll sit there and tell you that if you don't like them having, anal sex on the corpses of children, then, you're an anti-Semite, which I guess sign me up to be an anti-Semite then if that's what makes me an anti-Semite. Okay, so that's what Trump said. Clearly, he's part of it. Clearly, he never broke ties with Israel. Clearly, it was all a strategy. And clearly, the guy is blackmailed, corrupted, bribed, threatened, something. Because this kind of thing doesn't just happen by mistake. And I feel very compelled. It's bugging the hell out of me right now. I feel really compelled to show something to you. I'm going to try to pull up the, I did a whole presentation on this at a bookstore. I'm going to try to pull up that PowerPoint presentation where I talked about the shooting of Trump. It's just like 2 slides, but it has the reference, the material, which is really important. Let's see if I can pull it up real quick so I can show it to you so you believe what I'm saying, because it sounds hard to believe about the cutting of the ear and about the, God, I should just show you this whole presentation. Oh my God, there's so much stuff in here. Where's it at? All right, it's here. Here we go. I think I found it. Let's see. It's a long presentation. There's the Kamala Harris one I did about the Whore of Babylon. Trump one's got to be coming up. Oh, here it is. I found it. Found it. All right. Let me take a screenshot of that, and I will load it onto the screen so you can see it. Because I know it's hard to believe. You might want to grab your crosses and your Bibles because the shit's going down. And your Qurans too, because they believe the same thing you do. They believe in Al-Dajjal, the Antichrist, which is just Arabic. Oh my God, they worship Allah. What an evil God. It just means God in Arabic. Oh, but he's an evil God. And Yahweh isn't? What the fuck is wrong with you people? Not you as listeners, but you know what I'm talking about. All right, let me show it to you on the screen because I know it's hard to believe This is from a presentation I did. I pulled these links. The Church of Satan. I'll make it bigger for you. Church of Satan, highest level, MAGA, which is, Magus, the Persian Magi, MAGA. Make America Great. All right, and then here's the other one. All right, what does blood on the right ear mean in the Bible? There's Exodus, there's the rest of Jesus in the book of John, there's Mark. Here, we'll just read Mark because it's small. But one of those who stood near drew his sword and struck the slave of the high priest, cutting off his ear. Slave, okay, slave, high priest, MAGA. You can't make that up if you try. Okay? You cannot make that up if you try. And it's all based on the Magus, the Magi, the magicians. And these magicians are really, really good at performing their rituals and performing their duties. They're really, really good at it. They are masters of it. Which brings me to something that I was going to save for later, but I think I should do it now because the show's going to go on forever if I don't do it now. But that brings me to the occult ritual aspects of all of this. Let me see how much I have to show you in these. Okay, there's quite a bit there. My goodness, there's a lot. Okay, let's do this. Let me try to finish going through the little show description that I had written because there's a lot. And then we'll try to see what Joey had said in the chat about the airport, and then we'll take a look at the occult aspects of all of this. Okay, so basically, I think that statement speaks for itself. That I'm going to leave that on the screen actually because it's truly almost unbelievable. I don't know if he's even writing it. My friend Joe too in the chat who said that about the airport. He's like, I don't even know if Trump's writing that. It doesn't sound like he's writing it. All right, stories have ranged from Israel bombing Tehran to Israel bombing nuclear sites to Israel carried out strategic strikes against Iranian officials, which not only places civilians in the line of fire, but guarantees total sabotage of any honest peace deal. The BBC reported, quote, Iranian state TV said residential areas in Tehran were hit and civilians were among those killed, including children, though this could not be independently verified. All the talk about peace and ceasefires in Gaza or Iran are also themselves undermined by Israel. This is an Israeli firm I'm going to show you on the screen right now called Black Cube. This is NBC News. Black Cube is a shadowy Israeli firm accused of trying to undermine the Iran deal. Israel undermines it. What do these people have on all of the public officials that represent our country? That things can be this obvious, and yet they just will not stand up and do the right thing. What do? Do they take them to the upside down world and show them the hell that they're going to open up on this earth and say, we'll save you from this? You don't have to live in the upside down if you just join our side. What? I frankly don't think that sex and drugs and blackmail is enough to get people to sell out humanity to this level. Like, for a lot of people, probably the majority, but like on this level, and that's how it works. So I think I started to say this earlier. They come to you with something that you like, right? So they come to you. You want money? That's what most people will sell out for. Some whores. Oh, you don't like women? You guys, kids? You want kids? A lot of times people don't do it because they know they're being compromised. They do it because they like it, and sometimes they do it because they're required to do it to be compromised to get in the position that they're in. Other people, I think it's religious. I don't think you have to convince Pete Hegseth to go to war with Islam. I think he's ready to do it. He probably lays in bed all night with a boner dreaming about it. He's got Crusader armor on. He's doing the work of Jesus, probably reading the Bible, whacking off. And there's the second coming. The fucking psychopath. Everybody's, he's such a funny guy. Look at him with his wife and his kids. He's a funny guy who puts Crusader tattoos on his body. He's Elvis said, you're the devil in disguise. He's the devil in disguise. Him and Netanyahu and Trump and Biden and all the rest of them. Biden was genuinely a puppet compared to these people. All right, reports are coming out that Israel launched the attack to prevent Iran from launching a preemptive strike on Israel. That's another great story. That's right. Israel launched the attack preemptively, lying since the 1980s, in order to prevent Iran from launching a preemptive strike. So I don't know if you can figure out all this like time travel, vortex, Twilight Zone stuff. I'm having a hard time doing it, frankly. But if you can, please explain it to me. We had to preemptively attack them because they've almost had a nuclear weapon since 1984. But we also had to attack them because they were going to preemptively attack us. And so we had to preemptively attack them first. You notice that the word preemptive just keeps getting tossed around. Take that word and throw it away. We killed them before they killed us because they were going to kill us for the last 40 years, 50 years, which is kind of like what George Bush said after 9/11. We got to kill. Well, actually, he said a lot of things. I'm going to put food on your family and watch this drive, and you can't get fooled more than 3 times or something. Or maybe once you can get fooled, and shame on me if you get fooled a 6th. I don't know what he was talking about. He can dodge a shoe, though. But didn't Bush said something similar to that? Didn't Bush say, not only are you not with us if you're with the terrorists, if you're not with us, if you don't agree with the war, then you're with them. But we have to kill them over there so they won't come over here and kill us. Didn't Trump say, or rather, as a Freudian slip, excuse me, didn't Bush say that we have to kill them before they kill us? It's the same narrative. It's the same story, folks. It's this. The only difference is preemptive, to prevent something. So what is that? I mean, where does that factor into the grand scheme of history? Everybody that did anything wrong historically, okay, like the rape of Nanking, someone brought that up in the chat earlier. Horrible. I should do a whole show. In fact, I'm planning to do a show on that and the famous biological weapons unit of Japan, which was arguably worse than Mangala. But it's like, you could just say that about anything. Hitler had to invade Poland, right? It's preemptive. Had to bomb Hiroshima, preemptive. Had to kill all those people in Dresden, preemptive. Had to firebomb Tokyo, preemptive. Pearl Harbor, preemptive. It's all preemptive. It doesn't mean anything. It's just another form of propaganda to convince you that what has been done is justified when it's not justified. I mean, to you, it's justified perhaps because you're a Christian or something. Like, Bill Hicks, I think, really frankly said it the best years ago. He said, and these Christians, they have, I'm going to do this on screen. I'm going to try to do the same look he did. He had his head up in the air and he had his eyes rolled back in his head. And he's like, and these Christians just have their fingers on the launch buttons. And they're just like, Lord, tell me when, Lord. Oh, tell me when Jesus will come back. Tell me when to drop the bombs. And that's what they do. Tell me when. Lord, tell me when. They're psychotic. Christians are probably happy about this. Oh, God, Jesus is going to... Guess what? Jesus is not going to come back. You're going to find out that it was all a metaphor, and then you're going to lose faith. And that's exactly what the devil wants. That's exactly what the state of Israel wants and the leadership of that satanic, parasitic, terrorist, rogue nation. That's what they are. They're a rogue. They're the syndicate in Mission Impossible. You know how they describe the syndicate in Mission Impossible? What is that, like 5 and 6? 4 or 5, might be 5. I think it's 5 and 6. That is exactly who they are. They are the Mossad. They are sick. Sick. Okay, so it's the same story. Same exact story. This is the Libertarian Party, which I'm not in agreement with everything that they say, but Netanyahu has lied for decades that Iran was close to nuclear capabilities. Yep, that's true. American agencies and AIPAC endorse politicians, take the bait and amplify it. Yep, that's true. I showed that to you earlier. There it is. It's time to defund Israel, hold these war criminals accountable, and bring our troops home. No war with Iran. Yep, it's true. And that Libertarian Party even posted a long list of the times in which they were going to have the nuclear bomb. They're going to have the weapons. There's the long list the Libertarian Party published. But now they're just like, it's like communism light. I don't agree with everything libertarians say, but that's true. I'm just showing you other people and other groups because people, you don't need to listen to what I say all the time. There's other people that think the same thing and have some level of credibility, some degree of credibility. Okay, so Israel launched the attack to prevent Iran from launching a preemptive strike on Israel. All right, we've got to kill them first before they kill us. That kind of nonsense that Bush told us, which is kind of contrary to the notion that they launched the attack to stop their weapons program from obtaining the bomb. So we had to stop them from attacking us with the bomb, but then it was also reported that they had to stop them from obtaining the bomb. So I don't know which one it is. Netanyahu said, quote, this is from the statement that was posted by the Mossad online. Moments ago, Israel launched Operation Rising Sun, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. Yep, for 50 years or something. Same story of inversion Israel always sells. Israel kills aid workers. You want me to show it to you? Israel kills aid workers. There's NBC News. The IDF is supposed to protect aid workers. Aid agencies say the Israeli military has been attacking them for months. They also shot at diplomats from Egypt, diplomats from the UK, Canada, etc., threatened to kill them, and then probably killed two of their own in Washington to hide the fact that they just attacked diplomats in the West Bank from like 7 different countries, I think it was. So Israel kills aid workers and then attacks ambulances. Remember that story? We did not attack ambulance. And then it comes out that the lights of the ambulance were on, and then there's video, literal video of the ambulance workers getting out of the car, and they're like, we thought that the catheter, that we thought that the scalpel was machine gun, so we shot them, and we made sure that we found their kids and family and killed them too, but we had to because we are Jews and we are chosen. Israel admits firing at ambulances and fire trucks during Gaza offensive. These people are fucking evil, man. You ain't never seen anything like this. If you're introduced to this for the first time, you ain't never seen anything like this before. It's pretty shocking, isn't it? And then Israel blames Hamas for killing aid workers. Here's that story. CNN, Gaza Humanitarian Foundation says Hamas attack has killed multiple aid workers. Probably has. But that's the thing. Israel kills aid workers, and then they say, no, Hamas kills aid workers. People say, you don't support Hamas, do you? I say, no, I don't support Israel. No, I asked you if you support Hamas. No, I don't support Israel. Are you stupid? That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, do you support Hamas? I say, no, I don't support it. How many times do I have to say it? I don't support Israel. What, are you joking with me? No, I'm not. Israel, I played the clip from the former prime minister, and here's another article on the screen from the Times of Israel. Netanyahu propped up Hamas. Times of Israel, 2023. One day after the attack. What do you want me to do? Ignore that? You want me to pretend like that's not real? I can't do that. I cannot do that. I have to show it to you because it's real. I've got a conscience. I can't go to bed at night. I don't make $1 million or something. I make maybe a few $1,000s a month with ads and book sales. It's not very much, and it barely is enough to get by, but I'm grateful for that. I'm happy with that. And I have an obligation, no matter how much money I make or how much money I don't make, to sit here and show you the fucking facts. They blame. That's the Marxist tactic. Israel attacks Iran, then blames Iran for the attack, just like they did with breaking a ceasefire and then blaming the people they attacked. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, another Lord of the Rings character, said Israel took, quote, unilateral action against Iran, and that Israel advised the U.S. that it believed the strikes were necessary for its self-defense. Yeah, you attack someone, but it's for your self-defense. In other words, when Israel attacks first and when Israel responds to attacks they allow to happen, it's always in self-defense. They allow October 7th, it's still Hamas's fault, even though they organized them and stood down, and they have to act in self-defense. And if they attack Iran, then they also have to act in self-defense. It's always self-defense. Laura Loomer used this tactic when she accused, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself from a genocidal nuclear Iran, which is really ironic because I'm pretty sure Israel is at base minimum. I don't know about Iran, but Israel is also a genocidal nuclear regime. That, to go back to Mark Levin, that psychopath is illegitimate on its founding. Okay, so I mean, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this information. Ignore it. Another listener in the chat. Hey, this is Ryan Telberg. I actually got to meet Ryan a couple of years ago. up in South Dakota. He said, I'm glad to catch you live for once. In case you didn't catch it, the guy that replaced Noam here in South Dakota has already taken a trip to Israel last week. I'm sure he does. You have your own rabbi up there in South Dakota, don't you? 700 Jews in the state statistically, but you have to have laws passed to protect them above all other South Dakotians. It's amazing. See, Dub is in the chat. Dark Star is in the chat. Iran has been 4 months away from obtaining a nuke since 1983. Yeah, they have. Probably even before that. I don't like to use this rhetoric, but frankly, Michael in the chat's right. They're predators. Well, he calls them Jew predators. I don't like that rhetoric, but they are predators playing the victim. They attack you and then blame you. I should play some of that Payday Monsanto's music on the show tonight. He is so good at describe. I don't think he does music anymore, and I kind of lost contact with him. But he used. I think they stripped all his music off of YouTube, so I don't even know if I could play it. But he used to have a lot of songs, or does have a lot of songs about this stuff and in music. It's really good stuff. All right, just hours before the attack, CBS posted this. Let me show you this. We're moving and trucking along on the show. Please subscribe. Please support us. Please grab a book. Links are below. I'll do another shout out to that here in a few minutes at the top of the hour. This is CBS News. Israel is poised to launch operation on Iran. Multiple sources tell CBS. This was before the attack, not very long before the attack. They've updated it since then on June 12th, but this was before the attack, okay? And this is, unless they changed it, I have the original quotes here. Nope, they didn't change it. Okay. It says this. A source familiar with the situation and a U.S. official told CBS News that the Trump administration was weighing options regarding how to support Israeli military action without leading it. Those options could include aerial refueling or intelligence sharing, but the U.S. official was unaware of any commitment. The source familiar said the options are unlikely to include direct participation by United States B-2 bombers that carry the type of bombs that can penetrate Iran's deep underground fortified uranium enrichment facilities at Fordo and Natanz, which means that without the type of strike by a U.S. B-2 bomber, it's unlikely I'm reading this from CBS, it's unlikely Israeli military action could destroy the underground portions of Iran's program, and thus solar military action by Israel is presumed to be limited in its capability to fully eliminate the program. Which means that they're setting the groundwork for Israel does it, and oh no, they're going to have to, the U.S. is going to have to participate, which is what I literally posted that on Facebook and X, that not that anybody cares or sees it because it's shadow banned, but I literally posted that on social media minutes before they bombed Tehran, because I kept hearing this stuff about how, oh, they're, you know, the White House is separated from Israel. If they attack, it's going to be all great. The Americans aren't going to get involved, just like FDR and Woodrow Wilson told us. And this is what I posted. Here it is on the screen. I posted this. The Trump is holding off and as a president of peace rhetoric is over. It's always been a ruse. If Israel went ahead and attacked Iran, the U.S. military-industrial complex would have secured contracts for the next 20 years. In other words, we're going to like it and love it and want some more of it. The United States is openly and actively threatening other countries for attending a peace summit. They've also threatened anybody attempting to bring any sort of evidence or substantial charges of war crimes against Israeli officials. It's the same story with Black Cube, an Israeli firm that undermines peace with Iran at the behest of Israel. It was the same story with Iraq. No war. No war. That makes you a softy, right? I'm just I must be a homosexual because I don't like war. Fine. I don't care what those words don't mean anything to me. Don't care. Anti-Semite, homosexual. I don't care. I don't give a fuck what you call me. Call me whatever you want to call me. I don't care. Okay. Oh, Ryan, you're a traitor. You left the U.S. and moved to Japan. Listen, this country, from what I've experienced, is more of a constitutional republic than the United States is. All right. From what I've experienced, it's more. This country is more free than the U.S. is. Americans have been lied to a degree that is just shocking. Shocking. Meanwhile, people that gnarly Sheen in the chat, Israel's they had to cancel the gay parade today. Hey, Ryan in the chat, Ryan Telberg, did you see that Israel had to cancel the gay pride parade in Tel Aviv? Just a horrible turn of events. Where's that article? Did I have that still up? Let me see if I can pull that article back up. Because you got to see it to believe it. Israel, or actually Tel Aviv, cancels gay pride. And Caitlyn Jenner is going to be the guest of honor. Oh, actually, they canceled another one out of respect for hostages, too. Okay, I didn't even see that one. They had to cancel it, though, because of the Iranians attacking Israel first. All right, so that means the U.S. was preparing, that they prepped the media, they prepped you to, they prepped you with all that propaganda. And I see Burning Road in the chat. No, I have no yellow fever. I have I'm tired of living in garbage and drugs and LGBTQ and filth and people that lie and cheat and steal like it's a bodily function. I'm just tired of being around that. It's really what the problem is. That happens over here too. It's just really, really rare in comparison. Frankly, from what I see, I don't like China, but I'm pretty sure China's even in a lot of respects better than that. Okay, anyway, the point is, okay, how can these, so I wrote this last night. How can these people still support Trump? How can he still be considered a president of peace? And it's real simple. I wrote this. I even sent this to my other radio friend and as a description of my show for tonight, which he's actually on the air right now. But I sent this to him. I said, it's really simple. Jews don't control the United States. They don't. Jews don't control the United States. That might shock some of you who are here to hear that, but I don't believe Jews control the United States. But there is an interest between the Jewish state and the U.S. military-industrial complex alongside war-hungry Christians sustained only by prophecy that is mutually beneficial. And that, I think, is at the core of all of this. The Trump is holding off. Trump is a president of peace. Trump's going to get the deal done. It's over. Trump says we're close to a deal. And then, as he says they're close to a deal, that was the day of, like a few hours before, close to a deal, don't bomb them, don't bomb them, don't bomb them, we're close to a deal. Then he posts on Truth Social, oh, it was all planned, we got more plans, you better do what we tell you to do, we got the best bombs and the best missiles. I mean, how do you deal with those two things? All right, a little bit more now. I'll leave that on your screen again. Okay, so I said this. I wrote this during my day yesterday, and things have changed a lot since then in terms of the optics of it. So I said this. I said, take careful note that if this doesn't literally blossom into an actual war, instead what will happen is that Iran will retaliate and be labeled the aggressor. That happened. Just like Ukraine attacking Russia and attempting to kill Putin, and then Russia saying that they're going to retaliate, and then Ukraine says they want a ceasefire. That doesn't mean I support Putin. It's just a fact of what happened. Just like Zelensky fired a missile into Poland and then said Putin did it. I don't like Putin, but Putin didn't fire that missile. Zelensky fired the missile to start war, just like they lied about the ghost of Kiev and Snake Island and all the other stuff that they lied about. I said it's also very possible that the U.S. will be painted as the rational player to hold back their dog Israel on the leash before unleashing their own hellfire, which is like half true. It's also possible that Trump genuinely believes it would all calm down if a deal was made with Iran. Maybe he actually believes that. I don't know. Maybe he thinks that. The evidence seems to overwhelmingly suggest the opposite now that you're reading this post on Truth Social, but I thought maybe that's possible. Maybe he just doesn't know, which I would have a real hard time believing, but maybe he just doesn't know that Israel has a plan to be the greater Israel. They have a plan to expand across the Middle East and into Western Asia. And maybe he just doesn't know that Zelensky in Ukraine also wants Ukraine to be the big Israel. I don't know if that means a part of Israel. I don't know if that just means symbolically, but Zelensky wants Ukraine to be a big Israel. So maybe Trump knows, maybe he doesn't know, maybe he's compromised, blackmailed. I don't really care because I'm not concerned about an individual per se. I think he's just like all the rest, that the evidence is overwhelming at this point. I will not debate anybody on that point because it's an irrelevant debate. We're past the point. That's like debating if the sun's going to come up this morning. It already did. There's nothing to debate. Israel's the new Greater Israel map sparks massive outrage in the Arab world. Yeah, because they want to take over all those countries and take control of them. And then you get the propaganda on X that says, how does this little country of Jews threaten all the Arabs? The Arabs are attacking us. They put they put our military bases that we control in the U.S. around their countries. They want to be attacked. When it's really Netanyahu at the UN holding up maps of how to expand the state of Israel. It's really Netanyahu and the Greater Israel Project wanting to expand Israel beyond the borders of Israel. They already expanded into Syria. They named the Golan Heights Trump Heights in honor of Trump. They expanded into Syria. They basically through the U.S. have taken over Afghanistan, Iraq. I mean, Yemen, Libya. How many more of these things have to happen? It's all part of that Wesley Clark thing. We're going to get to that too. It's also possible, to reference Ted Cruz, who said Trump will attack Iran if they attack us, that whatever Iran, I wrote this before anything happened, that whether Iran retaliated or not, threatening Iran before they even responded implies the U.S. had intentions to engage the Iranians based on what will likely be a staged act of terror in the United States, which I could show you this on X. You might have even seen it yourself. This is all over Fox News. It's all over the right-wing paid influencers they're copying and pasting their posts everywhere. The Iranians are going to attack. They're going to activate their sleeper cells thanks to Joe Biden. What the hell are these people talking about? You bomb them. Preemptively, since 1984, you've said they're going to have a bomb. And then you said you had to bomb them preemptively so they don't bomb you preemptively, which they're really bad at bombing Tel Aviv because it's been, since the 80s. They're really bad at it. And that doesn't mean I support Iran. I just think Iran is happy. Iran exists in a part of the world that I've never been to and probably never will go to. And it's a part of the world I don't see their media. I don't know what goes on there. I have no idea. And if I went there, it's probably the total opposite of everything that I've been told. Everything. I know Saudi Arabia is like that for sure. And they're a horrible regime too. But I know almost everything I've been told about Saudi Arabia is a lie. I'm pretty sure Iran's the same. It's like we live in this little organized cube. We live in this little ball, this cube. And it's just completely separate from the rest of the world. And then you exit that and you're like, oh shit, there are other people in the world? Oh, they have their own beliefs and are entitled to them? Isn't that what our forefathers promised? You can practice your religion? All right, I'm getting a little bit off topic, but I think you get the idea of what I'm saying. The U.S. threatened Iran when we basically said to Iran, we didn't do it, but if you attack us, we'll attack you, before Iran even responded. And then Iran, I know this, so I know Iran knows it, that Trump was responsible for it, which means Trump broke the peace agreements. Not that Iran was doing anything honest, probably. But the optics of it are real bad. I think Israel positioned Trump to make him look even worse, so they have even more justification to defend themselves when Iran attacks them justifiably. They sacrifice not only American lives, they sacrifice their own people, and they've sacrificed the golden calf that is the Messiah, Donald Trump, according to Mary Madelson. They sacrifice everybody. Meanwhile, Netanyahu is in Greece, probably having a bite to eat today. Or at least reportedly, that's where his plane touched down. I'm going to fucking bomb your country. I'm going to tell my people to get in their bunkers, and I'm going to take my plane and fly to Greece, and I'm going to let you light up Tel Aviv and then say, look, you attacked the Jews. It was a fucking Holocaust. We got to kill you now. America's got to have our back. When they never didn't have your back. That's what it's all about. One thing is for sure, diplomacy's over. Trump's response on Truth Social that I just showed you guarantees that we'll never have peace with Iran, and we'll certainly never have peace with Russia, because guess who Russia backs? Iran. And even if they didn't back Iran, you think any country in the world is going to trust the United States after this shit they just pulled? Which is so used to be you had to wait 5 years after the dust settled to figure out that you were being lied to about weapons of mass destruction. Now you figure it out within 5 minutes, and it just keeps going. It's almost like we didn't learn it. It doesn't really matter, because the war machine keeps turning. Ozzy Osbourne, Black Sabbath, that song is so accurate. Generals gathered in their masses, just like witches at black masses. And that's what they are. They are witches at black masses, murdering and sacrificing people as part of a blood ritual to their god Baal or Yahweh. Here's Lindsey Graham, who just got done with another masturbatory session. Lindsey Graham, yeah, deeper, harder. People are wondering if Iran will attack American military personnel or interests. You heard what Mark Levin said about that throughout the region because of Israel's attack on Iran's leadership and nuclear facilities. My answer is if they do, America should have an overwhelming response, destroying all of Iran's oil refineries and oil infrastructure, putting the Ayatollah and his henchmen out of the oil business. Oh, so it's all about business, right? It's the art of the deal, baby. It's all about business, making those deals. It's the art of the deal with the New World Order. I'm going to log on to X here and see if I can find you the posts. I don't think I'm going to be able to find them because there are so many and they keep coming and coming and coming and coming and coming. I can't keep up with it. Oh my God. I opened up X and look what I found. I found a Tengu. Look at that disgusting piece of garbage. I can't even keep, I think that's probably what broke my computer. Oh, maybe I should just play it for you. I didn't even see this. Here it is. Listen, this is Rabbi Shmuley. He just got done selling butt plugs with his daughter and how he has a message for the U.S. and all of the Goyim. Let's open this up and play it. That is a demon. That is an absolute demon. Here he is. Ready? Get ready.
The United States must get involved in this fight in order to protect the United States. God bless America. God bless the United States of Israel. God bless every innocent person.
Fuck you, Jew. Fuck you, you disgusting pig face, probably herpes-ridden, disgusting sack of human trash. I don't even know if he's human. He's a fucking demon. The U.S. must get involved to protect the U.S. Fuck you, Shmuley. These people are, oh my God, they're going to get expelled. They're going to get expelled again. The American people, I genuinely think, are done with this. I think America in general understands this. They know this. And this is what I've been trying to prevent. Genuinely, on my show, I've said it for months. The Jews are going to get expelled from society again. I don't know. I don't think in the U.S., but it's going to happen again. They're going to get expelled again. They're going to get expelled again. You have to fight Israel's wars to save America. Yeah, because you put us in harm's way, you demon. Because you fled while you murdered people and allowed your people to be murdered. This guy is an actor like Rappaport is. What a disgusting demon. Like, I swear to God, I got to, like, if I watch that guy again, I'm going to have to, like, hold this at the screen. I'm going to have to hold my ankh because they're like, that guy he doesn't just ooze sleaze. He oozes, like, evil. Really, really, really dark. I'm not just saying evil. It's like the darkest shit that you look at that guy and it's like, it's the darkest thing that I think I've ever felt in my life. And there's a bunch of them that make me feel that way. He's one of them. Shapiro's pretty bad, but not as bad as that. Fuck that Jew. That's the bottom line. Fuck that Jew and fuck all the Muslims and all the Christians and all of everybody else who supports this and likes this and wants to kill all the Jews in Tel Aviv, wants to kill all the Arabs across the Arab world, wants to drag the whole world into it. You go fight. No more Christians and Muslims and Jews dying for the war and dying for the blood rituals of a small Jewish cult. No more. No more. You're going to get 1290'd again. And 1290 means you're going to be expelled from society because people are done. They know that you shave the sides off of the coins. They know that you produce all the weird pornography, all the anal stuff, all the incest stuff. They know that you have all the gay pride parades. They know that you promote the genital mutilation. They know that you promote the circumcision. They know that you promote the gender and the puberty blocker pills and the drugs and the surgeries. They know that you promote all the LGBTQ stuff, the illegal immigration. They know that you finance, that you arm, that you train the drug cartels. They know that you're behind all the protests and the riots. They're going to get expelled again. This is all these people do everywhere they go, from fucking Germany to Russia to the United States. They tried the shit in Japan. The Japanese weren't having it. And they have stories here about how evil these rabbis were. It's in the mainstream news here that Israel controls U.S. foreign policy, and therefore it controls Japanese foreign policy. And the Japanese don't like that. Nobody likes it. These are not God's chosen people. These are not God's children at all. Everybody else is. These people are demonic. They are what the Romans warned about. They are what the Nazis warned about. They are what the Russians warned about. They are what every society in the history of the world has warned about, going back to 1290, when the King of England had them expelled. Probably because they were sodomizing people in the streets and saying, if you don't like it, you don't like Jews. No, I don't like sodomy. I don't like hardcore incest pornography given to children. I don't like those things. So yeah, if I can say, look at these Muslims, they have sex with goats. I can say, look at these Muslims and their stupid headscarves. Newsflash, asshole. The Muslims have those headscarves for two reasons. One, because of the climate they live in. Two, the Muslim religion is a piggyback of the Christian religion, which is a piggyback of the Jewish religion. These are the three Abrahamic faiths, right? And where do you think the Muslims got the idea for the religious head coverings? They got them from the Christians and the Jews. Also, the Indians wear them. Also, like every culture on planet Earth has this. In fact, when you get married, you wear the veil. It's the same idea. Now, the extremist version of it is because the U.S. was facilitating the Iranian Revolution and installing the wicked, horrible Islamicists. So, like, that's where that comes from. But, like, generally speaking, the headscarf is about like the little piece of shoe that the Jews wear on their head. If you saw Arrested Development, it was a shoe. Why do you have a shoe in your head? God is above me. And he sells the. I'm glad I just thought of that because it made me laugh, and it's feeling dark, and I love the caged wisdom. Anybody ever seen Arrested Development? Caged wisdom. He puts the shoe. He's got the shoe in his head. You know, you have got to learn to be alone. I lied. I cheated. I whored around. I stole. You got to learn to be alone. Ordered the whole the whole collection. All right. Anyway, let's see. Well, I'm gonna just continue to ramble on. We're at hour 3. I didn't stop to let you know that you're listening to The Secret Teachings. Thank you for tuning in. This is the most I think we've had on social media listening live since I started doing this Friday nights. We're only here because you support us through the Spreaker, Apple, Spotify. Please leave the show review on Apple. People are going to leave bad reviews sometimes, so please leave a good review. TSTradio.info is the website. rtgable@yahoo.com is the email. The links are all below in the show description. And you can donate to the show, but I would honestly prefer you to just buy a book or subscribe for a year. We also have lifetime subscriptions, but you get the show ad-free. And no, I'm not the Jew guy. I'm just somebody that once in a while we'll discuss this. And considering the fact that the optics are, although I don't believe this is going to happen, the optics are, we're basically at Armageddon. I do talk about other stuff most of the time, but just because we're at that precipice, like I can't not talk about this. You understand? Yeah, my friend Joe from high school, Clayton Bigsby, open up your heart, let that hate out. I don't believe in white power, by the way. I think Nick Fuentes is lost. He was celebrating the bombing of Tel Aviv. Psychotic. Don't kill Jews. Don't kill Muslims. Don't kill Arabs. Stop that. Okay? Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stupid. All right. Clayton Bigsby divorced his wife. The blind white supremacist who was black, he divorced his wife because she was an in-lover. I know how you are about your bacon. You got those lips. What a classic show, The Chappelle Show. Okay, now let's get into some of the occult stuff, okay? Operation Rising Lion. This is the name of the operation. Okay, it's called Operation Rising Lion. I had some people on X ask me about this. Oh, look at what popped up when I pulled that up. There, I didn't realize it was the video. I'm going to hold this while I talk here, because this is some bad stuff. I'll hold it over here. The power of something compels you. Prime Minister Netanyahu, moments ago, Israel launched Operation Rising Lion. a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. Yet you're the ones that attacked them. All right, so anyway, Operation Rising Lion, just so that you can see, that's the name of the operation. You might have even heard this in the news, Operation Rising Lion. I want to read you something from the Bible. I'm not a Christian, even though I have this cross. This is an Ankh, a crux ansata. It's the symbol of life in Egypt. Usually the male holds it while the woman holds the knot of Isis. But I'm actually also serious about that. Like, just the power of belief. Like, I got to hold this when I look at Netanyahu because the guy's so evil. But if you read the book of Revelation, if you read the book of Amos, if you read the book of Numbers, Judges, and I think there's probably a number of others, what you'll see is something really, really weird. This is going to get strange really quick. A lot of occult stuff. Okay, so here's the Bible. This is Amos 3:8. The lion has roared. Who will not fear? The sovereign Lord has spoken. Who can but prophesy? Okay, so the lion, if we're talking biblical, the lion is associated directly with the Lord God and Jesus Christ. You probably know that. If you read Revelation 5:5 specifically, but Revelation 5, this is the scroll and the Lamb. This is the opening of the 7 seals in Revelation. It says this. I'll read you a little bit more of it than just 5:5. It says, Then I saw on the right hand of him who sat on the throne a scroll with writing on both sides and sealed with 7 seals. And I saw a mighty angel proclaiming in a loud voice, Who is worthy to break the seals and open the scroll? But no one in heaven or on earth or under this earth, or under the earth rather, could open the scrolls or even look inside. I wept and wept because no one was found who was worthy to open the scroll or look inside. Then one of the elders said to me, Do not weep. See, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the Root of David, has triumphed. He is able to open the scroll and its 7 seals. In other words, we're talking about revelatory things here. Okay? We're talking about revelation. I see Gnarly Sheen in the chat. He said that he got my book, Garden of Hallucinations. He said it's one of the best books you've read. I was actually going to pull that book up because I have a chapter in that book, as Gnarly knows, about Armageddon or about Revelation, and about how John's vision was probably induced with psychedelics. And what he saw in his vision is all symbolic. It's all a metaphor. It's all probably a psychedelic trip. So it's not something literal. Let's get that straight, which means, Armageddon and the apocalypse. Armageddon means the final battle. Apocalypse means unveiling in Greek. That's what it means. It means unveiling. Every year there is an unveiling. That's the veil of Isis. That's the veil of Amaterasu here in Japan. I went to the sacred shrine of Amaterasu, the sun goddess. She has a white veil like the red veil of Isis. You lift the veil. That's what the apocalypse is. And Armageddon is the final battle at the end of the year between darkness and light. Well, technically, it's the midpoints of the year, the Holly King and the Oak King in Wiccanism. It's the midpoint of the year. It's the summer when the king dies, and then the middle of the winter when the spring, or toward the end of the winter when the spring begins to poke its head. That's when the king is resurrected. But there's 2 kings, a Holly King and an Oak King, and one rules 6 months of the year, the other one rules 6 months of the year. Okay, so if you have that idea, that means that the unveiling is like Halloween. What is Halloween? It's the midpoint at the midpoint between the summer and the winter, but it's the point in which the veil is thinned. Because as the sun diminishes and we start to get into these cold, dark months, the veil between the spirit and the physical world is lifted. When that happens, the spirits come across, the people that died go into the spirit world, and so on and so forth. I'm just trying to rush through this because it's not the point of the show, but it's really important to understand. That's why people wear masks, to scare the spirits off. They also wear masks or nice clothing to welcome their ancestral spirits. They leave food out to appease the spirits so they don't vandalize the homes. That's mischief night. They also leave food out to welcome their ancestors. The Chinese, parts of Southeastern Asia, perform something called the Hungry Ghost Festival. That's usually more in the summertime. I think it's around June, July, right around this time. More around the summer solstice, because the sun is the portal for the spirit or the soul to come through, and the sun is shining bright, the souls can come through. So that is the idea of the lifting of the veil. That's the apocalypse. And the four horses of the apocalypse correspond, as you would probably imagine, to the four seasons, because you have the white horse of spring, the red horse of summer, the black horse of fall, and the pale horse of the winter. The pale horse is actually technically not, or maybe not, I shouldn't say technically, but if you think about the pale horse, what color is it? It's actually green. And the word, I think, is chloros, which is the base in French for chlorophyll, which is what plants have to, they use that chemical or not use it, but that's the chemical that makes them green. Some people drink chlorophyll. So, and I guess you do have a nervous system that looks like a plant anyway. So you basically, the point is you have a pale horse, okay? And the pale horse is death because the leaves lose their colors. When the leaves lose their colors, that's the sign of the end times, the end of the year. Leaves lose their colors. They turn red, yellow, orange. They fall, the fall of man. We have the end times. The pale horse rides upon the earth. The rider is death. Everything dies, with the exception of the evergreen trees, which became the symbol of life in the winter months. Then when the spring occurs, this is the resurrection of Jesus. It's Easter, Ishtar. It's also Otis and so many others. It's the resurrection of the sun. Days begin to get longer. Well, they begin to get longer technically after December, the winter solstice, December 22nd, December 23rd, or 20th through the 23rd. And that's when the white horse, which Muhammad rides, Jesus rides, Buddha rides in one capacity, in one story or another, or they're associated with white horses because that's the sun. The white horse is a symbol of the sun. And so they ride those horses because they save us from the darkness of winter. Then the summertime comes, that's red, that's war. The summer wages war on cold and dark, because even in the spring, things can still be pretty cold. It's rainy, it's dark. The summertime, the sun's out, it's bright, and red conquers. The red horse goes to conquer the world. And then the black horse comes, and that's the fall. That's the lifting of the veil and the apocalypse. And that's when there's starvation. If you don't, that's the time of the harvest. If you don't have the food, and that's where the 10% of tithing comes from. You put 10% away and you have it in case there's a bad harvest. And then you save the wheat and you save the grape to make the bread and to make the wine, to make the body and to make the blood of the god. It's an agricultural ritual. Read Fraser's The Golden Bow if you want to learn more about that, and the Killing of the King ritual. No Kings movement. Trump is a king, the Lion King, the Operation Lion Rising. Okay, stay with me. That's the fall months. Those are the four horses of the apocalypse. Now, the same thing can be said about jihads. Jihads are the same type of thing, except it's happening inside of you. It's not a battle between light and dark outside. It's a battle between light and dark inside. The infidel, it's not even an Arab word. Infidel means the person who is opposed to your beliefs or has a different viewpoint. That can also happen inside of you, which is what it's intended to convey. The infidel is the carnal self. When you decapitate the infidel or the carnal self, you commit the animal, carnal, sexually desiring, not that sex is bad, but if it overwhelms you, the sexually desiring 7 deadly sins of that other part of you, the angel and demon on your shoulder, your conscious mind saying, do or don't do this. You know what's right. Intuition is part of that internal struggle, the infidel, the decapitation, and the jihad. So when you look at Armageddon, apocalypse, the four horses of the apocalypse, you look at the final battle inside and outside, we're not talking about geographical locations. Joseph Campbell, one of the greatest minds of the 20th century, even wrote that in his books. He said that the Holy Land is not a geographical location. It is a location inside of you, inside of your heart. That's the seat of Jesus, and you let Jesus into your heart. That's the seat of the Son. So if we're talking about these stories about the end of the world, just know that this isn't about an actual nuclear Armageddon. They're symbolic stories. They're metaphoric stories. John was probably on something akin to psychedelics when he wrote Revelation. So we're not talking about literal physical things happening in the literal physical world. Now, how can I say that if what is transpiring as I say it? Well, it's pretty easy, because what's transpiring is a literal production of the literal interpretation of what 4 billion plus people believe. Yes, I include Muslims in that. And if you can convince those people that this is the end, they will give up everything for Jesus. They will give up everything for the resurrection of the dead. They will give up everything for their savior, for their religion. And then they're going to learn the only thing that came was the New World Order. And it's not going to happen literally as I'm explaining it, but it is happening in real time. The orb of Sam Altman, a gay Jew, wants to scan your eyes to determine that you're human, right? What does that mean? You can't buy or sell unless it confirms your humanity online, which means that it has to confirm that you are 6 protons, 6 neutrons, and 6 electrons of carbon. That's the mark of the beast, and it scans right here in the forehead, where the mark of Make America Great is. MAGA, Satanic Church, and the right ear of the high priest's slave. This is some very deep, dark stuff. If you read the book of Revelation, I just read it to you. If you read the book of Amos, if you read the book of Numbers, you can read something very similar. We saw Amos, we saw Revelation. Now let's take a look at the book of Numbers. This is Numbers 23:24. I'll show it to you on the screen so that you can read it for yourself. Numbers 23:24. I had it highlighted because I was looking it up earlier. Go to this in the book of Numbers. This is Balaam's first message, and then you go down to 24. See 23:24, and then it's 9, verse 9. Like a lion, they crouch and lie down, like a lioness who dares to rouse them. And then let me find the specific verse here. Hold on a second. I'm gonna pull it up. 1 second. Maybe I'll have to go back to the internet here. Hold on a second. 1 second. Behold, the people rise up like a lioness. They rouse themselves like a lion that does not rest till it devours its prey and drinks the blood of its victims. There it is, Numbers 23:24. The people rise like a lioness. They rouse themselves like a lion that does not rest till it devours its prey and drinks the blood of its victims. Obviously, that's not literal, okay? Obviously, that's what amounts to archetypical imagery, mythology, metaphor, symbolism. In a sense, it's kind of like sympathetic magic, which is what the associations with the lion always are. I see we have a listener named Only in the chat. I think they've been here before. French-speaking listener from Quebec. Can you confirm that about chlorophyll, by the way? I read that. Is that the base, chlorophyll in French? I think that it is. And Gnarly Sheen is right. Mark of the beast is man. That's right. Mark of the beast is man. I see Blake is in the chat. Blake, thank you for the kind words. Antonio is leaving us right now. He has to go. Thank you so much for listening. EM says lion is the symbol of the king of Babylon. It's the symbol of it's a symbol of a lot of different things. I mean, even Bashar al-Assad is named after the lion. Bashar al-Assad means, I think Assad in Arabic means lion. In fact, we should just check that. This is why the show lasts so long, because I always feel compelled to look it up. Assad in Arabic. I think Assad means lion too. What does Assad mean in Arabic? Lion and Leo. English words for that. Yeah, it's lion and Leo. Exactly. Which is even more interesting because guess what? Guess where the war god is right now? Mars. In Leo. We're going to get to that in a second. So the Ryan rises. Oh my God. The lion rises. The fire rises, Bane says. They expect one of us in the crash, brother. So the rising lion, Revelation, Amos, and Numbers. When did this attack occur? Anybody know when the attack occurred? I already said it to you earlier, but for new listeners, people that are just joining us, when did the attack occur in Iran? It's kind of hard to believe once you've heard everything I've said tonight, but this is the BBC, and the BBC reports this, which today is Friday the 13th. Here it is. When and where did the strikes happen? Explosions were reported in Iran's capital, Tehran, at 3:30 a.m. local time on Friday the 13th. Oh, interesting. 3:30 is also the witching hour. That's when you do your rituals. That's when you do your prayers. And that's when people are really creative, because that's when the daily gate is open between the spirit and the physical world. The witching hour of the year is in the fall. The strange occult relationship here is without doubt anything but an accident, especially considering what I'm about to show you now. What I'm about to show you now are things that you can independently verify. I'm going to show you, these are all screenshots of things that I've snapped on my phone, and I've been sending them to I sent my friend Joey, another friend of mine, Joseph. I sent them to Clyde. I sent them to a bunch of people. I think Clyde actually incorporated some of them into his show. I don't know because he's live and I'm also live right now, which I try to get my show done before he comes on, but tonight's show is just really important. Here's all the occult ritual stuff. So I'm going to pull this up in a file and I'm going to show it to you on the screen because I know that it is hard to believe. So I'm going to have to show it to you so you believe me. All right. So I've got that pulled up. Give me just one moment here. I'm doing this. We're live, so I have to do this live. Didn't open the way I expected it to open, so I have to move things around a little bit. Let's see. Okay, so I'm looking at the dates. So that's what just happened. There is Libya. There is Syria. There is October 7th. And it looks like I'm missing a couple of them. Bottom line is, get to this in just a second, all these major events just so happen to be aligned with some really magical things like what amounts to a bunch of occult rituals and Jewish holidays. Let me try to open up this tab again. Hold on a second. Excuse me. Okay, there we go. Now I got it. Now I'm going to have to organize them real fast if they're not in order. Yes. Okay, we're organizing. Did you know that the war in Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Syria, U.S. involvement in all these places, did you know that all of these things have something to do with Jewish holidays? Did you know that? I said it earlier on the show, and I can prove it to you. It's not just my imagination. I'm just putting these in order right now because there's so many of them. Okay, let me pull it up on the screen now. They're relatively in order. All right, so let's go to the top here. Afghanistan, October 7th, 2001. The Jewish holiday of, and I'm not going to probably be able to pronounce all these correct, but the Jewish holiday of Sukkot, October 7th, which is also the same October 7th, 2001. It's also known as the Feast of Tabernacles or Feast of Booths. It's a 7-day holiday celebrated in late September to October. It commemorates the period when the Israelites lived in temporary shelters during their journey through the desert. That is the date that George Bush and the U.S., Great Britain, and Canada and other allied nations chose to enter Afghanistan to overthrow the Taliban and dismantle al-Qaeda. October 7th, 2001. Here's Iraq. March 20th, 2003. The Jewish holiday of Purim was celebrated. This commemorates the story of Queen Esther and her uncle Mordecai, who saved the Jewish people from being killed in ancient Persia. It is a joyous holiday with customs like giving gifts, having festive meals, and wearing costumes. Probably when the Mossad dresses up like Arabs to bomb places. On March 20th, same date, 2003, Operation Iraqi Freedom began with preemptive, there's that word again, airstrikes on former Iraqi dictator Saddam Hussein's presidential palace and selected military targets. You notice in both of these cases in Afghanistan, we created the Taliban and al-Qaeda, and in the case of Iraq, we also organized and paid and gave weapons to Saddam Hussein. Okay. What are the chances of two Jewish holidays or holy days being aligned with those two things, Iraq and Afghanistan? Probably not that likely. And especially when you factor in what the rest of this, it's like, okay, there's no chance here at all. This is a coincidence. Libya, October 20th, 2011, the Jewish holiday of Shemini Atzeret, celebrated as a separate holiday in the diaspora, Jewish communities outside of Israel, and is combined with Simchat Torah in Israel. And that just happens to be, if I can find my other Libya link here, that just happens to be, magically, Muammar Gaddafi was overthrown and subsequently killed on October 20th, 2011, during the Libyan civil war. I'm sure that's a coincidence. Okay, and then you have Syria. Okay, September 22nd, 2014. It was the first day of Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year. Rosh Hashanah is a 2-day festival beginning the evening of September 21st and ending the evening of September 23rd in 2014. This is the beginning of the Jewish calendar year, marking the start of a 10-year period of repentance and prayer that culminates in Yom Kippur. They're going to need to do a lot of repentance and prayer for what they're doing right now. And look at what is on September 22nd of 2014. The United States officially intervened in the Syrian civil war with the stated aim of fighting the Islamic State militant organization, the same one that is the Israeli Secret Intelligence Agency or services, ISIS, that never bombs the Vatican or Tel Aviv, conveniently. What are the chances of all that? What are the chances of Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, and Syria? What are the chances of that? Then we move on to October 7th. And the dates vary every year because of lunar and solar cycles, particularly lunar cycles. The dates vary every year, which, by the way, that's the Muslim religion. It's a moon religion. Christianity is a sun religion, and Islam is a moon religion. That's why Muhammad split the moon. He didn't physically split the moon. He split tribes. That's what it says in the Quran. I know that because I'm crazy enough to have read it. I know that makes me crazy, but I read it. Okay, I read it. All right, so this is October 7th. What happened on October 7th, 2023? The attack that Israel allowed to happen. Okay, this is the list of Shemini Atzeret observations. And there it is, October 7th, 2023. Okay, so you want to explain to me how all of this, going back to 2011 with Libya, aligns with what happened on October 7th, the same exact Jewish holiday. And that is the celebration of people outside of Israel. And they let their own people be killed in Israel on this holy day. October 7th of 2023 was also when Saturn was transitioning through the sign of Pisces. This period was known as the Saturn return. And what is the star of Israel? The Saturn star. Which means that it cannot be coincidental that right now Mars is in Leo. Mars is the god of war. Leo is the lion, as in the Lion of Judah, the lion that rises in Numbers, Revelation, and Amos in the Bible. Here are two different stories about Mars and Leo. Can someone explain to me how that is just a coincidence and has no meaning whatsoever? And then here's that article I had taken a picture of earlier, and I showed you the article itself, but hoping it wouldn't change. Friday the 13th, 3:30 a.m. local time, baby. That's the ritual. All right? That's the ritual. Operation Rising Lion. In other words, it appears that holy Jewish days seem to synchronize conveniently with major wars and the overthrow of governments. This aligns with the Jewish tradition of blood sacrifices on holy days, from Passover to Yom Kippur to Sukkot, Shavuot, and so many others. It's an act of ritual magic, just like that whole thing in Iraq that they called shock and awe that we got to watch on cable television. I remember where I was watching that, sitting in the living room with the TV on, with everybody, gathered around, waiting for it to begin. And like the Super Bowl, and Super Bowl 50 has begun with the kickoff. So-and-so's in the end zone to bring the ball back. They decide to kneel in the end zone. And that's what they did. Operation Shock and Awe. And you can see the tracer rounds have begun to fly. The bombs are going off. Oh, it's so beautiful. We're taking out the terrorists. That was really the beginning of what led to the full downfall of the United States. And you can flag this for historical purposes. And now we're at, and yes, in the chat I see weapons mass destruction. Exactly. It was all based on a lie. Just like the 1980s, they're going to have a bomb in 4 months, 5 months, 16 days. And that changes every year. And they were going to have a bomb to blow up Tel Aviv for 40 years. What is it? It's 16, 36, 41 years, 40 years. So here's the thing. When Christians became dominant, okay, they switched blood sacrifices out for water. Edward Gibbon notes this in the Rise and Fall of the Roman Empire book. He says the invitation or the initiation of blood was substituted a more harmless initiation of water. For a more harmless initiation of water. Gibbon also begins his chapter on Christianity by asserting the following about Jews. He said, quote, "A single people refused to join in the common intercourse of man," which is why they were always seen as outsiders. It's just as General Wesley Clark predicted all the way back, all those years ago, in a time in a galaxy far, far away that so many people just forget because it's convenient to forget. Or not know because they were never told. It's convenient not to tell the American people these things. And this is what Wesley Clark said. Let's listen to him.
About 10 days after 9/11, I went through the Pentagon and I saw Secretary Rumsfeld and Deputy Secretary Wolfowitz. I went downstairs just to say hello to some of the people on the Joint Staff who used to work for me. And one of the generals called me and he said, "Sir, you got to come in. You got to come in and talk to me a second." I said, "Well, you're too busy." He said, No. He says, "We've made the decision. We're going to war with Iraq." This was on or about the 20th of September. I said, "We're going to war with Iraq. Why?" He said, "I don't know." He said, "I guess they don't know what else to do." So I said, "Well, did they find some information connecting Saddam to Al-Qaeda?" He said, No. He says, "There's nothing new that way. They just made the decision to go to war with Iraq." He said, "I guess it's like we don't know what to do about terrorists, but we've got a good military and we can take down governments." And he said, "I guess if the only tool you have is a hammer, every problem has to look like a nail." So I came back to see him a few weeks later. And by that time we were bombing in Afghanistan. I said, "Are we still going to war with Iraq?" And he said, "Oh, it's worse than that." He said, he reached over on his desk, he picked up a piece of paper. He said, I just got this down from upstairs, meaning the Secretary of Defense office today. And he said, "This is a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran."
That might be a video that gets removed from the internet now that people are going to bring it back up. Finishing off with Iran. 7 countries in 5 years. And here we are. Do you know who wrote those plans? Who was behind the rebuilding of America's defenses? Remember that? Calling for a new Pearl Harbor, which is exactly what George Bush wrote in the White House log after 9/11. He said the Pearl Harbor of the 21st century took place today. That's what he wrote. You can see it on your screen on CBS News. And that comes from this document, Rebuilding America's Defenses, which called for a new Pearl Harbor. See if I can actually pull it up. There it is, Pearl Harbor. Process of transformation, even if it brings revolutionary change, is likely to be a long one, absent some catastrophic and catalyzing event like a new Pearl Harbor. Who was behind that? William Crystal, Robert Kagan. In 1997, that's the PNEC boys. That's the organization of the think tank that produced the document called Rebuilding America's Defenses. And that was the plan to bomb Iran. I had a whole bunch of great show names for tonight. Trust the Plan, Bomb Iran, MAGA, I March Iran to Hell, Art of the New World Order Deal, Bomb Iran, the John McCain Plan, Bomb Iran, it's a mitzvah, which is what I ended up choosing. You see, I wrote down a whole bunch of show ideas. I was on fire with these show ideas last night. Unfortunately, because other people were on fire for being Arabs, not being the chosen ones. So I had all those show ideas, and I thought, bomb Iran, trust the plan. That's what they've told you. Trust the plan. Bomb Iran. Trust the plan. Bomb Iran. Trust the plan. Bomb Iran. Bomb, 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 a bomb. I got a bomb Iran, John McCain said. I want to show you something else. And I want to credit Joseph in the chat. I don't know if he's still listening to us, but Joseph sent this to me early this morning. And it's something that you need to see, because this is what Donald Trump has. I never saw this. I don't think he even had seen it. I think he said maybe he just kind of stumbled across it. Take a look at this. I'm going to look it up. It's PBS News. I'm typing it in right now. This is in 2018, PBS News. Associated Press, PBS News. Well, that one looks like got maybe pulled down. Here's PBS. All right, PBS News, here it is. This is Donald Trump. Trump says it will be hard to unify country without a major event. We just had our major event. And there's the Pearl Harbor. It'd be really hard to unify, transform without a Pearl Harbor. Really hard to unify and transform without a major event. All right. This is what Bill Cooper predicted. You don't have to like Bill Cooper. I don't believe everything the guy said. I just think it's so accurate that what he said, and I agree with it. And I think it's important to see and to listen to what he said about the purpose of the state of Israel. He's dead on. Listen to this.
What role in the Middle East again does Israel play in this?
Israel was created as the instrument to bring about the Battle of Armageddon and the fulfillment of prophecy, a war that will be so terrible, where nuclear weapons will be used, so that the American citizens and the other people in the world will get down on their knees and beg for no more war. And what is the answer to that? They're going to be told the only way we can guarantee no more war is if we destroy the sovereignty of nations and we come together as one humanity in a one world government.
Right.
I don't know if nuclear weapons will be used. I frankly don't think that's going to happen. I hope that that's not going to happen. If I'm praying for anything, it certainly isn't Israelis or Iranians. It's that nobody decides to detonate those kinds of bombs, or really any more bombs. Just stop it. That's not practical, Ryan. You don't understand how the world works. Well, I understand that if I was attacked, I would probably defend myself. But the thing is, to defend yourself implies that there has to be an offensive action to begin with. That's why they call them defenders in sports, because they're defending their basket or their goal or their end zone from people that are offending. You have to be offended first. So if I were Iran, I would have every right and justification to, quote, defend myself at base minimum to the degree that Israel has done. And I would, if I were Iran, it's like if I were the devil, if I were Iran, I would probably if I was Iran, not me, okay, if I was Iran, based on what I know about Iran, I would have leveled Tel Aviv. That's what Iran has been painted to want to do. If that's what they wanted to do before Israel attacked, and then they don't do that after Israel, I just don't get it. Why don't they just level Tel Aviv then? Why doesn't Putin just level Kiev then? If that's what we're told that they want to do in the first place, why don't they just do it? It's more complicated than that. I think it is more complicated than that. I think I'm being lied to. That's what I think. But they're bombing Tel Aviv. No, I mean wiping them off the map like we've been told for 40 years they want to do. Where is that? Pray to God that doesn't happen. I don't want there to be any of these wars. Virtually all of them are fake. They're all organized and scripted, as Wesley Clark showed you. That's a top military general. It's not me. It's not some guy on the radio. which for those of you listening on YouTube or X or Facebook, this is primarily an audio-only experience. It's like a radio show. I've been on the air for 15 years. It's Wesley Clark saying that. So if I was Iran, like, I have every right to respond. And if I were Iran, I would have leveled that place by now. They're probably not doing it because they know that they probably don't want Tehran to be leveled. Which is what brings me to the point, again, it's like Iran probably lies. Iran probably is genocidal. Iran, not that that word means anything anymore. Iran probably is a psychotic terrorist state, just like Saudi Arabia is, just like the US is, just like Israel is, all of them. But the aggressors here are the United States and Israel. And that doesn't make me anti-American. Okay, Shmuley says I have to support Israel's wars, or I don't like America and I hate Americans. I want Americans to die. No, you hate Americans. You want Americans to die. You hate Christians. You hate Muslims. You hate people that aren't part of your cult, and you can just piss off. I'm going to say it right now. If being an anti-Semite means that I don't want war, that I've read the Quran, I read the Talmud, and I read the Bible, and the Bhagavad Gita, and the Zendavesta, and a bunch of others, if it means that I don't want even the idea of some kind of thermonuclear war, if I don't want to kill innocent people in the name of saving innocent people, if I don't want to do those things and that makes me anti-Semitic, then yeah, I guess I'm anti-Semitic. If I like that the Nazis went into the Institute of Sexual Science and burned all the perversion that was in that institution, then sure, call me a Nazi. I'm not a National Socialist. I'm a constitutionalist. I don't support Iran. I don't have an Iranian flag. I don't post it to my X page or my Facebook page. I don't support Ukraine. I don't support Russia. I don't support the U.S. either in these endeavors because, one, it's not really the U.S. It's corporations in Israel, along with other bad actors and psychopaths that are following religious prophecy. They don't care about the rule of the law. And frankly, they don't even care about the prophecy, because if they did, they'd learn that it's not to be interpreted literally. The second coming is the resurrection of the self, not some actual character that comes down in the clouds like a movie. And yeah, Israel also has a right to defend itself. But things are not one-sided. So does Iran, and frankly, so does Russia. Not only do they have a right, but the leaders of Iran, despite how corrupt they probably are, have a responsibility to protect their own people to whatever degree they believe that they should or want to. It can't be one-sided like this. At least if you're going to be an honest, objective person, it can't be so one-sided. You have to have the ability to look beyond that. What is the lion? The lion is the wise, courageous, powerful, dominant, etc. symbol. The Lion King is the king of the jungle, at least in the Western world. It's usually the tiger or something else in the East, but the Western world, or maybe the dragon. And the Lion of Judah rising and feeding on the blood of its victims is what Netanyahu has invoked as an image to support his state-sponsored terrorism and the aggression against Iran, which we've been lied to at base minimum since the 1980s. And based on Netanyahu's plane ended up in Greece, they probably do expect really bad things to happen in Tel Aviv. And I've seen some stuff on X. I don't even want to show you because it's just feeding into the death and the chaos and the blood ritual of it all. And there's no need to put our energy into it, frankly. I don't want to do it. Even the Iranian stuff, I don't even want to show you that. Part of the reason is a lot of people also just want to like live in some movie or some fantasy. This is real life. And people just, families in the middle of the night just got murdered. And that's not something that I think is a great thing. I don't support that. And we live in a world in terms of our media where we're told that if you don't support killing innocent Iranians, then you support terrorism, as if, again, all Arabs are terrorists, all Muslims are terrorists, even though it's largely Israel, the CIA, and the Mossad, and then, of course, radical Islamic groups that all feed off of that rotting corpse that we've created. I mean, should we go into the history tonight of the Shah and of the overthrow of Iran? I don't really want to. Frankly, I've got to go to the bathroom. It's been 4 hours, and I'm supposed to go to Tokyo today to get a new computer. But should I go into another hour of this stuff? I see people I just got them back on X here. Alex Jones posted for Trump, it's a trap. No, it's treason. It's not a trap. It's treason. It's treason. The man is a traitor to the United States, and every MAGA supporter that continues to support him is also a traitor to the United States, along with all the Democrats that are just like excellent over the riots and the protests. They're traitors, treasonous trash, traitors, all of them. Look it up if you don't believe me. The United States did not directly do it, but indirectly played a substantial role in the Iranian Revolution in 1979, which overthrew the government under the Shah. I don't know how to pronounce the name, Mohammad Pahlavi. And this led to what we have in Iran today. The U.S. was indirectly involved in this. Iran's, it was in 1979. In 1953, the U.S., by the way, was also, if you know, that Operation Ajax, which was a CIA British intelligence operation to overthrow the democratically elected Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh and restore the Shah to power, who was more friendly to the U.S. and Israeli scams. By the 1970s, the Shah's regime, supported by the U.S., faced growing domestic opposition due to its authoritarianism and rapid westernization, which is what it was about, making more money, economic inequality, etc. So the U.S. provided military and economic aid to the Shah, seeing Iran as the key ally in the Cold War with the Soviet Union, which the Mujahideen, freedom fighters, which became the Al-Qaeda. I'm pretty sure just meant database. By the way, that wouldn't have happened if we would have backed Hitler going into Russia, because Hitler wanted to go in and kill the communists in Russia. If we'd have backed Hitler in Russia, like Patton wanted to do before they killed him in that Jeep accident, there wouldn't have been a need to prop up radical Islamicists in Iran. Then there's the Iranian Revolution, driven by a whole bunch of different groups: leftists, students, intellectuals, Islamicists, crazy people who oppose the Shah's rule. Both sides are controlled, just like in Syria. There's political oppression. So they staged it's probably a mixture of staging, but also creating the radicalism that leads to the overthrow. Large parts of it because of Western policies forced on them, like here in Japan. And so the U.S. doesn't directly do it, but through the support of the regime, they fuel enough anti-American sentiment to get Khomeini and the revolutionary leaders into a position where they can overthrow that leadership, and it leads to radical Islamicism. Okay? The U.S. didn't directly do it, but they were instrumental in it. Even Jimmy Carter initially was supportive of the Shah, but then distanced himself after the revolution gained momentum, of course, because, we didn't have anything to do with it. Nope, never did it. There was no Operation Ajax. There was no Operation Gladio's not a thing. Desert Storm and Shock and Awe and Iraq and Libya and Syria and Afghanistan, all that. We created radical Islam. We created the full head garb that they say, that's how the Muslims dress. We created that, along with a bunch of radical. It's like people say, Ryan, you say Muslims can't do anything wrong. Of course they do. They're just as bad as the Jews and the Christians are. They're zealots. But not all Muslims are like that, and not all Jews are like that. So stop celebrating the bombing of Tehran and Tel Aviv. Because we don't need it, but I don't want to see Los Angeles bombed by another country. We're already dealing with our own people bombing it. Which all conveniently adds up to this weekend, doesn't it? The No Kings movement on the 14th. No kings. Trump's a king. Trump's a king. There's all this opposition, but it's also part of the administration because the people that are organizing the opposition are the same people that are in support of the decision that Trump just made with Israel and Iran. How does that work? How does that, people ask me, I don't understand. You're telling me that 2 Jewish people run the organized opposition to Trump. Yes, they run Indivisible. It's a major group, Ezra Levin and Greenberg. They are behind the organized movements against virtually everything that is conservative. They pushed the Affordable Care Act. They don't want there to be private schools. They challenge the immigration policies. These are thousands of groups that this Jewish couple organized, and they're behind Indivisible, which is behind the No Kings movement, which is supposed to have this big riot this week, in which 1,800 places across the country. There's no way you organize that without like government level, intelligence level organization. Okay, that's the bottom line. You can't organize that with just some grassroots. It doesn't happen. There are 1,800 places in the country that are, I didn't even know there were 1,800 cities, frankly, in the US. Okay, and that's how many protests that they have. It's insane. And that's who's organizing it. People like this, and yes, people like George Soros. When there's some Latino gang in Mexico or California that says, you know, America, I'll get them off the screen because I can't look at them either. America's down with America, burn a flag, and they got like gang signs and some like death masks on. And it's like, oh, the Latinos, oh, the Mexicans. But when it's 3 Jews organizing it, oh, didn't see anything. I'm just trying to be fair. That's all. Trying to be fair. And so how do these people are organizing this, and yet their opposition to Trump, who just gave all the Israelis, virtually all the Israelis, including Jews that are even conservative, the reason to feel less safe and to feel like they're going to be killed for being Jews, and then to justify the expansion of Israel, which is, I mean, even conservative pundits admit this, that Israel has for decades. In fact, this was one of the primary reasons so many people were forced to go to Israel under the Havar Agreement. They were forced out 60,000 German Jews because Israel routinely, this is later after that fact, routinely bombed Jewish communities to force them to move to Israel. Oh, it's real sad that some Muslims tried to blow you up in whatever the country is. Come to Israel. Did you know that? That's pretty much all Israel has done. They killed their own people to encourage more people to come to Israel. That is on top of, and I played you the clip before, Israelis claiming and chanting death to Arabs. And Laura Loomer and the rest of her lackeys will say, Iran chants death to America. Israel just did America a favor. I mean, just try to think of it on like a really small level. Like if you had, I don't know, if you had like a neighbor. I used to have a neighbor that was, there was a family that was just, they would park in front of my garage, and I fought with them and argued with them, and the family was largely Mexican. There was, I think the dad was Mexican. Maybe the mom was white. I think the dad was Mexican, but he had that card. Oh, you're a white guy. You like to pick on people because they're Mexican, which of course I didn't bite that, but I, having a fight with them. It's like you have a neighbor that you're having a fight with, and you just about got it calmed down. You got an agreement, and then you got some friend that comes over who just like goes and takes a piss in the neighbor's yard, and he heard about the story of the neighbor, and he's like, well, fuck you. I'll just do whatever I want. I don't even live here. And then creates like a big, conflict. And you're like, well, I just about had an agreement with my neighbor, and you just went over there and pissed all over his porch. That's what Israel is. We're about to have peace. No peace. Bomb Iran. What are these people? They kill their own people, not only to get people to move to Israel, which then they open up and say, oh no, Iran's going to kill you all. Better get in the bunkers. I'm going to go to Greece. And yes, people have been saying this in the chat. Ryan Telberg in the chat says, bring up the USS Liberty. Yes, the USS Liberty is a part of that whole story. In fact, wasn't that what Candace Owens got ripped apart for actually interviewing one of the survivors of it? And Ben Shapiro is like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It happened like a long time ago. It doesn't matter. Great. You know what, Ben? The Holocaust doesn't matter then either, because the Holocaust was a lot further back in history than the USS Liberty. So the Holocaust doesn't matter. Meanwhile, Ben's like, it doesn't matter. That who killed Kennedy doesn't matter. Why? Because Israel's all over the files? Doesn't matter. Who killed Kennedy? Doesn't matter because Israel's involved. Who the USS Liberty? Doesn't matter because Israel did it. It's a really small thing in the whole grand scheme of things. Okay, so listen. The Holocaust, by the way, I don't know if Joseph is still here. I got friends that, they text me all the time about things. Joseph had sent me, actually, I think I still have the actually on my phone. I don't even have to open my chat up. I'm going to show you this on the screen, and then you can look it up for yourself. This is from the Times of Israel. This is the state I lived in Arizona. This is the Times of Israel. Pause it and read it. Okay, I'm going to read it to you. Last week, Laura Shepard, executive director of Tucson Jewish Museum and Holocaust Center, wrote in a letter to Hobbs, that's the governor of Arizona, well, governor, I don't think she actually won, that if the bill, this is an anti-Semitism bill, were approved, it would threaten teachers' ability to provide students with a full account of the Holocaust. Passing the bill requiring people essentially to tell the truth would mean that you can't tell the whole story of the Holocaust, which means that it's probably not true. That's in Arizona, the state that flies Ukrainian and Israeli flags in the state house. So yeah, it doesn't matter. Then neither does the Holocaust. Okay, so what I want to do here is I'm gonna stick a little bit of music on, and I'm gonna run to the restroom, and we'll finish out this hour before I gotta go. I don't know if I even have time now. I'm supposed to go to Tokyo to get a new computer. Let me put up the show picture, and we will. Let's see. And I'll play some music here. I'm not done with the show. We'll be back. And yes, that is Mad TV. Come on, Marvin. Come on, Shelly. Shelly, don't turn on Mad TV. It's trash. It's trash. You listening to me, Shelly? All right, let's play some music, and I will be right back. Well, actually, you know what? Hold on a second. I don't know how long this music is slated for. That might only be 30 seconds. Let me play some other music here. Hold on. Let me see what we have in the system. These are only 45 seconds. Okay, let's see if I have something else here. I think I can play. Let's play this. It might cut in and out, but it'll last a few minutes. I'll be right back. This is White Bat Audio. Secret Teachings. Subscribe, grab a book, donate, support the show. I highly doubt you're going to hear this anywhere else. I'll be right back. All right, I am back. You're listening to the Secret Teachings Radio. I'm your host, Ryan Gable. You're thinking about tuning out? Come on. Don't tune out. I guess we'll finish out this this hour. So we got a 5-hour show earlier this week, another 5-hour show tonight. I genuinely am not dragging this on for any particular reason other than there's so much to discuss. Especially considering that I always feel compelled to look up every single thing that I say. I think it's important to do that. Show you the evidence and the proof of it. Come on. It's trash. It's trash. Well, isn't that a good promo? I thought that was a great promo. We got Netanyahu there with the devil horns, and we got Marvin. You don't want to bomb Iran? You're trash. If you don't want to bomb Iran, you're trash. By the way, for those of you just tuning in or you never heard the show before, we do not take super chats. I do not do YouTube donations or anything like that. So we survive on the free archive, which is advertisement driven via Spreaker. The links are below. The show's 5 nights a week, Monday through Friday. We do a video show on Friday on YouTube. It's free, but we ask you to go and listen to the shows in the archive. Don't usually see any additional money for doing a longer show, so this is not about money. I don't really want to be sitting here talking about this kind of stuff, and I don't know if you notice this, but I do this intentionally. We build up the show, and then there's usually a point in the show where I say some stuff that's pretty aggressive, like what I said about Shmuley. And then if you're a mature enough person to deal with that, then we jump into the occult stuff, which is the dates of Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, Libya, October 7th, and what's happening today, all being associated with Jewish holidays, or Friday the 13th and 3:30 a.m., the witching hour in the morning, and all this being part of a blood ritual, blood sacrifice that gives the demon god Baal or Baal of the Jews the blood he needs to be fed and fat and happy. Thank you all in the chat for supporting the show and listening tonight. I'll run through the chat real quick and we'll get back into a few other stories here. I could dig up that audio of President Johnson and the Liberty, but I think you all know that story, and we probably should stay focused on Iran. Maybe I'll do another show on that at some point in the future. Let's see. Thank you, Patriot Girl. Thank you, Ryan. There's another Ryan in the chat. I'm not thanking myself. Cindy left a little bit ago. I mean, there are probably thousands and thousands of chats in here. Michael's self-preservation awakening. Offer solutions to all the evil you expose. Otherwise, you are just another distraction from being self-reliant, self-efficient, self-empowered. Well, frankly, I reject such a notion because I do offer solutions. The solutions, I think, are common sense within and embedded within what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is, don't just believe what you read. Don't believe what you hear. And don't jump to a conclusion. Oh, I'm on this side. Oh, I'm on that side. Bomb Tehran, bomb Tel Aviv. How about neither? And how about at the end of this show, you know what I'm going to do? Either today or tomorrow, I'm going to go to Tokyo. I'm going to get a new computer if they have them in stock, because this one's going to, I'm surprised it's even lasting through this show. I'm going to have some fruit and I'm going to enjoy my evening. And I'm going to try not to think about any of this stuff. That's how I choose to live my life. And the stuff ultimately doesn't affect us. As I was saying earlier, like with Hiroshima, a lot of it's a spectacle. It's meant to make you afraid. Oh my God, they're going to cut our heads off with guillotines for being Christians. Oh my God, it's the end times. It's Armageddon. Press the button. Bring Jesus back. I'm trying to be objective about all this stuff so it doesn't draw us in to one of those pre-programmed, preconditioned beliefs. And so we don't get gobbled up by all of the media always trying to sell us something. I'm not trying to sell you an idea here. Charlie Kirk is doing that. Fox News is doing that. CNN is doing that. Okay, Israel is doing that. I don't, even Nick Fuentes, big name on Rumble, I don't agree. No non-whites. There are plenty of people that are non-whites that contribute more than even white people. And besides, what is white? You know, asking questions and looking at things objectively is something that we can apply to any and every subject. So that is what I think is embedded within the core of what we do here on the show. That's what I'm trying to do. And the Space Pop in the chat said I offered direct solutions during the COVID pandemic. We put out, not an attorney or a lawyer, but it was pretty easy to put out letters when they said, you can opt out of this or that. Well, in order to opt out, that means you have to be opted in. So we wrote letters that didn't say, I'm asking to opt out. You have to declare your rights. And we got people out of mask mandates and vaccines for that all across the country. Paramedics, sports agents, nurses, most, like, I think it was like 7, 8 out of 10 people it worked for. Most time you just had to stand up for your rights and not lay down. I mean, those are direct solutions to direct problems. I can't give you a solution to what happened with Iran. In fact, I told you it was going to happen months ago. And it's not because I'm a prophet. I don't have insiders. I'm not reading intelligence reports that nobody else has. It's all in the news. I'm simply showing you this stuff because I think that there's a vacuum here and there's a place to provide another point of view and another opinion. And ultimately, instead of talking about all of this in the sense of like, bomb Tehran, bomb Tel Aviv, kill the Muslims, kill the Jews, kill the Christians, I'm just going to like stay away from all that. And then I'm going to try to point out to everybody, as I've done tonight, that all these major wars have taken place on Israeli holy days, or Jewish holy days, I should say, blood sacrifices to their God. Clearly, that's what it is. I don't think that it can be anything else. They're not on Muslim holy days. They're not on Christian holy. They're on Jewish holidays. And if you understand that, and the Friday the 13th and the 3:30 a.m. and the witching hour and the veil of Isis and all this, then you understand that this is part of a spiritual battle too. Like Netanyahu calling the Palestinians the children of darkness when they are truly genetically the most directly descendant of the actual Israelites or the quote unquote Hebrews. And Netanyahu's a Polish Jew convert who's not even a real Jew, who has been feeding off of the tit of America for too many decades and too many generations. Once you understand the spiritual part of it, then you can resist it. And I hope that all of that is kind of implied, because I'm not looking at any of this from the point of view of trying to sell you a narrative. I'm not trying to, I don't have to, see, the thing is, I don't have to defend my position now. Oh, but Trump, it's a trap. Trump, don't do it. Don't do it. He posted on Truth Social that more hellfire's coming. What do you mean, don't do it? He's behind it. These people are trying to save face because they have been deceived. Just admit you were deceived and leave the perception of the good side, which is just another part of the bad side, and come over to the side of no sides, where we can all look at a spade and say, that's a spade. We can all look at the elephant in the room and say, that's the elephant, and stop worrying about the ants on the floor, which is what most people do. It's the ants on the floor. That's the real problem. Those damn ants getting into the chips. What about that elephant in the middle of the room? What about that lion? Wink, wink. That lion in the middle of the room. What about that lion? What should we do here? I think questions like that are very fair questions. I also think that they're still motivated by the typical left-right paradigm, because the left-right paradigm are always offering you solutions. The solution to the problems conservatives see is somehow siding with the people that create the problems. The problems that the liberals see is somehow destroying the people that are perceptually and historically conservatives and Republicans have given us a much better chance at being free. Back to the time of the Civil War and the Reconstruction era of the United States, the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendments. By the way, a Jew named Seller wrote to the Immigration, Civil Rights, and the Voting Rights Act in the 60s. Very busy Jewish congressman you never heard of, probably. So I'm not speaking within the left-right paradigm, which is actually kind of similar to that other comment I get all the time from listeners, is that, not from listeners, more so people on social media. You have weird talking points. I don't have talking points. That's the thing. I don't have talking points. I have thoughts, because you live in a world of talking points, and that's all you know, and you're looking for the next talking point to be given to you by Charlie Kirk or Alex Jones or CNN or Rachel Maddow or Wolf Blitzer, that you don't know how to think for yourself. So when other people think for themselves, you kind of don't realize that it makes you angry, not because it's another talking point, but because they're thinking for themselves. I'm thinking for myself. I don't want to kill, and that's Freudian slip, I got multiple cells. I don't want to kill Arabs. That is one of the main things that got me banned from Rabbinics Media. I don't want to kill Arabs. They're Semites. I'm not anti-Semitic. Banned. I read the Talmud. You can't do that. Banned. I read the Bible. Banned. I read the Quran. Banned. And you're a jihadist. You know, I get sick of it. I get tired of it. So that's the goal of the show, is to point these things out. I'm not the smartest person in the world. In fact, a lot of times I talk to people on the phone. I just find myself stumbling over myself, and I don't, like, half the time I'm frankly, half the time I talk to people on the phone, I'm like half tuned out because I'm just so burned out from the show. Because you don't see what goes on. Well, sometimes you do see. I posted like a 3-hour video of how I prep a show, but shows like this are different. It's a lot of energy to stare into the face of the abyss for what I stood in 12 hours yesterday, probably. I don't do that every day. It's more like 5, 6, 7 hours every day of work, which is fine. I like it. It's just a matter of, like, I don't really get breaks from it because it's nonstop. I have to constantly check things to be able to be on top of having, a clear mind and being able to give you a good perspective on what's happening. So I see Ryan in the chat. He says his son Liam says hi. Howdy. I remember playing what was that, Nerf guns or something when I visited them in South Dakota. Patriot Girl says, great show on Spreaker. Thank you very much. By the way, please leave us a review on Apple. Please, a review. I'm also surprised with so many hundreds of people listening in here. I'm surprised that we don't have any trolls at all. And I don't think a single one of these shows I posted since I started doing this a month ago has got maybe one. I don't think a single one has a single thumbs down. That's pretty great. So thank you so much for supporting the show the way that you do. And hey, when I'm wrong, like we have a listener that we kind of slightly disagree on the Russian thing, and I respect her. I'd actually like to talk to her about her opinions. I'm sure she'd enlighten me a lot. She's from Estonia. She's been in the U.S. since the 90s. I can learn from listeners. I had a listener who emailed me and said, I understand your show, but as a man with dark skin, I have a slightly different perspective. And it's like, my response to that is, I respect that, but also as a man with white skin, I have a different perspective. So it doesn't make me bigger or better, or you bigger or better. We all have our own perspectives. And I think ultimately we're all human, because if I cut my hand open, I'm going to bleed. And if you cut your hand open, you're going to bleed too. And that's really all that matters. So let's not kill blacks and Jews and Mexicans and Arabs and Muslims and Christians and Asians and everybody else because we're bigots. That's what we're doing. We're trying not to do that. Mistos in the chat says, and by the way, Miss, is that that's Ghost, right? Is that a Ghost profile pic? One of the ghouls? Have you heard or seen any current information in regards to the red heifers as it might relate to current events and escalation of the conflict? That's a fantastic question. And as a matter of fact, I did see a relatively recent story about the red heifers. I don't think there's no direct new information. There was a story, I think I showed it on one of the shows recently, and I think it was a French publication, that the red heifer sacrifice, the preparation for it, is really beginning to worry a lot of religious and also political leaders, because they're prepared to do it, which is basically the destruction of the mosque, and that's part of the whole prophecy, right? Let me remove Marvin from the screen. Come on. It's trash. Let me pull up the internet here so you can see the window. This is the article I'm talking about. This is the only recent thing I've seen about it. Although there was that whole thing about, if I can pull it up, there was that whole thing about Al-Aqsa. I spelled it wrong. Al-Aqsa Mosque, AI, CGI, destroyed, fire. And I'm sure the Mossad's behind this. Here's the new Arab states condemn Israelis for Al-Aqsa destruction video. You can't trust the new Arab. It's an Arab publication. Well, you better thank the Arabs for math and astronomy and art and music and expanding those fields, including astrology and astronomy, because the Christians fucking burned it all. And then you got to thank, the Christians for later preserving it and leading to the Renaissance. So maybe we should stop hating each other. Arab countries condemn Israeli settlers for the video depicting Al-Aqsa destruction. There it is. I think it just goes up in flames. It almost looks like a nuke goes off. Like I said before, they had a mock sacrifice of the red heifer. And I think with this video, it's all about provocation. So I think they did a mock sacrifice maybe 6 months ago, something like that. Oh, that's kind of ironic what came up. Israel mock sacrifice, and I get well, I get a bunch of interesting articles. The tragic history of Moloch child sacrifice. It's a Freudian search, not a Freudian slip. Yeah. Anyway, they did a mock sacrifice. They're trying, I think, to provoke it. Let's pull that back down. Okay, so that's a good question in the chat. I think that's part of it. Oh my God, I'm sorry that those two people came back up on the screen. You'd think it would make people angry, if you pretend to blow up the mosque and if you pretend to kill the red heifer and signify the end times and the rebuilding of the temple. And yeah, you'd think that would probably make some people up, which is that's what they're doing. They just want the Muslim, and then the Muslims, they suicide bombed. They did it again. You know that the Quran says don't kill yourself? I guess all the Muslims forgot that part. True Muslims don't believe in suicide. And you got to show people what's the context. Well, exactly, what's the context of it? You tell me. What's the context of Muhammad and that little girl? And once you tell me that and explain that to me, then you can explain to me what the rabbis are discussing in the Talmud. Okay, about the little girl and how you puncture her hymen, and if she's 3 years old, it doesn't count. Explain that to me. All right, so the lion rises. Judah, the Lion of Judah rises. We've got Mars, the war god, in Leo. We've got Friday the 13th. We've got 3:30 in the morning, the witching hour, and we've got all of these other significant dates related to Jewish holidays and the wars in Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Syria, and even October 7th, for that matter, Operation Rising Lion. Since we're in the last 30 minutes of the show here, and I only intended to do maximum 3 hours tonight, you guys pulled me into another 5-hour marathon, which I can't do this every week, or I think my back's going to give out sitting in this chair. And I think my computer's probably going to fry. I need to get a new computer, ASAP. Anyway, last 30 minutes. If you have other questions, there's probably a lot of questions in the chat. Please send the questions over. I'm also going to check. I will check X right now. And I will check Facebook as well. And maybe we'll do like a brief recap of some of the most important parts for those of you just joining us, and for those of you who might have kind of tuned out earlier because there's too much going on. Let me bring up X and Facebook, and I will see if there are any additional comments from listeners, because it doesn't post everything in the chat. Let me see what I can pull up here. If there's anybody listening on X or Facebook who has not been mentioned, and I'll try to, if you haven't been mentioned yet, post it on the chat there, and I will mention you. Yeah, it's magical. Do a 5-hour show with all the great hashtags. You get 300 people that see it on X. Somehow more people are watching it than it actually. Isn't that funny? I'm literally looking at X right now. More people are watching it than it says who have seen it. So that's how 326 views, but only 211 people have seen it on X. You want to see? Look, it'll probably create like a big window. There's me. And it says 326 views on X, but there's only 211 people that saw it. Maybe I misunderstand the algorithm here. Maybe I misunderstand how they're tracking all that, but that doesn't make any sense. In fact, I had a post yesterday, had 500 views instantly, like within a few minutes, and then I went back to check it, and it was down to like 200. It's all organized. Now, if I was saying bomb Tehran, bomb Tel Aviv, it would be all over the place. I'm sure that it would go viral. Or if I said no more brown immigrants, just whites, that's the only people we want, then it would be viral. But since I don't participate in the gladiator sport, it doesn't count, doesn't matter. Let's see if there's anything on here. One person commented, the whole thing has MAGA all over it, along with their neocons and Zionists. Yep. Gentile John on X, thank you for posting the show. It's funny that you posted and still nobody sees. There's more people listening than people actually who have clicked on it. I don't know how that works. Like, that's just on X. That's not on Facebook and YouTube. I don't know how that works. Malorcas 45 posted the Bomb Iran song. That's a great song. Guess Again, FAQ, Tyrants. They could always hold it in Greece or a bunker. People commenting on the show. Some people just said, like, whoa, wow, that's a lot of info. It is a lot of info. Let's see if there's anything on Facebook now. And for those of you just listening or watching, regardless, I'm just kind of talking through this while I check out the comments. Looks like Iran shot. Oh, we have to check what Joey said earlier. Looks like Iran shot down F-35 jets belonging to Israel. Well, belonging to the U.S. And we need to check what Joey had said earlier. My friend from high school had said in the chat about the airport, and see how far this has escalated. Doesn't look like a lot of comments on Facebook. Well, I see. The comments on Facebook just aren't populating, but there's a bunch of them. That's how it works. Let's see if we can find this. Iran airport bombed. Let me pull up the video so you can see it on my screen. Delta United suspend flights to Tel Aviv after Iran bombing. Oh, it looks like, yeah, it's true. Israel strikes Iran's nuclear sites, kill top generals. Military airport in northwest Iran struck by Israeli attack. I don't think that was the airport that Joey mentioned. Joe, are you still in the chat? If you're still in there, what was the name of that airport again? Let's see, fire. Oh, here it is. Jerusalem Post. Fire at Mehrabad Airport. Strikes reported in Tehran at the airport. 2 projectiles reportedly struck the airport. Probably some Christians there praying. Probably some Muslims there praying. Mehrabad Airport caught fire early on Saturday morning after explosions were heard in Tehran, according to Iranian media reports. 2 projectiles reportedly struck the airport, according to Fars news agency, reported by the Jerusalem Post. The explosions come as Israel and Iran exchange aerial attacks for a second night following Israeli strikes on the Islamic regime's military and nuclear facilities. You mean also buildings with civilians in them? Yes, it looks like they did hit an airport, but it was an accident. They didn't intentionally hit the airport. Those smart bombs just made a mistake. Didn't hit the right place. Thank you, Jackie Blue, in the chat. And I think Trev might have just joined us here. Thank you for joining us, Trev. And yeah, if you track yourself with this kind of stuff, it does drive you crazy. I know that the numbers are good on Spreaker, so I don't really care about Apple. That was a Freudian slip. I don't really care about these other YouTube and X and Facebook. I know it's all driven down anyway. That's the thing too. Like, could you imagine if you got me? I already had an argument with that. Who was that other guy? Who's that guy that does the occult Hollywood stuff? Jay Dyer. I got into an argument with that guy on a show years ago. Could you imagine if I had a show with, like, I sat down with like Nick Fuentes and was like, buddy, I agree with you, but I also don't agree with you, and I think you're approaching it wrong. People don't want to hear what I have to say. They want to hear what he has to say. And I'm trying to avoid creating a cult following of people like that. I think my audience is pretty great, and I really appreciate all the support. Don't see me as a leader. Okay, this is about freeing the mind from the fear of, oh, they're going to nuke the world. I doubt that, although Israel does have a plan that if they fail, then we get the Samson option, which I think is also in the Bible referring to the lion in the book of Judges. And the Samson option is a strategy in which Israel will basically just nuke everybody. That's it. Mistos in the chat also says, Palantir tech targeting Iran. Probably they use the target civilians in Gaza. They probably use it in Iran. We're definitely going to need it now because we got war going. We got war, baby. And the thing is, it might not even be that there's going to be like a big war. Like, first of all, if there was, it wouldn't last very long. Second of all, if there was an ongoing war like Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, Libya, civil wars, occupations, whatever the case is, it's not going to happen the way that we think it's going to happen. And also, if that war does break out, it's really unlikely that that war is going to be anything like we've seen before because of new technology, which makes me think there isn't going to be like some giant big declaration of, oh, we're at war now. Things just happen, first of all. Second of all, we've been in a World War III situation for a long time. Third of all, it's more likely, probably more likely, instead of getting an official war, what we'll get is this series of like proxy wars like Ukraine and Russia. I think they're more profitable than general war. You can wage a bunch of them all at the same time, and you can use it to launder money like Congress has with Sam Bankman, another Jewish cult member who was scamming people with crypto. Crypto is like the ultimate Jewish scam, I think. Really it is. I can't believe Stu Peters is promoting J-Coin. Are you kidding me? Cryptocurrency is like the ultimate Jewish coin scam. It's not even a real coin. They can't even shave it off. It's not, it's just like, I don't know how people support that stuff. CBDC, crypto, it's all the same thing. But I want my audience to understand something. I don't think that there's any threat of like some big thermonuclear war. I think the threat is the threat of it. I think it's kind of a charade. I think it's a facade. It's a production. It's a joke. It's not going to happen. But it terrifies people like guillotines, like Christians, guillotines. They're going to cut your head off. And I don't think that that's going to happen. But you probably will get the BlackRocks and the Blackstones, also run by Larry Fink and Steven Schwartzman. They're both Jews. The biggest and the second alternative biggest firms that are investment firms. And guess who got the contracts for Ukraine? BlackRock. Also in a bunch of other big companies that are invested in the agriculture there, because the breadbasket, one of the breadbaskets of the world. And who do you think got all the contracts for that? Monsanto and the big companies. Palantir is part of the BlackRock, Black Cube, Blackstone, Black Box cult, and Palantir. They got to activate it for the riots. Got to activate it for Iran. Got to use it. It's like Skynet. Yes or no? Y or N? Press it or you don't press it. You make the choice. You can't. What was the line? You can't stop Judgment Day. You can only survive it. Yeah, and I did it. I think I even did a show on that. It was like, you can't stop Judgment Day. What's coming is coming. There's no way to stop it, except what's coming is not the end of the world. It's the end of the optics of the world that we live in. And things are going to change. And it's going to change in the name of freedom and democracy in America, with those little American flag stickers they stick all over the Callahan auto parts, if you will, to make you think, oh, this is a good product. It's America, when it's really not America. It's the New World Order. Yeah, actually, I did this show back in October of last year. Let's look through a couple of these. Let's see what we talked about on this show last year. While everybody else was selling you MAGA and Trump, let's see what we were talking about on the secret teachings. I never give myself a lot of credibility. Let's look at some of the credibility here. Judgment Day is inevitable. As we move closer to what many believe will be World War III, it is becoming easier to compare reality to Hollywood films like The Terminator. No matter how much one fights against the machines or appears to be victorious, they keep coming. While Judgment Day is merely at best postponed, it cannot be averted. This should be obvious to see, whether by war or by whether way of Ukraine and their Jewish leaders' big Israel dreams, or by Israel itself. The war either runs directly into Russia and China or begins with Iran. The Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, reportedly almost died this last week in a drone strike, and his response was to blame proxies of Iran, just as recent assassination attempts on former President Trump were linked to Iran. And Trump himself said the country would be wiped off the face of the earth if they succeeded. Now leaked intelligence documents are exposing Israel's plan to begin bombing Iran at any moment. I said this back in October of last year because it was in the mainstream news, and everybody said, no, it's peace. You're an anti-Semite. You hate MAGA in America. Just as Zelensky is provoking through Ukraine, triggering a conflict with Russia and China. Two fronts with the same enemy, despite how Democrats and Republicans seem to be at war with war themselves over which to support, while many are taking kickbacks from the theft of American wealth. AIPAC has spent $100 million to fight back against progressive politicians whose ideologies they support ultimately from illegal immigration to LGBTQ, while the same people pump out 50% of Democrat money. That would be the Israeli influence in the U.S. Jews contribute 50% of all money to the Democrat Party. Republicans get 30% of their money from the same source and take marching orders from the ADL on free speech. Everyone seems to know this outside of the U.S., and everyone seems to be able to recognize that the U.S. is engaged in a murder-suicide death pact with the devil. There's a reason Colin DePlancy drew his infamous demons to look like rabbis. As Bill Cooper said, it's not the Jews, and Israel was created as the instrument to bring about the Battle of Armageddon and fulfillment of prophecy. It seems that Judgment Day is inevitable. That was a show that I did back in October of last year. It was called Judgment Day is Inevitable. You can look up that in the archive. And then we go back into the archive here. This is the private archive for subscribers. Let's see. Where is that? I might need to look up, let's see, TST Radio, Spreaker, pull that page up. Oh, I know what it was. America's Got Talmud. I think we talked about it on that show and the Tengu show. Let's see what America's Got Talmud. That's where we talked about the Israeli influence in government. This was in November of last year, November 14th, right after the election. While mundane political conversations and debates rage on after the U.S. election, there is a door that few have the courage to open. It involves the appointment of numerous officials to powerful offices who are, at minimum, compromised due to their financial contributions, and at worst, there's a typo there, at worst, totally loyal to a foreign state. How exactly can America be made great or the swamp be drained when those selected to oversee the supposedly rejuvenated country have the same allegiances that disproportionate numbers of appointees in the Bush, Obama, and Biden administrations also had? How exactly can that be the case? Pete Hegseth, who said Islam is the enemy and there's no such thing as dual American-Israeli conflicts of interest because Americanism is Zionism, like Shmuley just said, was chosen to run the Defense Department. Mike Huckabee was selected to be the ambassador to Israel under the guise he would help facilitate peace by advocating for more Israeli settlements, which is what drives the lack of peace. South Dakota's Kristi Noem, who passed specialized legislation, legalization, I don't know the typo there, legislation to criminalize criticism of Israel, was selected to run Homeland Security. Marco Rubio, a diehard Zionist who believes, like Trump, opponents of Israel should be deported from America, was chosen as the Secretary of State. Some may say that by criticism, they are referring to terrorists or their supporters, but all too often we forget how quickly the best intentions deteriorate into unimaginable horror. With Kristi Noem and her HR 6090, there's a movement to criminalize not only criticism of Israel, but also of any references to the Bible. Not to mention the Israeli push to enact Noahide laws to supersede the U.S. Constitution. That the rabbis have been trying to get Trump to do that since his first term. The most wicked trick the devil ever played was not convincing you he doesn't exist, but convincing you that he is on your team and actually playing an angel of light. This is how we are walked to the guillotines, and as Bill Cooper promised, how we get a world war with Israel as the centerpiece. You see that? And let's see, I think that was a shorter show. Let me save that page and go back and we'll look at the other descriptions. How about the, this was the one that they were really upset on the network about, hexagram handlers. This is a great one. That was November 22nd. Here's this one. Somehow the anti-New World Order movement has been conditioned to accept, vote for, and defend people behind experimental gene therapy, microchips, digital currency, and collusion with foreign governments. The incoming presidential administration, designated as the Golden Age of America, which, by the way, the Golden Age is the age of Saturn. Golden Age of America has allocated cabinet selections to a billionaire named Howard Lutnick, a Zionist Jewish zealot, along with Jared Kushner, responsible for installing 15 and counting Zionists at the time of this show back in November. Israel First members of every major department of government, from the CIA and EPA to the DOD and DNI. At least 3 of these picks are also members of the World Economic Forum openly, not to mention the selection of Brian Hook for negotiating peace with the Zionist Big Israel Ukraine, who is a war hawk demanding war with Iran. That's right. The guy that Trump selected to make the peace deal with Ukraine wants war with Russia. So I don't know how that works, but I don't think it works out very well. The incoming Senate majority of Republicans who have replaced the Democrats that want to criminalize the Bible alongside Republicans are calling on the Hague Invasion Act, which would allow for all necessary means to be enacted to protect Israel against international legal prosecution. That's right, the Hague Invasion Act. I forgot about that. Including invading on the ground any country that backs such investigations and warrants. I completely forgot about this. The United States government wanted to invoke the Hague Invasion Act, where we could invade countries and put boots on the ground if a country wanted to prosecute Israel for their war crimes. That is, I can't believe I forgot that. That is insane, isn't it? Totally, absolutely insane. Which brings us back to what I showed you earlier. The Trump administration, right before Iran was attacked, said, hey, look, you support some kind of peace deal with Gaza, the two-state solution, you're an enemy of the United States. It's this, so the Hague Invasion Act, that was back in November of last year. It's the same exact thing that they just did. This, again, also the Trump administration. Same exact thing. And I said on that show, America is occupied by foreign, hostile, demonic parasites, and they have gotten everyone to support the New World Order, Zionist, Sabbatean, Frankist death cult. These are the hexagram handlers. $100 million donation from Mary Madelson to Trump and her belief that Trump is the Jewish savior or Messiah, and with the mega mark from high priest of the Church of Satan firmly on the heads of millions of Christians and Jews, it's obvious what is unfolding with the building of Armageddon in the Middle East and the promise of the building of the third temple. And this show is following a 4-hour special that can be found here. And that here is the It Takes Two to Tengu show, which was the primary show that was that pissed off somebody with the name Ruby, literally, on Rovitics Media, who then, I'm pretty sure, threatened some legal action because Jews are never in law. And this is what I wrote in this show. This is a 4-hour show. Current global crisis with Israel. The U.S. vetoing a ceasefire resolution of the UN. The ICC issuing arrest warrants for Israeli and Hamas leaders, and how the U.S. is threatening acts of war against countries that back them. That's right. We threaten war for countries that backed prosecuting war criminals. We threatened countries and said, you'll be our enemy if you do not back away from having any kind of aspirations for peace with Gaza and Israel, to have any kind of two-state solution. You'll be an enemy of the United States. Isn't that crazy? What if I could find that Hague Invasion Act, United States and Israel? By the way, get your questions in the chat because we've only got about 15 minutes here. Yep, here it is. This is the Middle East Eye, but there were like AP articles on this. U.S. lawmakers threaten ICC with the Hague Invasion Act. What is it? Well, that would mean that we can put boots on the ground. I wonder if this article actually says it. Boots, not in that one. Boots on the ground. Here's the New Arab. But they're quoting government officials. You could find, I don't think boots on the ground in that one, though. This is what it would allow them to do. It was invoked. It was signed into law under President Bush, George W. Bush, in 2002. Designed to protect U.S. military personnel and government officials being prosecuted by the ICC. So yeah, it's the same thing. Hague Invasion Act. Don't support these peace deals or two-state solutions, which we know Israel has undermined because I played you the clip of the former prime minister saying that. And second hour of that show, double-digit Zionists selected by the incoming U.S. presidential administration, the motif of their hatred for Islam and Iran, some of whom want a modern crusade against Israel's enemies in global conflict in the name of Christ, how the infiltration of America is from Israel, not Russia or even China for that matter, how Zionists are targeting American civil liberties, and how wealthy Jews literally think Trump is the Messiah, while one of the cabinet members believes it's time to build the third temple. Hour number 3, historical representations of monsters like the Japanese Tengu, and how it bears a striking relationship with rabbis, or how the Infernal Dictionary depicts demons the same way. Where do the Jewish stereotypes and hatred stem from? Hour number 4, how the promised land, circumcision, and beheading are all internal spiritual things, and how Israel represents all of God's creation from nature to man, how the chosen people are all of mankind, and how one can be a Jew without being Jewish. And then, of course, we have a long list of shows, which those 3 shows I just referenced are in the 7-hour block that is on the Spreaker Apple feed. If you go to the feed, there's links in the show description below, or you probably are already listening there. TST Radio on Spreaker, And there's a 7-hour block of those shows that are posted on that site. TST Flashback, predicting the Israeli attack and other goodies. 7 hours of radio. There it is. I tried to put limited commercial breaks into that because there's so much good information. But if I don't have the ads in there and don't have subscribers, then we can't, continue to do the show. I hope people that put angry faces. I see someone responded angrily at this stream. Good thumbs up though. I'm assuming that means they're angry about the information. Don't shoot the messenger if you are angry at me, but it seems like everybody's pretty happy with what we're doing. But look at those two things. I totally forgot about the Hague Invasion Act. So anyway, go and download that 7-hour show if you haven't listened to it. It's a great show. Three great shows, and it explains what's going to happen before it happens. But I'm not a prophet, and I don't know what's going to happen next. I hope my intuition's like this is going to probably dial back a little bit, but see the action has already been taken, and the peace is already. That's the end of it. There's no peace, no peace, says the alien in Independence Day. What do you want us to do? I should pull that clip up. That's Netanyahu. I wonder if I could find that clip of Independence Day. Let's see if I can pull that up. It actually might be in my iTunes. I think I might have that clip saved. Play a couple of things here just to kind of wind the show down. What do you want us to do? Die? No, I don't. I have Liberty Dies from Star Wars. Let me look it up on YouTube. Independence Day. Alien die. Let's see if I can find it. It's such a great clip. It reminds me of Benjamin Netanyahu so much. Let's nuke the bastards. All right, here's the clip. I think this is the clip.
What is it you want us to do?
That's every negotiation with Israel. What would you like us to do? Die. Yeah, they're aliens. They're definitely aliens. Okay, I played that. Let's see if we can play the John. There's a bunch of different versions of the John McCain Bomb Iran song. Someone made one of these a couple of years ago. There's the John McCain Bomb song. Somebody made one. I think they posted it on archive.org maybe. Let's see if I can find that because I want to play this for you. Oh yeah, the Bomb Iran song. Here it is. And we'll give credit to the people that made it. If I can find who that was. Let's see. Robert Greenwald made this.
Congress and the Senate.
John McCain.
Now he serves America with song.
With that old Beach Boys song, Bomb Iran. Bomb Iran. Bomb Iran.
It's a great song.
President Bush has talked about our staying in Iraq for 50 years, maybe 100.
Maybe 100.
Maybe 100. Maybe 100. Maybe 100.
I'm sorry to tell you, there's going to be other wars. Other wars. Wars.
Other wars. Wars.
John McCain's platform.
Bomb Iran. Got a bomb Iran. Bomb Iran. What an absolute monster. And there are going to be other wars. In fact, we know that because our loving Jewish overlord Alex Karp told us that. Here's Forbes. Alex Karp says a 3-front war is upon us. Russia, China, and Iran. It's not like the Jewish state plans any of this and sets it up on certain holidays and holy days. That would be anti-Semitic to say that. that'd be evil and wicked. And just can't say that. It's such a horrible thing to say. I thought you wanted peace, Ryan. You hate Jews? No, I don't hate Jews, you fucking idiot. So tired of that talking point. So ridiculous and so childish. I'm going to look for one more thing to play you. I don't know if I have it, but I did used to have like a weird John McCain Iran montage. If I still have, come on. I thought I saved that. It's not under John. It's not under McCain. Come on. I thought I had a John McCain montage. Maybe Iran. No, I guess I thought I had that. I guess I don't have that montage. Maybe it's under bomb. Nope, I have the Holy Trinity bomb. That montage. Okay, so I don't have that montage. I wanted to play that for you. Do not have it, though. Oh, well. Okay, we'll cancel out of that. All right, so anything else on the show tonight? We've only got a couple of minutes. Thank you so much for tuning in. Please subscribe. Please grab a book. Please support the show. Please donate. Cash App, PayPal. Please make sure that you share the show. Thank you all for tuning in tonight. I think we've done justice to the closest thing that we can get to the truth without taking a without taking a dump on objectivity. I don't have all the answers, folks, but I know that so many people tuned in tonight because you heard me saying this for the last 6 months plus, and I'm humbled by that. I truly am humbled by that. I could have just sat here and said, "Told you so, told you so, told you so." I'm a prophet, David Wilcock. I'm Edgar Casey, or I could try to just point out, like, see, I told you, because if you follow this story, it's going to get worse in ways that you can't imagine. I don't mean that as a threatening thing. I just mean that in the sense of, like, it's going to get worse in ways that we didn't think. It's not going to go down in the way that we expect it to. Rogue Goyam says, still questioning my existence. Thought I was supposed to be nuked off the face of the earth today. Yeah, I thought Tel Aviv was supposed to be gone too. I thought Tel Aviv was going to be gone. Turns out it's not. Turns out that was a lie. Don't you think that if Iran had the weapon, they would just do it? Just do it already. But they didn't, because they probably don't. They also probably don't want to just be annihilated because they're cowards. Well, I don't think Iranian officials fled to Greece like Netanyahu did. If that's where he went, that's where his plane went. So I'm not on either side. Do not really, frankly, give a damn. Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. That's kind of my response to the whole thing. But I recognize that everybody is in the crosshairs. Okay? Christians, Muslims, Jews, and everybody else. The whole world's in the crosshairs. I don't like the optics of it. I don't support this crap, either side. Call me an anti-Semite. If being an anti-Semite means I'm opposed to war, then I'm an anti-Semite, plain and simple. I'm an anti-Semite because I don't believe in war. I'm an anti-Semite because I don't want to kill Semites. Makes perfect sense to me. Perfect sense. I don't support the U.S.'s policies. Trump lied. MAGA lied. And don't you dare sit there and try to justify this for Trump, or try to justify this for MAGA, or try to maybe the whole reason. You ever think that the reason that maybe me and others have not liked Trump has nothing to do with the Democrat lies? They lied about P-Gate. They lied about Russian-Gate. They lie about everything. Trump's what he says in Charlottesville. That's all a lie. They made it all up. That's one level, though. You go down lower, and what you get is they've created a straw man. They've created a narrative around Trump. And he's created his own narrative, the golden age, the president of peace, the golden age of Saturn. Look, it's the golden age. Gold is the symbol of the lion. It's the color of the lion, the rising lion, the lion of Judah, lion in Amos, the lion of Revelation, the opening of the seven seals, the usage of Israel as the centerpiece of Armageddon. None of this stuff is coincidental. These are black magicians that are organizing, and they are using suffering and pain, and they are using blood and sacrifice to feed their God. That's the bottom line. And maybe I didn't like Trump since the beginning of this election because I saw all this, not because Democrats brainwashed me. They're wrong. Well, they're right for the wrong reasons. The Republicans are right for the wrong reasons. I don't support MAGA because this is what MAGA is. And I do have some, unfortunately, some strange, like kind of morbid fascination and entertainment with watching people try to justify it. You can't justify this and be a good person. You can't. Talk about repenting. Repent. Cut ties. We're sinking to the bottom of the ocean. And Israel is telling us, if you cut that line, you're going to drown. It's like, no, if we don't cut the line to Israel, we're going to drown. It's all an inversion. They're saving democracy. They're saving America. We got to fight the terrorists over there so they don't attack us over here. But there's also going to be false flags probably. But there'll be real things that we'll probably stage. But Iran's got sleeper cells. That's Biden's fault. I mean, Jesus Christ, folks. How about this? How about pray for civilization? How about that? Not Jews, not Muslims. Pray for civilization. That's what I think we should be doing. And stop supporting these biased, bigoted, bloodthirsty cult movements, because that's what they all are. You ever seen Charlie Kirk smile? That guy's a fucking demon too. All of them. I'm Ryan Gable. This is The Secret Teachings. TSTradio.info is the website. Thank you so much for tuning in to the show tonight. I see Joe just showed up in the chat. And money. Yes, and money. Currency, electricity, money. Money, 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 money. I'm going to end the audio stream, but we'll keep the video stream going for a second so I can comment with you guys in the chat. But we're going to play this music real quick. We'll wind it down for the actual audio part of the show. And then we'll talk a few minutes in the chat, and then I have to go. All right, so hold on one second. TSTradio.info. That's TSTradio.info. Please subscribe. Please grab a book. You want to hear shows like this? Well, please continue to support what we do. Is that an original thing, Joe? It's Joe. I got a lot of friends named Joe. I got Joe. I got Joseph. I got Joe from Lighting the Void. It's 2025. Well, a bunch of average Joes. It's 2025, and we are still killing each other over ancient scrolls. Yep. Pretty much it. All right, hang on one second. We'll be right back here on The Secret Teachings, tstradio.info, info. We'll be back in just a moment here. Take a look at Marvin again. If you turn off the show now, you trash. You trash. You hear me, Shelly? You trash. We will be right back in the video. Have a great night. artygable@yahoo.com, tstradio.info. Leave a review, buy a book, subscribe. Talk to you in the next broadcast. All right, that is the audio portion of the show. So we'll continue here for just a few minutes. Comments, questions, etc., 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 etc. Please share this show. I'm sure that if it gets enough exposure, it'll be taken down, and I'll probably lose my YouTube account. But you know, I showed you the facts and the truth, so that's all I know. All right, let's see what else we have in the chat. Just don't pray for removal of the Nazi state. They said salute. I had something to say about that Nazi state. If we're talking about Israel, Israel is a Nazi state, literally. So I guess, yeah, but I don't want to murder a bunch of people. Joe in the chat says, Marvin says, the show's over. Oh, come on. Come on. Come on. Here, I'll pull this up for you based on the chat room here. The Nazi state, let's see if I can pull this up. Well, I showed you the Havar agreement earlier, but it's more than that. And Ukraine's a Nazi state too, but Nazi just means National Socialist. I don't even know what people are talking about anymore. You know, I really don't. Everything is Nazi, fascist, New World Order, MAGA. It's all great. It's all we're winning. You know, we got to save democracy. Here, why don't we scroll through X real quick, and we'll just see what comes up on X as we wind down the live show here. Let's see what's popping on X. I'm sure it's a bunch of Mossad trolls. I do have to take down Marvin for this, though. But come on. Come on. Remove that from the screen. I have to remove Marvin. Sorry, Marvin. I guess I have to be slightly careful what I show on X because, you know, porn pops up, and also probably half-blown apart kids are going to pop up telling me why I should support Gaza or why I should support Israel or something like that. Let's see what we have here. Yep, Tel Aviv. Oh, no. Oh, look, they bombed Tel Aviv. It's the most horrible thing, says another Mossad agent that I'm just about sick of tired of seeing. Stand with Israel. Fuck you. Block. Every time I block them, it's like the Hydra. I block them, and then they just keep coming back. All right, Laura Loomer. I don't care about Gaza at all. You're not going to get me to pretend to care either. I don't really mind saying this either. I have never cared about Gaza. Fuck you, you ugly piece of trash. Tel Aviv is starting to look like Gaza. See, and this is the problem I have. Look at Stu Peters. Cheers. Frankly, fuck you, Stu Peters. Cheers. No, not cheers. Not cheers. We want to stop the war, but let's cheer Tel Aviv being leveled. Ryan, if you insult people like this, they're never going to do shows with you. Newsflash, they don't do shows with me anyway. Nobody wants to be associated me with a very few small, select people that I've been friends with forever. That's about it. I've lost contact with almost everybody in the industry because nobody wants to be associated with someone apparently who has real thoughts. There you go. Tel Aviv, cheers. Let's see what Alex has to say. Netanyahu defends targeted attacks on nuclear sites, says Iran is enriching uranium and creating an atom bomb to destroy Israel and nuclear holocaust. This is a clear and present danger to Israel's very survival. He calls military operation Iran Rising Sun and claims it's in self-defense. Yeah, where's Alex Jones that used to break things down like I am? Where's Alex Jones here mentioning the fact that they've said this stuff since the 1980s? And I showed you the proof of that earlier. They've said this stuff since the 1980s. They've said it's entering the final stages since like 1984. Literally, that's what in 1984 it was like. They're entering the final stages, and then it was here's the long list, and then it's going to be 5 years, 16 months, 5 years, 1 to 3 weeks, 17 months, 16 days, and then it goes all the way up to 2013, and then every year since then, including by the Israeli one of the Israeli defense ministers, Prime Minister Ed Barak, who said that they financed Hamas. Okay, so we'll go back to this. Where's that Alex Jones at? He has been totally compromised. And then these Iranian pages, do you stand with Iran? Great. Let me go ahead and post yes so that I can have the Mossad track me and put me on a terrorist watch list. That's all that is. Don't push yes. Don't say no. Just block it because that's what it is. It's like a bot account that wants you to say, yes, I support Iran. And then they got you in the crosshairs. Look, you're a terrorist. So we're going to go ahead and block them because that's exactly what that is. And then you're going to have these, oh yeah, you got to have, I hate wars, but right now I'm feeling happy. Go Iran. Yeah, well, fuck you too. You know, she's a girl. Look, she's got some titties, right? She's got some titties and some makeup on. So you're thinking if I watch her and agree with her, maybe I'll get laid. It's all fake, folks. It's all fake. None of it's real. None of it is real. And then here's Shmuley again. You got to support Israel.
The United States must get involved in this fight in order to protect the United States. God bless America. God bless the United States of Israel.
That guy, did he say the United States of Israel? Hold on a second.
God bless America. God bless the United States of Israel. God bless every innocent person.
The United States of Israel. There it is. There's another show name. I want to write that down. The United States of Israel. I don't know if I ever did a show on that. United States of Israel. There's another show name. Trust the plan, bomb Iran, United States of Israel. That demon just said United States of Israel. Look at that monster. Look at that monster. By the way, Joe, if you're in the chat still listening, Lighting the Void, Trev says, love your work. So you got a listener in the chat too here. Murder is murder. Killing is killing. Thou shalt not murder. That's a little different than killing. They do both. Murder and kill. By the way, I listened to this Gentile News Network last night do a little thing, and they're just as bad as all the others. That's right. You're just Gentile News Network. You're just as bad as all the other people. I heard you people in that conversation from the Gentile News Network talking about how you were making fun of some Muslim guy in the chat. Oh, he's a Muslim. Why would you believe in Islam? Christianity's the truth. Fuck you two. Fuck all these people. They're all a bunch of fucking either idiots or paid trolls. All of them. Making fun of Muslims. Just like you make fun of Jews, you make fun of Muslims, the Muslims make fun of you, everybody makes fun of each. Stop making fun of each other, because it'd be one thing if it was a joke. It's not a joke. These people actually believe it. They were criticizing some guy for being a Muslim and having the balls to come into their Christian cult chat where they mock Jews. And here's Tulsi Gabbard. I don't know if Nate is here. Here's Tulsi Gabbard, where she had said before, no more wars, and Trump had said that stuff too. And then it turns out, oh, they all went back on that. Let's see what Nate posted.
President Trump promised us during his campaign to get the United States out of stupid wars.
Obviously, the war in Iraq was a big, fat mistake. We should have never been in Iraq. We have destabilized the Middle East. We will stop racing to topple foreign regimes that we know nothing about.
But he's on the brink of launching a very stupid and costly war with Iran. We have to stop President Trump from starting a war with Iran. The president is listening to his national security advisor, John Bolton, and other war hawks in his administration who have championed the war with Iraq in the past and who've been pushing for war with Iran for years.
Our goal should be regime change in Iran.
There is a viable opposition to the rule of the Ayatollahs. The only solution is to change the regime itself.
Bolton and others lied to us about the war in Iraq. They said that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction and that he was going to give them to al-Qaeda. Now, that war was devastating. Over 4,000 of my brothers and sisters in uniform were killed. Hundreds of thousands of Iraqi civilians killed. Trillions of our taxpayer dollars wasted. And al-Qaeda and ISIS were strengthened. But to this day, John Bolton says that that disastrous war in Iraq was the right decision.
I don't think there's any question that the decision to overthrow Saddam Hussein was the correct decision.
So now we're being lied to again, as Bolton and Trump push us closer and closer to a war with Iran that would prove far more costly and devastating than anything we experienced in Iraq. It would result in far more American troops being killed and injured, cause great suffering for the Iranian people and others in the region. It would exacerbate the refugee crisis in Europe and risk direct U.S. conflict with Russia, conflict that could easily lead to nuclear war. So join me in sending a strong message to.
Yeah, Tulsi called it, and then she also sold out too when she started backing Israel and all of their endeavors. I played that clip for you, B2. Here's an article I didn't show earlier. This is the Guardian. Israel puts pressure on U.S. to strike Iraq. Oh, that's magical, isn't it? There you go. Let's see what else is on X. I should have kept recording on the other board, but I guess this will be exclusive. There's Clyde's show. Here's Nick. We must force anybody lobbying in the country on behalf of Israel to register as a foreign agent, then we should probably make it illegal. Yeah, probably a little bit. David Icke is one of the few people that's actually remained pretty objective about it all. This is a true post. Yep, Netanyahu did flee to Greece, or at least his plane did. So there's something shady going on there. Here's that. Look at that guy. Look at that. What blackmail does he have on RFK Jr., by the way? Oh, here. Oh, this is great. This is great. Here's Charlie Kirk. The golden age is here. Yeah. What's the golden age? World War III? What a psychopath. You ever seen him smile too? He's a demon. And here's Ian Carroll, another plant, another fucking fraud. Here's one of the very few people that you can actually trust, Greenwald. I don't even know if you can trust him. Like, people scroll through these social media feeds all day, and all you see is something that is intended for you to see. It's curated, scripted information. All these Israeli accounts, you probably know this. These are, look at his account. He's just Jew. Block. This is a full-time job. Just block these Mossad accounts, including the Iranian ones. Oh, yeah, look at this. Here's a great one here. Look at that one. Yeah, the Holocaust survivor who survived a shower is putting his hand on the IDF. And look, it's in Ghibli form. It's a Ghibli movie, which, by the way, is fucking insulting to, like, all of Japan, but they don't care what Japan thinks because Japan doesn't like gay sex as much as the rest of the world. So Rahm Emanuel's really upset about it. Yeah. All right. Oh, there's a swastika. I'll probably get the video taken down now. Here's the raw. I don't even want to show you the footage. Okay, I'm gonna get out of this. I don't want to show you the footage because then it just promotes. It feeds into the ritual, which is all this is. For those of you just joining us, we have gone through this extensively on the show tonight. I'm just kind of winding down. And yeah, there's quite a substantial amount of cursing because, frankly, I think someone needs to say it. Stu Peters, Nick Fuentes, fuck off. Charlie Kirk, Fox News, CNN, Donald Trump, Joe Biden, Democrats, Republicans, fuck off. None of these people are Americans. None of these people believe in the Constitution. All of these people are traitors. They're treasonous. All of them deserve to have the full weight of the law thrust upon them, legally and lawfully. They are traitors to the U.S. Republic. And I'm done pretending like I need to keep, not that I do, but I'm done pretending like I even need to kind of avoid speaking like this, because this is the least I can do to express that with an audience like I have, which is not like 20 billion people, but it's enough people that I know I've changed people's lives. Like, I have a responsibility to be honest with you. Like this, here's EM says in the chat, and EM's dead on. Tulsi Gabbard is World Economic Forum. She absolutely is. I know that for a fact because I read it on their website. Well, and she even responded to this. She's like, well, just because I'm on there doesn't mean I'm part of it. Well, they don't have me on there. I'm not on there. They don't put random people on there. They put you on there because you're part of it. She's part of it. So is Dr. Oz, and so is that woman that runs the education department. They're all part of it. Tulsi Gabbard's the one who, she was right, and I used to like her. And then that Tulsi, when she got pegged for being the defense, was it the Secretary of the Defense Intelligence Agency or something, she says this.
When you look at what's happening in the war between Israel and Hamas, and it is a war between Israel and Hamas, a radical Islamist terrorist group, this is just the latest front of this war that's been waged for a very long time between these radical Islamist terrorist groups that have been waging it militarily and ideologically. This is in our best interests, as well as all freedom-loving countries and civilization, to take on what is the greatest short and long-term threat to freedom.
And yet, Joe Biden just recently pausing weapon shipments to Israel. How do you see that? I mean, there are folks that say he's on the side of Hamas at this point.
He is acting out of fear, which is why he has failed, like previous administrations before him, to wage this counter-ideological warfare against this Islamist ideology whose goal is to establish Islamic rule over the entire world, even with what's happening in our college campuses, even knowing that this is Hamas, Al-Qaeda, ISIS, this is their objective.
Oh, you get it now? She's part of it. She's part of it. And that's a talking point. The Islamicists, they're going to take over the world. That's the Israeli talking point. It's the same talking point Pete Hegseth uses. She's not on your side, folks. I used to like her. She's not on your side. She is World Economic Forum, bought off, paid off. I don't know what do they do? They take these people to the upside down and show them the mind flayer and say, listen, you either support us and you will willingly participate, or you're going to feel pain and suffering eternally. You're going to be eternally damned. Maybe they hook them up to those machines and the drugs that lets a prisoner experience like 1,000 years of solitary confinement in a matter of hours. And that's probably how they subject them to it. Did you know that's a thing? 1,000-year prison sentence in a few hours. I'm pretty sure Israel is partly behind the development of this too. Yeah, here's an older story, 2024. There was another one years ago about this. AI, which is Israel's running most of the AI. Israel runs AI, or let's see, Israel is home to AI technology. Larry Ellison said that and so many others. Israel, by tech giants, which are Jewish tech giants that sold it to Israel or gave it to Israel. Israel, let's see, there's a whole bunch of articles on this. Israel industries that will lead AI growth in Israel in 2025. Israel was ranked last year 4th in global AI advancement. Now I believe they're ranked number 1. And this is AI and brain implants to fast track criminal rehabilitation. I'm pretty sure that they probably hooked Tulsi up to one of these things, and they gave her the the old, well, they gave her the old brainwash, and it was a mitzvah. They had to do it. Which, by the way, if you don't know what a mitzvah is basically a commandment from God to do something, which is why I called the show Bombing Iran. It's a mitzvah. You got to do it. You got to do it. You got to bomb Iran. Bomb Iran. Got to bomb Iran. John McCain loves bombing Iran. Yeah, Tulsi is World Economic Forum. She's part of it. And tell people, the Israelis, they pushed us into war. No, that's not true. Israel puts pressure on Iraq or U.S. to strike Iraq. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's true. It's true. All right, we'll get rid of that. We've scrolled through X. I think that's pretty much it. I think that's all I have for you. Thank you for tuning in. Anybody else in the chat, anything else that you have to share with us, say now or forever hold your peace. And please, if you can, subscribe, grab a book, leave an Apple review, share the show. Please support us, or I can't be here. And there's also obviously a very good chance of what we're doing here not lasting long, because it'll probably be pulled down from YouTube. I'll probably get the whole channel removed again because of showing you mainstream news articles. Again, doesn't make me a prophet, doesn't make me Edgar Casey, doesn't make me the all-seeing eye. It just means that I'm literate and I read, and that's pretty much it. And most of you can read too, and I'm sure that's probably why you're here, because you can see that, and you can see the writing on the wall, and you can see what Operation Lion is, the rising of the Lion of Judah, Armageddon, Revelation 5, technically Revelation 5:5, the book of Amos, and the book of Numbers, and the book of Judges, with the Samson story and the Samson option, and the lion feeding off of the blood of the enemies of Israel. And Israel just means chosen people, of which is all of God's people, not just one or the other. And it's also, the land of the holy place, which is inside of you. That's why the body's a temple and the pillars are right here. And then there's the path of Jesus, Muhammad, Allah, Buddha, and everybody else in the middle, which is the way of the Mandalorian too. And that's also Shindao or Shintoism and Taoism in China. It's also part of Hinduism in India, which is where the Krishna path comes from, the footsteps of Buddha, as I mentioned. And the jihad is a holy war that's waged inside and outside, the changing of the seasons, the four horses of the apocalypse, and what's happening inside, the right and wrong decisions that we make, and the thoughts that we have, the intuition, the instincts, and whatnot, which means that the carnal self is the true infidel that has to be slain. And that means we decapitate the animal self, decapitate the carnal self, and we can achieve that awakening process or ascension, which is what that means. And we should do a whole show on ascension, because ascension just means the second coming. Awakening to the divinity of the spirit of the self of the true God, and none of it's meant to be taken literally. That's kind of the bottom line here. So don't be afraid. But there are really bad people, really, really, really bad people, and they're doing really, really bad things. And the thing that I think makes me the most upset is that they do it in the name of usually, the most sacred things, like in the name of Jesus. God, what did Trump say? Here, I'll pull it back up one more time. What did Trump say? God bless. God bless. He didn't know, but he knew, right? He didn't know, but he knew. He didn't know it was going to happen, but he knew it was going to happen. And it's going to be hellfire for the Iranians. They better make the peace deal. It's like, well, they were making the peace deal, and then you bombed them, and you lied about it. And now no one's going to trust the United States ever to have peace. There it is again. God bless. We got to fight the United States of Israel, says Shmuley. This country, let me pull that down. This country is run by radical Christian Zionist extremist zealots, radical Jewish extremist zealots, Zionists who want to expand Israel in perpetuity, indefinitely, who see themselves as superior and the rest of the human race as inferior. And they believe that murdering anybody who's not them means that they have a right, because it's a mitzvah. God says you're chosen. Anything you do has to be the right decision. They'll even murder their own people and blackmail their own people to get the point across, to get them to move to Israel, or to make sure that the message is sent that we don't care. You can bomb Tel Aviv, and we'll just go hang out in Greece while the Israelis suffer under the rocket attacks and under the bombs and under the drones. they'll kill their own people. They did it on October 7th with the Hannibal Directive. They'll do it again. You know, I'm just kind of I'm trying to promote, you know, some kind of peace. I don't know, not peace in the sense of like, let's all just be happy, liberal, and eat organic spinach, but like peace in the sense of a peace of mind that the world's not going to end. Okay. It's not going to end. However, certain aspects of the world change, you know, the never going back to normal, right? That changed. The world's not back to what it was before the quote pandemic. And we are moving in a direction that is really bad. And this is, I think, as Trev says in the chat, he's asking, is there pure evil? I think when you look at Shmuley, I think when you look at Newsom, I think when I look at Trump, like listening to what Trump said in that video about war and not having, when Iraq was a disaster, that was Donald Trump. And for all his shortcomings and ego and all the stuff that he is not a great guy for doing, everybody makes mistakes. That's not the same guy that wrote this thing. That there's something else, or somebody else wrote that. Newsom is not Newsom. He's possessed by something, not an ideology. He's possessed by pure evil. He's possessed by a force, by an entity. I think a lot of them are. Netanyahu is, Kushner is, Zelensky is. A lot of it also probably drugs. But you know what? I noticed something else. The really crazy ones, like the Sam Altmans, Yuval Hararis, even the Tim Cooks for that matter, they're most of them either masquerade and dance around as homosexuals, or they actually are. And I just think that it's interesting when you look at the David Icke stories about reptilians and how they lock into your body. How does that happen? Well, that's when they rape people and they do it anally. Then they connect to that lower chakra. I just can't help but thinking that gay Jews like Sam Altman and Zelensky and a whole bunch of others, including Yuval Harari, I can't help but think that's probably part of it, to connect with their God. It's just a thought. And the blood sacrifices of these significant dates, which I should show you one last time before I end the broadcast, but the blood sacrifice of these significant dates absolutely plays a part in this. It's all part of the ritual. And I'll show it to you one more time. A lot of people just joined us, and this is just largely video, but let me pull. I don't think it brought it up in order again. Damn it. That's okay. I'll show it to you anyway. I'll try to keep it in order. Let's see. Window. No, my brain does not shut off. It's a disease, and I've got a headache right now. My back hurts, but I'm just going to be sitting in the other room doing nothing, or going to Tokyo on a train if I get off here. And it got a lot of people here, so I might as well talk. Here's Afghanistan, October 7th, 2001, Jewish holiday. Oh, that was Afghanistan. Here's Iraq, 2003, March 20th. That was a Jewish holiday. Oops, Iraqi freedom. Here's Libya, 2011, October 20th, Jewish holiday. Oops, Gaddafi was overthrown and killed. October 20th. Here is Syria, September 22nd, 2014. Look at that. That's when the U.S. intervened in the Syrian civil war. Here's October 7th, 2023. What was happening then? Saturn returned. Saturn, the god of time, black cube, the Teflon of the Jews, was also another Jewish holiday. And then what just happened? Friday the 13th, 3:30 a.m. in Iran. And wouldn't you know, Mars, which is war, is in Leo, the lion, Operation Rising Lion. You think all that's a coincidence, folks? I don't think so. That's the show. Thank you so much for tuning into the broadcast. I'll throw up some of these comments in the chat, but I will wind the show down now and get out of here. Thank you for listening. tstradio.info, tstradio.info. Let me pull up some more music here. I wonder if I play it through the board, maybe it comes through clearer rather than playing it through the computer. Let's see if that plays better. Can you hear this music better if I play it? through the board. It'd be good to know for future reference if it plays better through the board. Anyway, though, let's play this music. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, everybody in the chat. I don't think we're all going to die, but in the off chance something really horrible happens, Godspeed. Don't pray for Jews. Don't pray for Muslims. Don't pray for Christians. Pray for civilization, and stop supporting monsters that claim they're going to do things that are peaceful when they obviously are not. And it's the writings on the wall. All right. Just don't support groups and mindless groupthink. Okay. It's trash. Have a great night.